A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, those here at the circuit at the home of champions karting Genk in Belgium, and for those watching on the dedicated Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. Welcome along to the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy. And over the next 2 days, we will have a total combined amount of 37 races with 181 drivers from 26 different nations representing 5 of the classes from the Rotax racing family. As the pre-grid now being filled. Hello, it's Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary position, overlooking the start-finish straight and also the majority of the circuit, bidding you all a warm, well, not warm, but a sunny Saturday morning here, just a couple of weeks before the 22nd running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals that will take place between the 19th and the 26th of November at the Algarve circuit in Portimao in Portugal. So a lot of the drivers this weekend that have come into this event have already qualified for the Grand Finals, but we do have the last chance for both Minimax, Junior Rotax and DD2 for one lucky driver to represent themselves and also their nation at the Grand Finals this year. We also have prizes which include season entries for DD2 Masters and Senior Rotax for next year's Euro Trophy Championship. The runners-up, or someone will get a free entry to next year's BNL Karting Series Championship, and we'll also have, for one lucky driver, a single entry for one of the rounds on the Euro Trophy calendar next season. So we handed out 5 pole position awards out last night, and for those watching at home, the driver front and centre on your screens right now, Maxim Becker from Germany for C4 Racing, was the quickest out there and was one of 5 drivers that took pole position in variable weather conditions last night in qualifying. So we're going to have a look at the timetable now of what you can expect for the next few hours. So we're going to have 8 races this morning. So there is the timetable up until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll have the first of 2 Minimax heats this morning. So A versus B for Heat 1. Heat 2 will be C versus D, and then we'll have the same for juniors for 11 o'clock and 11:20, 11:40 and 12 o'clock for seniors. So we'll have the first third of the 6 heats that those classes will be going through over the course of this race day. Mini, junior and seniors will take part in 3 heats over the course of it, and particularly with the likes of juniors and seniors and minis, we will go to second chance heat tomorrow morning, depending on the amount of entries that we have. We'll also have the first heat of DD2 and the Masters class. They'll be competing in 3 heats. There is our race director, Thomas Leiner, speaking to the Minimax drivers, just telling them what he expects with regards to the start, just sort of reinforcing and just helping them just to sort of remember what they need to do, because it is a dual file rolling start here. And first things first, I have to say a very big happy birthday to Dave Ritson, who's in the race office today. He wasn't going to get away with that one. So I said to him, 21 again? He went, no, 21 plus 1, so 22. So we've got 22 drivers set to take part in this first heat, a total of 42 Minimax drivers, aging from the ranges of the age range of 9 to 12 years. There's Boz Maximov, the 130 from the Netherlands, has already qualified through winning the Minimax Championship and the Euro Trophy this year, and secured the title by a single solitary point at Karting de Fang in the second weekend of July during the heat of the summer. Also, Jakub Gasparovic looks to be lining up on the front row. So 11 rows of competitors. For those wondering about the race formats, it's going to be 7 minutes plus an additional lap for the juniors and the minis, and the remaining classes will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And firstly, I have to say a very, very big thank you to the marshals from Team MKG, led by Rudy, who did a fantastic job amidst the variable wet weather conditions we had yesterday that sort of came about between Groups 1 and Groups 2 for Junior Rotax qualifying yesterday evening. where we actually ended up under the floodlights, and that's where we're going to be from around about race 19, which will be Junior Rotax Heat 5, Groups A and D. There's also been some other birthdays earlier on this week. Jan Schwitter celebrating his birthday. Sophie Lanzik, one of the many mechanics in the paddock, also celebrated her birthday earlier on this week. Right then, let's get things underway with the racing action. Up first, it's race 1, Heat 1, Minimax, Groups A versus B. So let's take a look through the starting grid for the opening race out of 37 here. So Minimax, race 1, Heat 1, A versus B. Maxime Becker and Jakub Gasparovic on the front row. Denny Babacek and Jacob Ashcroft, row 2. Carlos Nies and Boris Maximoff, row 3. Ryan Rivers and Jensen Chalk complete row 4. And completing the top 10, it's an all-British row 5 with James Roberts and Henry Domain. Yuri Levar and Jakub Cabera, row 6. And then we got Majus Messinas and Len Abbas on row 7. Row 8, Daniel Minto and Leopold Jour. Prokor Solokotsev and Christian Stefanov, row 9. Gleb Solovov and Alec Brandsborg rounding out the top 20, and Joachim Ottersen and Jaroslav Matrenin rounding out the 22-strong car. And also, thank you very much to Dave Robinson. Brandon Carr, this year's Motorsport UK British Kart Championship Junior Rotax champion, turned 16 yesterday, so many happy returns to one of the KR Sport camp. So any more birthday shout-outs that people can think of this week or over the course of the weekend, let me know. If you can, if you want to connect with me on Facebook, or give us a message through the Rotax Max Euro Trophy Facebook or Instagram pages. The drivers now have had their sighting lap as we now go on to the official formation lap, and I see on our official YouTube channel over 165 people watching, so thank you very much for joining us. So Maxime Becker was the quickest in Group A, which is the faster group, and Jakub Gasparovic got to within 1/10 of a second in qualifying. But, as I say, it's times for show, points to go. Because the higher up the order you are in karting, it's a bit different to, like, say, traditional motorsport, ladies and gentlemen, that are new to karting, that the higher up the grid you are, the less points you score. So with the glare coming off of the circuit around the Europlan between turn 6 and 7, and also here as the field making its way out of turn number 9. So 7 minutes set on the time, and the red lights ignited on the starting gantry for the first of 37 races for the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy. We're in for some great racing. So Becker, Gasparovic, front row. Babicek, Ashcroft, Nies, Maximov, Rivers, Chalk, Robertson, Domain. That is your top 10. They now make their way to the 12th and 15 for Brandon Carr. Sorry there. Thank you, David, for correcting me. Right, here we go. Drivers under starters orders out of the final corner. Revs rise into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are underway for the first race here at the Golden Trophy, and a good start by Maxime Becker. Jakub Gasparovic has got Denny Babacek looking up the inside. Around the outside of them is Jacob Ashcroft at the moment. He's trying to go for P2, and he's actually got the lead using the runoff area. We have had a little bit of a turnaround. That was the 1-1-8 of Jensen Chalk. But Ashcroft has got the lead, but he's having to battle for it through turn number 5 as they make their way through into turn 6. Ashcroft taking the tighter line, as is the likes of Denny Babacek. Looks like Jakub Gasparovic might be getting a little bit of an initial lead coming down the Europlan for the first time. Side by side, multiple points up and down the order. And Ashcroft trying to go for the over-under. Not able to do that yet. Bit of a cluster going through into turn 8, nearly 3 abreast at points. As they now make their way through turn 9 for the first time. Some drivers making a real good opportunity because someone has just shot up from 5th to 3rd position through turn 9 and keeps it pinned to the outside. That might have been Boris Maximov. As they come through, it was actually Henry Domain. Brilliant overtake there from Henry Domain, 2 for the price of 1, but the race lead is very much being contested. It is Jacob Ashcroft looking up the inside. He's going to get the race lead. from Jakub Gasparovic as we complete the opening lap. So Jacob Ashcroft, Jakub Gasparovic, Henry Domain, Denny Babicek, Polster to Maxime Becker down to 5th. Juri Levar, Boris Maximov, Jakub Kubera, Carlos Nies and Majus Marzinas ran at the top 10 positions. But a great move there from Henry Domain in the outskirts of turn number 5. Slingshots up the inside of Jakub Gasparovic, a bit sideways from Denny Babicek, but that was someone going a bit wide, coming through turn number 6. And Jensen Chalk also finds the AstroTurf on the outside of the right-hand hairpin that then leads them onto the Europelan. There are side-by-side there's side-by-side moments coming through turn 7 off of the Europlan through the flick-flack chicane and then into the right-hand sweeper at turn 8. 4 minutes and 50 seconds remain on the clock plus an additional lap. Ashcroft showed his prowess. He's shown his prowess here before multiple times, but he is no longer leading because Henry Domain, running with Stan Pex's outfit at SP Motorsport, now has a lead. And it is a comfortable one at the moment. Lap 2 completed, Domain leads. It's a British 1-2 at the moment. Gap between them is 1.176 seconds. Gasparovic, Babicek, Maximov now up into 5th place. Juri Levar, Jakub Kubera, Majus Marzinas, Maxime Becker and Carlos Nies. There's a 3-way scrap coming out of turn number 2. And one of the drivers looked to possibly be, that was with a 9 at the end of it. As they're all making their way through into turn number 5 once again. And then into turn 6. Denny Babicek runs a little bit wide, and then allows the possibility of one driver to try and get through. Boris Maximov is ahead of the Czech Republic driver. As well, the Sodi kart making its way through. That was Jakub Kubera that managed to get through on Denny Babicek through turn number 6. Babicek having to fight a little bit here. Did show some good pace in the final round of the B&L karting series with a young Czech driver, younger brother to Eliska Petra and Teresa Babičková. Loses another position. Henry Domain is pulling away from Jacob Ashcroft. There's some of the, Speedy Gonzalez on the back of the race helmet. Who would have thought it? That's brilliant. Great to see some of the younger drivers bringing cartoon characters onto their race helmets. As here's a move up the inside. So Boris Maximov on the Praga chassis. That's going to be the chassis officially used by the Minimax drivers at Portimao in a couple of weeks' time. Sodi Kart also one of the other providers for the grand finals, which will include the Project T20. And a nice move here. Jakub Kubera up the inside with the over-undercut done by Boris Maximov. Just sweeps wide through into turn 6 and gets the whole shot, gets the purchase. And Marzinas is not too far behind. With all 22 drivers still circulating. Coming up to just 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. And Henry Domain's lead after the last lap was 3.9 seconds. Battle coming down into turn number 10. As Maximov gets the touch from behind, courtesy of Kubera. Marzinas is closing in. Kubera gets up the inside of Maximov. And here comes Denny Babicek into the mix too. Babicek running towards the outside of Boris Maximov. I have seen moves like that before. Peyton Ravenscroft and Joe Turney in previous years of the B&L karting series. As we're heading into the final 2 minutes of the race itself. And Henry Domain's lead is now, get this, 7.2 seconds and climbing at a rapid rate of knots. Now, this is a very good move up the inside. And that was Majus Marzinas, I believe. That was the case on Boris Maximov through into turn number 6. So 90 seconds on the timer remains. Still got plenty more of racing action, folks, so you might want to get comfortable, get your popcorn, get your soft drink or hot beverage of choice, and stick with us because we're going to be here for, pending any delays or stoppages, we'll be here just past 7 o'clock this evening with all the racing we've got all the way through the day. 70 seconds remain on the timer. Henry Domain crosses the line again. 1 minute 7.852, fastest lap of the race. Jacob Ashcroft in second position. He makes his way across the line. 1 minute 11.580, so a personal best from him. Things are closing up for Jakub Gasparovic, though, in the 197. He's got Jakub Kubera and Majus Mazinas. And, side by side coming out of turn 2 between Kubera and Mazinas. Nearly got a send from Kubera up the inside of Gasparovic through into turn 4 and turn 3. And then all of a sudden, Kubera starts to gesticulate, goes a little bit sideways. Oh, that was very close indeed as Gasparovic got the traction coming out of turn number 6. And Mazinas looking towards the inside through into turn 7, has to back out of it. As we come into the final 15 seconds of the race plus an additional lap. And now Kubera is through. It just depends on how much they have to modulate the throttle. As Henry Domain goes across the line, we are effectively onto the last lap board has been shown. Right on the bubble for Henry Domain, but Gasparovic is not having an easy time out there. Started well and now is battling side pod to side pod with Majus Mazinas as the Lithuanian looking up the inside of Gasparovic, but the 197 stays resolute and remains in the position for the moment. But great slingshot there from Mazinas, who now takes 4th position. He got a great launch coming out of turn number 3, runs wide coming out of turn 6, and he's going to get the run on Gasparovic and manages to get past, and Gasparovic powerless to do anything about it. And still battling away tooth and nail through turn 7 off of the Europlana. Now Mazinas runs wide, Gasparovic back up the inside through turn 8. Mazinas gets a good launch on the exit of the corner, goes through in towards turn 9. Gasparovic is going to get the under-over. They're going to be side by side, but look at the two behind. Maximov and Roberts, I think, are there. Roberts might be the one behind them, so he's managed to get past on that particular occasion. And this time we are actually being shown the last lap board. It's very nip and tuck, and Henry Domain's got a 17.257 second lead over Jacob Ashcroft, and they're squabbling behind. And that's the battle for P4, because now James Roberts is not too far behind the pair of Jakub Gasparovic and Majus Mazinas, and Roberts looks up the inside of Gasparovic through turn 2. Gasparovic gets back, and James Roberts with a great move there through turn 3 and through turn 4. Is he going to get Gasparovic through turn 5? Not quite. A lot of throttle modulation. There's Boris Maximov. He decides to go for the inside line and nearly gets through on the lot of them, but has to lift off the throttle, hit the brakes hard, and can't get through. Our race leader is about to come across the line. Checkered flag falls, and Henry Domain picks up the opening heat victory in the Minimax class and sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 6.441. Still they're battling away further behind. Jacob Ashcroft comes out of the final corner, and the Brit from Weston-super-Mare will take 2nd position in the 122. Now it's the turn of Jakub Kubera, now taking P3. Still the squabbling carries on behind. James Roberts looks to have now secured 4th place actually, because Majus Mazinas and Jakub Gasparovic ran at the top 6. Boris Maximov, Jensen Chalk recovers from what happened earlier on the opening lap to take P8. Maxim Becker and Denny Babacek ran at the top 10 as the checkered flag falls, as it's 3 abreast a little bit further back. Probably with the likes of Len Abbas in the middle of all that 3-way across the line. Jacob Ashcroft takes 2nd position, but it was the British one too. And Henry Domain just absolutely unlocking the potential as he now makes his way into scrutineering. So the drivers now will get out of the carts, switch off the engines, and then go onto the weighbridge. So there is the youngster, based out of Sybil Headingham, not too far outside of Housted. There is Jacob Ashcroft. A little cheeky wave to the camera there. And that will be next up Jakub Kubera, James Roberts, and Jakub Gasparovic just behind. Boris Maximov, Jensen Chalk, as they all filter their way into the into Parc Fermé and scrutineering to be weighed, random checks to be done. So that's the opening race out of 24 today. Great way to start it, folks. So let's see if we can take a look at the results for Heat 1, Groups A versus B for the Minimax class. So Henry Domain winning by nearly 21 seconds after 8 laps of racing, ahead of fellow Brit Jacob Ashcroft with Jakub Kubera, James Roberts and Majus Mazinas running out the top 5. Jakub Gasparovic, Boaz Maximov, Jensen Chalk, Maxim Becker and Denny Babacek running out the top 10. Gleb Solovov with Leopold Jouk rounding out the top 12. Proko Sokolitsev, Juri Leva and Carlos Nees ran out the top 15. Eric Brandsburg, Daniel Minto, Jaroslav Matrenin, Len Abbas, Ryan Rivers, Christian Stefanov and Denmark's Joachim Otterson round out the 22-strong field that finished all 8 laps of racing here at the Home of Champions. So for those watching at home, we're going to go to a bit of a replay. So there's Jakub Gasparovic, who started on the outside of the opening, the front row with Jacob Ashcroft not too far behind. Becker got a really good start. Babacek was looking rather feisty in the opening part of it, but Jacob Ashcroft decided to plant his cart round the outside. Maximov was definitely in the thick of the action, especially with the 199 of the Czech Republic's Jakub Kubera. Then the 185 of Lithuania's Majus Mazinas came in. There's Jakub Kubera gesticulating to Jakub Gasparovic coming out of the exit of turn number 4. Some great moves here, especially through turn 4. It's a bit like the triple apex left-hander at turn 7. And there is Jacob Ashcroft coming across the line, finishing in 2nd position because Henry Domain had scarpered away, probably into Germany at that rate. So all results called by myself will be provisional pending any sporting checks. I will keep you updated with any official results as they come through, as there is the 2nd grid of the drivers. And there is last year's Micromax Grand Finals champion, based these days from Estonia, Nikita Zhubimov, who will be starting from the inside of the 2nd row. So, mechanics are now informed to clear the grid with 3 minutes still to go before the drivers are released from the dummy grid. So instead of, so we're going to have the other 20 drivers out of the 42. There is the number 107 from RR Racing, run by Raymond Riefeld. Got multiple drivers with him this weekend, including Jaden Thien, who was vice champion last year at the grand finals in the junior Rotax class. He's also having a discussion with Spain's Nikita Nikishov in the 120. So some... there we go. Nice little bit of sportsmanship between the two. So the Netherlands and Spain. It sounds like probably the Euros. But great to see so many different representations. And also, we have our sole representative from Chinese Taipei. The 156 of Eason Seng, who will be starting on row 9 of the grid. So in this field, we have the Netherlands, Spain, Estonia, Great Britain, Hungary, Germany, amongst others, Denmark, Lithuania, Kyrgyzstan, and Chinese Taipei. Just to mention a few of the nations, 26 in total. We had the best part of over 210 registrations from the best part of nearly 30 nationalities. And over the course of the Euro Trophy season for 2022, we've had a total combined entry of 553 drivers representing 48 different nations. Oh, right. I've had the welcome Facebook notification of people who might be here. Hang on a second. Ah, right. There's only one person on that list, and that's Dave. I've already spoken about him, so... Oh, tags and messages are coming in. Hello, Catherine Caret, Karol Stout, and also, Martin van der Stoys is watching as well with Tommy. Taking the weekend off, and there's a problem with one of the carts. Right then, let's take you through the grid for Mini Max Heat 2, Groups C and D. So, Felipe Reyes and Nikita Nikishov on the front row, Nikita Zhubimov and Albie Friend on row 2, Mats van Rooyen and Marcel Zebo. Marcel Zebo was the one that was struggling to get off the pre-grid. That's row 3, Gabriel Hofmann and Kenzo Craigie on row 4 with Nick Bressel. I'm trying to get the surname right, no matter how hard I try. And Casper Nissen, that will complete the top 10. Boris Verhagen, Noah Barham picking up the Mini-Max crown in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. They complete row 6. Christoph Killer and Patrikos Georgios ran at the top 7 rows. Oliver Warner and Dimitri Matrenin, row 8. Ethan Seng and Jette Moonen, row 9. And Uros Bogdanic and Jakob Assam completing the 20-strong 10-row grid for this race. Oh, and that's a further driver. So Marcel Zebo will not be partaking in this opening heat. A real shame for the... and hello to Jaden Thien's mum. RR Racing back in business. There we go. Get your comments in. If you are connected with me on Facebook and you are watching, feel free to drop a message down. I'll always try and mention you guys and girls whilst I am up here in the commentary position. As Marcel Zebo will be, unfortunately, watching by the sidelines, and you can see the frustration just in the body language. So we'll have 19 of the 20 drivers set to go into battle over 7 minutes plus an additional lap. The red lights ignited once again on the starting gantry. Yanis Ulsarkov's message me sometimes. There we go. Kai Hunter, he says. There we go. One of the Hunter brothers, both in action this weekend. One who's now a team principal. Never thought I'd be saying that 12 months after last year's Golden Trophy, which Reese Hunter actually won in the senior Rotax class. So here we go, race 2, Mini-Max Heat 2, C versus D, out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out, we're underway. Good start by Felipe Reyes as Nikita Nikishov trying to pin it round the outside, and the Spaniard's going to try and attempt it. Albie Friend's gone round the outside of everybody. There's a little bit of a turnaround there. That was the 136 that has just gone spinning. Jette Moonen, I'm afraid. They now make their way through in towards turn 6 for the first time and onto the European. Dive bomb there from, I think, Felipe Reyes. Coming through into turn 6. And bit close there. That was the 114 of Oliver Warner, running with Argenti Motorsport. 6 minutes and 20 of this race still to go, and this one's looking a bit more feisty. There has been a little bit of a touch coming through turn number 9, but both drivers just getting, it was a little bit of a slight touch, but it's going to be closely packed action here in the Mini-Max class. Albie Friend's got a real, he's got to really get himself out of the pit box manoeuvre that might be coming very, very shortly, because he's got Nikita Nikishov just behind. Felipe Reyes was leading. It's now Mats van Rooyen from the Netherlands. Nikita Zhubimov now up into second. Kenzo Craigie up into third place in the 150 entry. Casper Nissen, Felipe Reyes, Albie Friend now up into P6. So 5 minutes and 35 seconds still remain on the clock. A little bit of a swing wide there. That was one of the Praga chassis. You pick out the number because the light is a bit, it's quite bright, to be honest with you. Coming out of turn 7, and the glare instantly bounces off the tarmac through turn 9. So all you're going to get is really carts and drivers that look like shadows. So nearly 2 minutes completed, side by side, a little bit further back for turn 10. At the moment, Van Vooyen is starting to pull away from Zhubimov from the 1-1-2. Kenzo Craigie, who actually came here last year and decided to put it on pole position. One of the Praga chassis going towards the very inside of the start-finish straight. Great exchange there between Kenzo Craigie and Nikita Zhubimov through turn 4, with Craigie getting the upper hand. And they're all swinging wide, but Zhubimov competed against Craigie at the grand finals, and now they're up against each other again, but this time in Minimax. And now Kenzo Craigie loses not just 1, but 2 places. And very close indeed for Zhubimov going through the exit of turn number 8. And they're still side by side on the run down to turn 10. This is going to be very, very close, but Zhubimov's going to get the inside line. And that is that's Nikita Nikishov, who is giving Zhubimov a lot of trouble right there. Kenzo Craigie has dropped out of the top 3. He's dropped out of the top 5 now. He's in 6th position, ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann. And Hoffmann's got the move done through turn 1 into turn 2. The German gets through in the 195. Kenzo Craigie runs a little bit wide as a result of it. And now he might lose that place. Gabriel Hoffmann now having switched to Voigt Motorsport and now launches it up the inside. That was a great little move there on Nikita Zhubimov through turn number 6. So 3 minutes and 20 seconds still to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. The accordion effect is happening. So they are going to have to be on their very, very best behaviour at this point, because now Mats van Rooyen, last lap around, had only a 2.9 second lead over Nikita Zhubimov, who now has dropped out of 2nd place. So Nikita Nikishov now into 2nd position. So Van Rooyen crosses the line. Then it's Felipe Reyes running at the top 3 places. Hoffmann's now up into 4th place, and the German is charging forward. And he's looking for 3rd. I think he's got it. That was a great little move there from the 195, but Felipe Reyes gets the switch back instantly through turn 2. You get that great run of momentum coming out of turn 12, coming down the start-finish straight, and now Hoffmann sends it back up the inside, takes the tighter line. Felipe Reyes not able to counter-attack. Just behind them, they've got Boris Verhagen, the number 133. Kenzo Craigie completing the top 6. Zhubimov now down into 7th place, ahead of Noah Barham. So Nick Braselic and Albert Friend rounding out the top 10. So just under 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. There is still an opportunity for these drivers to get positions. Higher up, the finishing order, they end up becoming the checkered flag. The less points they score, and the higher that puts them up the ranking after heats. Great battles up and down the order. We do have both Jakob Assem and Marcel Zibo out. Marcel Zibo was out coming into turn 6, but that was on the sighting and formation lap phase. Vincent Seng now being a sole representative from Chinese Taipei. Crosses the line, so 18 of the 20 drivers still circulating. We head into the final 60 seconds, plus an additional lap of the race. Things are closing in. Looks like Gabriel Hoffmann is leading the cavalry, but might get overtaken very quickly if he's not careful. Boris Verhagen was looking and gets a bump from behind going into turns 1 and 2 from Nikita Zhubimov. That's the thing, when you're that close to the kart in front, sometimes you can be caught unawares. Heading into the final 15 seconds plus an additional lap. Mats van Rooyen has a comfortable lead. Albert Friend has struck trouble, I'm afraid. The youngster in the 191 and in the Strawberry Racing. Actually finds himself behind Eastern Seng. There is a bit of a battle going on through turn 10 and through turn 11. That is being led by Nikita Zhubimov, who's ahead of Boris Verhaag. Noah Barham is in there. Braselic also in that mix. Christoph Killer and Oliver Warner now complete the top 10 as we've gone on to the final lap of this race. Nikita Nikishov has been trying to reel in Mats van Rooyen, but to no avail. Felipe Reyes on the previous tour, lap 6, set the fastest lap of anybody. 1 minute, 0.866 seconds. There's Verhaag looking to try and go for fourth. Hoffman defending against Barham, but now decides to go up the inside of the pair of them. That is a great move there from Gabriel Hoffman. Up the inside of Boris Verhaag and Nikita Zhubimov through turn 6. He had full confidence on that one and made it through. And another position loss for Nikita Zhubimov and drops back big time. He might be in the clutches of Noah Barham, possibly. Just keeping an eye out for our race leader as Mats van Rooyen heads down towards turn 12 for the final time, this time running on the Praga chassis, and out of the final corner he's going to go and put the pedal to the metal, take the checkered flag and become the race winner. Second place is going to go to Nikita Nikishov. Felipe Reyes rounds out the top 3 and Gabriel Hoffman. Great start from the youngster from Germany. 7th to 4th race with one of the best moves of the day so far through turn 6, ahead of Boris Verhaag with Noah Barham, Nikita Zhubimov, Nick Braselic, Christoph Killer and Oliver Warner rounding out the top 10 positions. Great start to the day. 2 different heat winners from 2 different heats so far, with Henry Domain and Mats van Rooyen representing Great Britain and the Netherlands. So let's have a look at the results after an exciting 8-lap encounter. We are just waiting for Eastern Seng to cross the line, which he does now. Let's have a look at the results for Minimax Heat 2, Groups C and D, as our race winner makes his way through into scrutineering and the post-race standard checks. Nikishov there in second. Felipe Reyes, third place. Gabriel Hoffman with a fantastic move, and I know his family will be absolutely overjoyed with that one, and I'm sure that Mario, his dad, has already lost his voice. He finishes P4. Boris Verhaag in 5th. Noah Barham in 6th, ahead of Nick Braselic, Christoph Killer, Oliver Warner, and Nikita Zhubimov dropping to 10th. By the end of the race. We have had a penalty issue just in the meantime, that Nikita Zhubimov has just had a 5-second time penalty for pushing. I've just had that confirmed on the live timing. So that will drop the youngster out of the top 10. So Kasper Nissen, Kenzo Craigie, Patrikas Jokius, Dimitri Matrenin, Jent Timonen, Uros Bogdanic, Albert Friend, and Ethan Seng. That was Jent Timonen with the head in the hands there. Retirements both from Marcel Zibo and Jakub Assam. There was the handshake before we got things underway between Felipe Reyes and Nikita Nikishov. So the start got underway. Everyone was wrestling. The track conditions are a bit slippery at the best of it, but it's always about purchasing at the right time. We had the turnaround here. And that was the 136th Jent Timonen. Great battling up and down the order. Especially this one here between Nikishov and Zhubimov. But Gabriel Hoffman was really fired up for this one and did a great move up the inside through turn 6 on Felipe Reyes. And then he had to have a bit of a defend. There's the pushing. I think that might, I'm not 100% sure, but there was a touch from behind on Jent Timonen on Boris Verhaag. But it was Mats van Rooyen from the Netherlands. There you go, the nice little fist bump there to the air, and that really concluded the racing action for that one. So that's the first third of the Minimax heats completed. We will see them back in action a little bit later on. And there are Jakub Assam from Austria and Marcel Zibo from Hungary, now being brought back to Parc Fermé. But hopefully those two can have some very good results in their next 2 heats, which will be coming up later on. Minimax will be back in action after the lunch break. The lunch break will take place between 1 p.m. and 1:50 p.m. local time here in the Limburg region of Belgium. So, Junior Rotax will be up next with the first of their 6 heats. So, Heat 1, A versus B, and then C versus D for Heat 2. Then we'll go to the biggest contingent, 59 drivers for Senior Rotax. So, Heat 1, A versus B at 11:40, and Heat 2, C versus D at 12 o'clock. And then taking us into the lunch break will be Heat 1 for DD2 and Heat 1 for the DD2 Masters. So, for those folks wondering at home, what is on offer this weekend? So, as I said earlier on at the beginning of the broadcast, that we have 3 grand finals tickets to give away for Mini Max, Junior Max, and DD2. Now, a lot of drivers that I do recognise from this field have already qualified, so some of them are actually testing the chassis that they will use in Portimao. So they're using this as a bit of a tune-up and also to get themselves used to the setup, the nuances of the karts. There's Macaulay Bishop on the right-hand side, Leon Zelenko from Croatia, Kasper Schurmans, who's also just recently qualified for the Grand Finals. There's MDB Motorsports Mitchell van Dijk, I just see. Along with, probably, there's a Dams race suit there, I think. That could be our pole sitter Boulouette. And I was speaking with Dad Stone last night when we had the pole position award presentation. So Boulouette took the Junior Rotax pole position award for this year's Golden Trophy. And I think there was definitely a 4-leaf clover in his race suit somewhere. He just didn't want to admit it. So the drivers now making their way to their karts, and we are about just over 3 minutes to go. So very shortly, the mechanics will be asked to clear the grid. So race director Thomas Liner having a chat with Boulouette and Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop, for those that might remember, did actually qualify for the Grand Finals through the one-off MS UK Motorsport UK event back in 2019, and did 2 back-to-back international events. And in Micromax that year, in 2019, at the Grand Finals in Sarno, he finished runner-up. So the mechanics now clearing the grid. So it's now going to be the calm before the storm. We do have to also say a big thank you to the team here at Karting Genk and track manager Esmir Osman, who is just standing by the pre-grid at the moment. There is Macaulay Bishop. This is where the driver now has to concentrate on their races. So these drivers, like the Minimax and the Senior Rotax classes, will compete in 3 races. So 3 heats will then give them a total score towards the ranking after heats. So let's get underway with the first of 6 junior Rotax heats. It's Heat 1, Groups A versus B. Let's take you through the starting grid. So on pole position, the fastest driver in time qualifying yesterday evening, Borlouet, will have Great Britain's Macaulay Bishop alongside. Then it's the Netherlands and Croatia with Kasper Schormans and Leon Zelenko. Zelenko picked up the junior Rotax title for this year's international trophy back at Le Mans in the heat of summer in July in France. Emmanuel Jovanovic and Mitchell van Dijk ran at row 3. Krud Nielsen and Frederik Zerbis Christensen, row 4, with Felipe Falk and Alexander Savinkov running out the top 10. Jimmy Kokalainen and Adas Majauskis running out the top 6 rows ahead of Thomas Ingram Hill and Maxim Suchurko. Armand Hamilton and Batuan Kumas row 8. Sebastian Bach, who's back from injury. Good to see the young Dane now on the inside of row number 9, alongside Lithuania's Tomas Rudokas. Anya Levar, Patrik Slipovics and Andrija Kostic running out the 21-strong grid. And shout out to the Sodi UKC Academy, wishing Sodi Vitesse, run by team manager and now former racer Brad Barrett, who I've had the opportunity to chat with over the course of the last couple of days. And they're also wishing Dave Ritson a very happy birthday. So good to hear from the crew over there in the United Kingdom. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. Also got the red lights ignited on the starting gantry as well. In terms of the first set of, well, first third of heats for minis, juniors and seniors. If minis was the aperitif, this is definitely the main course. And dessert comes up with senior Rotax after the 2 junior Rotax heats, so heats 1 and 2 are completed. And Bishop on the front row, out of turn number 12. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? It is a full start for the first one of the meeting. So round for another tour of this 1,360-metre circuit we go. I thought it might not be that long before we had a full start, and we've just had that one very much confirmed. So Rex are not happy with the formation. Now, if a driver puts 2 wheels out of the tram lines, it's 3-second time penalty added to their total race time. If it's all 4 wheels out of the tram line, so that's a complete break of formation before the lights go out, it is 5 seconds time penalty that is handed to the driver. So we are about to get things under starters orders for the second time of asking. So, Borlouet and Macaulay Bishop on the front row. Kasper Schormans and Leon Zelenko, row 2. Then we're going to have the likes of, Kasper Schormans and Leon Zelenko, row 2. Nemanja Jovanovic and Mitchell van Dijk ran at the top 3 rows. So, once again, this time under starters orders. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Second time we are underway. It's a good start from Borlouet. He bangs side pods with Macaulay Bishop. Bishop sideways under braking, but gets round the outside. So does Kasper Schormans. And the youngster from Born in the Netherlands gets up into P2. There has been a turnaround. That's Kostic, who's gone spinning and that grass is incredibly wet. So the 279 very much is trying to get that cart moving, and it's moving at a very slow pace. There's also a moment here that is for the 265 That's Knud Nielsen from Denmark, who was running in P6, but the young Dane was 180 degrees the wrong way on the going onto the Europolan. As we're getting a great battle a bit further behind. Kasper Schurmans is at the front of that. Oh my goodness me, that's really gotten a bit close. The 291 was Felipe Falk from the Netherlands, who's really ended up falling at the back end of this train, but Kasper Schurmans, I think, might be leading it, and that is the case because Borlouet now is in third place. Macaulay Bishop has bolted already within the first 60 seconds and has over a 1.5 second lead over Leon Zelenko, and the madness is happening a bit further behind. Drivers have really got to be on their A game, make the clean overtakes. Kasper Schurmans leading that train. That's from 5th downwards. He's got Fredrik Zebis Christiansen, Nemanja Jovanovic, Alexander Savinkov from Great Britain has now moved up to 8th ahead of Maxim Sichurko, with Felipe Falk, Thomas Ingram Hill and Armand Hamilton rounding out the top 12 positions. Bit of a move, an attempted move there from Zebis. But a little bit further behind, Felipe Falk sends it up the inside and gets through on Savinkov. That was for position. 2 minutes down, 5 to go. Bishop leads. Leading from Zelenko, 1.9 seconds. Zelenko's got Borlouet back with him, the 224. Hasn't had the luck this year as Borlouet. His older dad Stain has been running in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in the amateur class this year and has had his own success. So hopefully that rubs off onto his son's shoulders. 4 minutes and 34 seconds still to go. It's about scoring as minimal points as possible in this to get yourself as far up the grid and to keep yourself out of harm's way of being in that second chance heat tomorrow morning. Borlouet has got some real good pace. He's keeping Zelenko very much occupied. So Zelenko also running on the Sodi Kart chassis. So 4 minutes to go, and Bishop's lead was 1.9 seconds after 2 laps. Now after 3, it's nearly 2 seconds. Borlouet puts in the fastest lap of the race, 57.480. This is more like the conditions the drivers wanted during qualifying last night. And we didn't quite have it, I'm afraid, because there was a delay between Group 1 and Group 2 qualification. 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Borlouet is absolutely chomping at the bit to get past Leon Zelenko. And they are line astern. Is Zelenko going to run a little bit wide coming into turn 8? Does not happen. Borlouet trying to do everything just to put the pressure on. So there is a time penalty going to the 2:26. Tomas Rudokas from Lithuania now has been hit officially with a 5-second time penalty. Second and third very much line astern still. Borlouet trying to put the pressure on the youngster from Croatia just up ahead. Keep your eyes on the driver behind. That's Mitchell van Dijk, and Mitchell van Dijk was pretty much the same pace that last lap in comparison with Borlouet, so they both ran in the 57.5s. A little bit of a gap now starting to emerge between Zelenko and Borlouet. Savinkov now down into 10th position. Number 268 with Argenti Motorsport. Now battling away, and that is going to be with, funnily enough, the 228 of Sebastian Bach from Denmark. So Macaulay Bishop now has nearly a 2.2 second advantage over second and third. Mitchell van Dijk is losing ground to them as well. He's still holding station and is basically in no man's land here in 4th place. A little bit further back, Kasper Schurmans has managed to bolt away from Fredrik Zebis. Nemanja Jovanovic did round out the top 7 until Felipe Falk had something to say about it. And that's from the Netherlands running on the TB kart chassis. Now sitting in 7th position. Bumping over the curves through the chicane at turn 7 for both Leon Zelenko and Borlouet. And it's getting even closer as Loet was braver on the breaks through into turn 10. He could get a good run coming out of the final corner if he plants it nicely behind Leon Zelenko. Through turn 12, Bishop crosses the line to complete another lap, but look at the slipstream now that's going to come into effect for Borlouet, and he pulls alongside Leon Zelenko, sideways under braking from the young Belgian, and he gets through. Great move there from Borlouet to get up into second position with just 60 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap remaining. He waited, bided his time, and struck when he needed to, and knew the fact that he was teeing Leon Zelenko up to go for that move going into turns 1 and 2, and sideways with a back axle swinging out to the left, he kept it planted. So a nice job there from Borlouet, but Macaulay Bishop has really he's put people on notice. He really has. He did that back in 2019 at the Grand Finals as a Micromax driver. Now in 2022, we've got a very, very credible young junior Rotax racer here. On to the penultimate lap we go, as Bishop crosses the line with just under 20 seconds remaining on the timer. Fastest lap of the race has gone to the driver in 5th place, Casper Schormans from the Netherlands, the number 240, running with JJ Racing. So timer has officially expired, and Macaulay Bishop at the moment is making his way out of turn 8. Borlouet has started to put some daylight between himself and Leon Zelenko after that fantastic move we saw earlier on, with 3 laps to go. So Macaulay Bishop now making his way through turn number 12 as we speak. There's Loet and Zelenko now exit the final corner. Last lap board out for the first of 6 junior Rotax heats, and Macaulay Bishop sees it first. Borlouet now has Leon Zelenko. That was a great move from the Croatian. He waited until the last moment, and the 251 from Croatia put it up the inside of the 224 from Belgium to now regain the second place coming onto the final lap. What I've also noticed is that Mitchell van Dijk he's been keeping pace with these two, but the gap really hasn't dwindled as much. So Mitchell van Dijk, Kasper Schormans, Fredrik Zebis Christensen, Nemanja Jovanovic, Felipe Falk, Sebastian Bach and Alexander Savinkov rounding out the top 10 as our race leader, Macaulay Bishop, based out of Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, comes out of the final corner and will win the opening junior Rotax heat out of 6. And it's going to be a run to the line. Here we go. It is Croatia pipping Belgium by just under a 1/10 of a second. So Leon Zelenko takes second place ahead of Borlouet. Mitchell van Dijk completes the top 4 ahead of the Netherlands' Kasper Schormans. Fredrik Zebis Christensen and Nemanja Jovanovic complete the top 7, followed by Felipe Falk, Alexander Savinkov and Thomas Ingram Hill round out the top 10. But there is your race winner, Macaulay Bishop, on his slow-down lap, heading into scrutineering. But what a great start for the weekend for this young man from Hoddesdon. Not too far outside of the hometown of the 7-time Formula 1 world champion Lewis Hamilton. So he makes his way into the pit lane, as does Borlouet, Leon Zelenko, Mitchell van Dijk and Kasper Schormans. So let's take you through the race results for the junior Rotax opening heat, A versus B. Bishop wins by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Zelenko, Loet, van Dijk and Schormans rounding out the top 5. Fredrik Zebis Christensen, Nemanja Jovanovic, Felipe Falk, Alexander Savinkov and Thomas Ingram Hill round out the top 10. Sebastian Bach, Armand Hamilton, Maxim Suchurko, Aras Majalskis round out the top 14 ahead of Patrik Lipovics. Thomas Rudokas hit with a 5-second time penalty, crossed the line in 16th ahead of Anja Levar, Batuan Kumas, Jimmy Kokalainen, Knut Nielsen and Andrija Kostic completing the 21-strong field, all completing the 9 laps of racing. So looking back over the action, Macaulay Bishop keeping to himself and waiting until the lights went out. We did have our first full start of the race weekend A little bit of a moment earlier on, and that was Kunda Nielsen actually getting stuck on the exit of turn 6 and lighting up the rear tyres a la Ken Block. Zelenko was wide at one point. Loet was really trying to look through the inside, but then it came to 3 laps to go. Loet just sent it sideways under braking. The Croatian didn't have an answer for that move at that point. However, with the final lap underway, Zelenko just waited until the last microsecond to get through, but it was Macaulay Bishop that took the victory by nearly 3 seconds after that one. Zelenko kept the door shut and did not allow Boloet to get through, with Mitchell van Dijk completing the top 4 positions. So, the first driver just through shot there was Austin Lee, this year's RMC Germany champion. Twice an RMC Germany champion. 2020, he was a Minimax champion there. Gustav Yusarkovs, these days based in the United Kingdom, and running with the Hunter Motorsport colours. There's a few drivers there, including some new faces. Zach Turner, the 275. You've also got Kidden Bartenstein, amongst others. Thijs van Wijk. The mechanics all there as well, as we're not that far away from sounding the horn and the 3-minute marker board for mechanics to clear the grid. So the drivers on this grid, the combined grid, aged between 12 and 14. Race director also, again, just, as I said, just reinforcing what was explained during the driver's briefing. A couple of the drivers didn't make the driver's briefing, which is mandatory for any competitor to take part in such a race event, but also there were a couple of drivers that missed the driver's briefing that had a briefing this morning at 8 o'clock. So, just going through a couple of things at the moment. So Henry Domain confirmed as the opening winner of the Heat 1 A versus B for Minimax, and Mats van der Weyen for Heat 2. Including this one, we've still got another 21 races to go. It sounds like a mountain to climb, but don't you worry, we'll finish under the floodlights. Good to see Enzo Boll here as well. Last year's winner was Bruno Mulders, funny enough, if I remember correctly. Austin Lee and Dion van Verden, the 272 and the 270, representing Germany and the Netherlands. Austin Lee, families originally from Portland, Oregon, these days based in Weisendorf, running under a German license. And Noah Janssen, who's going to be starting down in 20th position in this heat, literally made it just before non-qualifying practice yesterday afternoon. Was a little bit ill last week, so missed a few days from school, and now has still managed to get to the Golden Trophy, go into time qualifying. But sometimes with regards to, say, for instance, this kind of competition, it's not about how you start, it's about where you finish at the end of it all. And who's to say that Noah Janssen could spring a surprise here? He does have some speed, does the youngster. And we'll see how he gets on against a lot of these drivers who will be moving up into seniors next year, especially if they are the age of 14. I do know for a fact that Gustav Yusarkovs won the Latvian Championship this year. Austin Lee won the German Championship, so they've already qualified. So let's take you through the grid for Heat 2, GD Rotax Group C versus D. So 20 drivers in total. Austin Lee will start from pole position. Dion van Verven alongside. Gustav Zusakovs and Lawrence Herboz ran out row 2. Jack West in his first adventure over here to the United Kingdom, from the United Kingdom here to Genk. Starts P5, Matej Radenkovic in 6th position. Enzo Boll and Max Cuthbert ran at the top 8 positions, with Martin Ernesto Varga and Aaron Krepsik running at the top 10. Gabriel Cullen and Mika van der Peyvert ran at the top 12, with ahead of Will Murtaugh and Puck Gubbles. Hayes van Wijk and from North Macedonia. Vasil Apostolowski. Vian Boshoff representing South Africa starts 17th, ahead of Zach Turner. Willem Bartenstein and Noah Janssen round out the top 20 positions. So, formation lap board is being shown on the start-finish straight. And after all 20 competitors have got past it, we will then have the red lights ignited on the starting gantry. So now with all the competitors past the start-finish line, the red lights go on the gantry. So a total of 42 junior Rotax drivers. Some have already got their ticket to Portimao, and this is where we have the final road to Portugal for 2022. The 22nd running this year, the grand finals. 5th time it will head to Portugal and the Algarve. So Austin Lee and Dion van Verven line up alongside each other on the front row through turn number 12. Who's going to get the best start here in Heat 2? C versus D, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights out. First time we're underway. Good start from Austin Lee. And Gustav Zusakovs looking up the inside early doors. He's going to get through on Lawrence Herboz. As we've had a turnaround, that is the 290. Willem Bartenstein now starting to get back underway, but the field making their way through into turn 6, and Gustav Zusakovs now has the lead. Enzo Boll now into 2nd position. Austin Lee in P3. 5th place down to 7th. There is a little bit of a battle happening there, but now Enzo Boll's got the lead from Gustav Zusakovs. Great work from the youngster from the Netherlands. He has rocketed up the order within eight corners from 7th on the grid on the inside row. And now he's got the lead. Austin Lee up the inside of Gustav Zusakovs. Now for 2nd position through turn number 10. Lawrence Herboz and Matej Radenkovic waiting in the wings. So now it's a 4-way scrap. Make that a 4-way scrap over 2nd position. Herboz and Radenkovic working together. So Radenkovic now makes his way up into 3rd position. Herboz opened the door, Radenkovic got through, and Zusakovs was left a little bit high out to dry through the outskirts of turn number 2. Some switchback attempts happening through into turn 6 onto the Europlan, where the drivers will be going faster than the parallel adjacent road-going traffic. It's a great sight here at the home of champions. These drivers will be going quicker than 90 kilometers an hour, and that is the speed limit on the Europlan, the main road that is just on the outskirts of the circuit. Radenkovic, Zusakovs and Herboz embroiled in this 3-way scrap over 3rd position. 2 minutes down, 5 to go, plus an additional lap. Herboz trying to force the door open on Zusakovs, and he gets through. The Belgian now up into 4th position, ahead of the youngster from Latvia. Dion van Verven, who started alongside Austin Lee on the front row, is catching them as well. He's about 9/10 of a second behind. Max Cuthbert up to 7th. Mika van der Pavert and Jack West now up into 8th and 9th respectively, with Gabriel Cullen from Argenti Motorsport in the 260 completing the top 10. Drivers making their way through into turn 10 at the moment. Enzo Boll has not gotten away like he thought he might ahead of Austin Lee. The gap last time around was nearly 4.5 of a second. All drivers still running, including the driver that is trying to make the best of a difficult situation, Noah Janssen. They're all on the same lap as well. They're all on the same lap pretty much. But it's very cutthroat here. Ascend a little bit further back. Nice move there by Zach Turner, the 275, managing to get through on South Africa's Vian Boshoff, who was already qualified for the Springboks for the Grand Finals. And Boshoff returns the favour. Going through just behind them as well might be, I didn't really catch which kind, that might have been Martin Ernesto Varga from Hungary. And Varga takes a massive tumble, just launches off the curbs. And Will Murtaugh says thank you very much indeed for that one. So 3 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. Enzo Boll's lead has now been truncated by Austin Lee. Gustav Zusakov's, however, the 2:8.9 now is the fastest one out there. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 56.264 seconds. And he is closing in on Lawrence Herboz. Matej Radenkovic has also closed in on Austin Lee. He was over 0.4 of a second quicker than the Dutchman leading the way, as Usakovs gets the launch that he needed, got the momentum out of turn 6, made it stick through turn 7, and now he's got through on Herboz as Austin Lee gets the lead through turn 9. Side pod to side pod, there's a little bit of wheel rubbing, and Enzo Boll retakes the lead. Austin Lee keeps it pinned round the outside, and there's a clash between the top 3. They still made it through by the skin of their Nomex, and now Matej Radenkovic up the inside. This is going to open the door for Gustav Zusakovs and also Lawrence Herboz. The Latvian, within half a lap, goes from 5th to 2nd. Great job by the number 2. And we've now had a turnaround. Radenkovic is going to be out of the race and the bumper's off. On the right-hand side, he knows he's going to park that thing. Whoa, that was a massive turnaround for Matej Radenkovic. It all came to the accordion effect, and someone got spat out, and the youngster from Belgium in the 299 from Bouvin Power backwards, right-hand side of the rear bumper hanging off, and it's game over, unfortunately. But now Austin Lee leading the way, but now Gustav Zusakovs will give chase. Enzo Boll being pressurised by Lawrence Herboz, but what this means is that Dion van Verven from the Netherlands in the 270 is going to start catching them. Whilst they've been battling away, he was quicker than the lot of them. He did a 56.62. Enzo Boll's last lap was a 50. Well, the previous tour was a was the best part of well over a second slower. So now Van Verven has really got his opportunity. But look how close Austin Lee and Gustav Zusakovs are now. They're just coming through turn 6. Zusakov stuck his nose up the inside of the 272, coming through turn 6. He's going to get the slipstream. He's now got the lead with 50 seconds to go into turn 7. I did say this was going to be the main course, and I'm now waiting for what comes next because we've got the seniors in action. If this year's Euro Trophy has been anything to go by, Zusakovs nearly runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 10. It's going to give an opportunity for Austin Lee, who has secured several pole positions in multiple different championships, BNL, Rotax Max Challenge Germany, and the Euro Trophy as well this year. And he's going to be one to watch. Austin Lee looks up the inside briefly, keeps back out of it, and now we've got a top 5 squabble. Zusakovs, Lee, Boll, Herboz, and they're very close together, 3rd and 4th position, but Van Verven is waiting. Timer hits 0 as they now go into turn 6. Next time around, we'll get the final lap board. So Zusakovs trying to pull away. Enzo Boll looking very, very racy through turn 7, as was Herboz. Austin Lee loses a little bit of time. coming through turn number 7. Now he's having to hold on a little bit here. Enzo Bol looks to the outside. Lawrence Bol swings very, very wide and then looks for the undercut on Enzo Bol going through turn 10. Not going to happen there. Last lap board is now being brandished. And the first driver to see it will be Gustav Zusakovs. Now, what have we got here? Enzo Bol now has lost out third position. Lawrence Herbol's now up into third place. Austin Lee having to defend very, very sternly indeed. Lawrence Herbol looks up the inside through turn 2. Can't get through there. Through turn 3, Austin Lee shuts the door. Enzo Bol and also Dion van Verven. But then there's also the cavalry behind. Looks like Mika van der Pavert and Max Cuthbert are starting to join the party. They are down the Europalan for the final time. Austin Lee goes defensive into turn 7 on Lawrence Herbol. Enzo Bol waiting in the wings. Herbol nearly goes into the back of Austin Lee, but manages to avoid that. Dion van Verven, and there is Mika van der Pavert and Max Cuthbert. So any one of these 6 drivers will get second. Austin Lee, sideways under braking towards the right-hand side of the back axle. Right, out of the final corner, Gustav Zusakovs will take the race victory, but who's going to clinch second? Zusakovs crosses the line, Herbols bumps over the curbs, and it is Austin Lee that takes second place by just over 1/10 of a second. Lawrence Herbo has lost a bit of momentum coming out of the final corner, and all of a sudden it nearly gave an opportunity for Enzo Bol to steal third place, but the 298 from Belgium held on. So Gustav Zusakovs takes the win in Heat 2, Group C versus D. Oh, we've got an interesting race weekend ahead of us, haven't we, folks? But Gustav Zusakovs takes the race victory. Let's have a look at the results for Heat 2, C versus D here in Junior Rotax. So Gustav Zusakovs, as he makes his way into the pit lane, takes the race victory by 3.5 seconds ahead of a great defensive masterclass from Austin Lee from Germany. Lawrence Herbols stays third ahead of Enzo Bol with Mika van der Pavert and Dion van Verven. Max Cuthbert and Aaron Krepsik ran at the top 8 with Puck Gubbles, and Jack West takes his first top 10 on a European debut. Well done. Vian Boshoff from South Africa, Gabriel Cullen, Will Murtaugh, Noah Janssen finishing 15th, so great work from the youngster from Germany in the 2-3-1. Martin Ernesto Varga went for a spin, but managed to come back to finish 16th, ahead of Thijs van Wijk, Zach Turner, and North Macedonia's Vasil Apostolowski. Unfortunately, Mateo Denkovic we lost on lap 6 due to an incident, but we're going to have a look back at some of the race action. So, handshake between Thomas Leiner, our race director, Austin Lee and Dion van Verven, as they made their way to the karts ahead of the race getting underway. So the race got underway. Austin Lee had a textbook perfect start. So did Gustav Zusakovs. Lawrence Herbos was looking racy and trying to go around the outside. Mateo Radenkovic and Dion van Verven followed suit. And then we had this incident at the top of the Europlan. That involved the it was one of the JJ racing karts. But then within the first 9 corners, Enzo Bol had taken the race lead of Austin Lee with a stern move, and then there was the moment. It was between Lawrence Herbols and Mateo Radenkovic, the 2 Buvin Power teammates coming together, and Radenkovic's race ending on the spot because that right side of that rear bumper was adrift. Zusakovs comfortably got away with it and took the race victory. Austin Lee got his head down, finished second. Lawrence Herbols running out the top 3, pipping Enzo Bol to third place. So after yesterday's two-group time qualifying session, and it was the UK's Morgan Porter that took pole position yesterday, the 369, running with SP Motorsport. Previously also ran with Argenti Motorsport. More recently is around about 2010, if I remember correctly, when we were at Portimao for the rescheduled International Trophy that year. A whole host of the who's who in senior Rotax when it comes to European and further afield competition. Quite a few drivers that are at the sharper end of the grid, like Sir Lewis Gilbert, have already qualified for the grand finals. Some drivers have yet to qualify, but there are some drivers that I recognise from my travels to Wilson Mill Kart Club a couple of weeks ago. So it's going to be a very, very spicy one. We've got 59 senior Rotax drivers. Senior Rotax always provides fantastic dynamite and close quarter action at its very best. So Morgan Porter alongside him will have the pride of Scotland alongside Lewis Gilbert, 18 years of age. And as the history books, well, I was actually given an assignment, and I hope Jennifer Gilbert, Lewis's mum, you are watching. I know you're back over in Dalry in Ayrshire, so a very, very big hello here from Karting Genk. Janis Stiak is also in this field, and has also qualified for the grand finals. So Lewis has actually qualified for the grand finals. The most decorated Scotsman to qualify, I think. I don't know if that might be correct, but I'm sure that when I catch up with my good friend, the voice of the grand finals himself, Mr. Henry Baudet, in just 2 weeks' time, we will definitely rub our heads together and try and see if we can get 2 pennies from that, Jennifer. I'm sure that he might agree with me on that, but the grid is being cleared of the mechanics.
We have a lot of drivers, so if you have a penalty, you are out of the race with a collision. Nobody knows what happens with a collision. You can be out also. Then you have bad points ranking up the heat. So the back end you must go to the way over the second chance seat. So therefore, stay fair, give space to the drivers on track, fight hard for your positions, and bring you good points for the ranking of the heats. Okay? Good luck. Now, 2 laps, only one formation lap is clear. At the formation lap, look back. You have some hairpins, you can look back how far the drivers are behind you. So start early enough to slowing down, they can sort out their positions, okay? Coming to the start, to the restaurant, to the grandstands, out of the hairpin after post 5, you go on his side and then it works for the others also. If you wait too long, then it don't work for the other drivers, okay? Therefore then, don't play games. Stay constantly on the side, so everyone has the good and the bad side, so it's fair to everyone. Yeah? Coming around, on the start-finish straight, in the tram lines, you see me standing there, as long as I show you waiting, no acceleration. When I'm going to the side, a smooth acceleration, okay, but not flat out. Okay? Good luck.
Next up, it's race 5 of the meeting, Heat 1, Senior Rotax A versus B. Let's take you through the 30-strong grid. We'll go into battle over 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Morgan Porter and Lewis Gilbert line up on the front row. Martin Gaiskens and Kai Hunter on row 2. Oscar Hall and Brandon Carr celebrating his 15th birthday. He will be starting 6th. Oscar Christensen and Jaden Thien with Lachlan Robinson and Jan Bouvier rounding out the top 10. Yanni Stiak and Jens van der Heyden, row 6. Vic Stevens and Aditya Kulkarni on row 7. Adam Valster and Ralph van der Pavert, row 8. Row 9. Miska I think that is going to be... that's going to be Miska Kaskinen and Liam Hesmans. Jort van Wijk and Mats Johan Overhoff round out the top 20. Elia Papasena, Yanni Niemi, Mitch Haynert, Arnold Domingo, Montego Masson, Matthias Kroon, Frederick Demont, Daniel Mualem from Israel, Marco Bernardi and Curtis Latimer rounding out the 30-strong grid. So there is one driver making their way through turn number 11 as we speak that is pulling into the pits. Right, the 885 Frederick Demant now pulling into the pits. So was looking at the right-hand side of the kart and I think will not take it. So that will be 29 drivers going into battle. It'll be Morgan Porter and Lewis Gilbert on the front row. Martin Gaiskens and Kai Hunter, row 2. Oscar Hall and Brandon Carr, row 3. Oscar Christensen, Jaden Thien, row 4 with Lachlan Robinson from the UAE, and from France, Jan Bouvier completing your top 10. So this start is going to be crucial to get the race day underway. Right then, out of the final corner, into the tram lines we go, revs rise, lights are out, we are underway. The field makes its way towards turns 1 and 2, and already Gilbert ran the outside of Porter, going through into turns 1 and 2, and the 3-2-9 from Dolroy in Ayrshire in Scotland makes it through to take the race lead early doors. Several drivers trying to battle away, Lachlan Robinson trying to make up a place or two going through turn 5. He's looking to the outside, has to switch back on the inside. There has been a touch in between, and it's spread it 5 wide. Coming out of turn number 6, there is an absolute cluster of karts making their way through into turn 7. Kulkarni looks to be in the middle of all of that. But whoever that was looked to be a JJ Racing kart. Might have been Jens van der Heyden. Jaden Thien looking to get a wriggle on. He's got a new chassis after last week's adventure here at the Belgian Max Challenge. He's feeling a lot more confident with the karts. And now there's a big old squabble behind. Yanni Stiak stuck in the middle of all of that. The driver, he will be making his move to the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland next year, which runs alongside the ADAC Gitte Masters. But 9 minutes still to go, and both Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter, this is like history repeating itself all over again. That once Gilbert and Hunter, whichever Hunter it might be, whether it might be Reese, whether it might be Kai, and normally Lewis Gilbert is somewhere in the mix of it all. And there they are, battling over the race lead. They pulled away from Morgan Porter, who's currently sitting in 3rd position. Jaden Thien trying to hustle his way past. Martin Gaiskinson has got through for 4th. Through turn 11, Gilbert still leads. Hunter in 2nd, Porter, Thien, Gaiskins. So Oscar Hall from MLC Motorsport now ahead of Brandon Carr. Lachlan Robinson looks to be behind them as well. And Robinson, based out of Dubai, now up into 8th place. Yannick Stiak and Jan Bouvier complete the top 10. Vic Stevens, oh dearie me, has had a bit of a drama in this one, and he's tumbled all the way down. Might be out of the race. I haven't seen him come through sector 3 on the previous tour, so The 861 from Dams Racing might be out of the spot. Arnold Domingo out on the opening tour. We're on lap number 3. So Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter leading the way. It's a British 1-2-3 at the moment. Morgan Porter has got someone giving chase, and that driver is Jaden Thien, the 337 from the Netherlands. Vice Grand Finals champion last year in junior Rotax, made the move to seniors. A midway switch through the part of the season has really showcased the pace, and he's just showed it there, up the inside of someone who is slightly older than him, but still, when I spoke to him this morning, Jaden Thien was feeling rather bullish. And, well, Aditya Kulkarni definitely getting his elbows out a bit. He was keeping it pinned towards the outside of turn number 4. Now Jaden Thien has 6 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap to close in on both Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter. And those two have been line astern, no more than about 0.2 of a second apart as they come out of turn 11. Use the rumble strips on the right-hand side of the exit. Out of turn number 12. Morgan Porter trying to keep Jaden Thien within earshot and also within the slipstream. So 6 minutes and 13 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. There are squabbles up and down the order. That's going to be outside of the top 10. Jens van der Heyden, I think, is involved in that. A little bit further back, Brandon Carr has got Janis Diak closing in. And that is the battle for 5th and 6th position. Lachlan Robinson now is up into P7. Jan Bouvier's dropped out of the top 10, now in 12th position is the driver from France. So now Robinson is going to have to start pushing. He's about 1.5 seconds behind the battle for 5th place. And there goes Janis Diak up the inside of the 842 from Great Britain. And again, it's this whenever I see there's a cat and mouse game, and now through turn number 3, Kai Hunter gets through. There has also been a time penalty of 5 seconds handed to Curtis Latimer from Great Britain in the 843. So we're halfway through this race, 5 minutes down, 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. The gap between Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter last time around was just over 1/10.5 of a second. And there is an absolute freight train coming out of turn 9. Right, who's leading that? Trying to keep an eye on that. I'm going to wait and see what the first race number is. Right, 399. That's Miska Kaskinen, the Finnish driver. And where is he at the moment? Because the timing is just coming through. Looks like Miska Kaskinen is going to be around about 13th, maybe make that 14th position. And there is an absolute freight train, including Adam Balsi, Jan Bouvier, Montego Masson, Elia Papacena, Ralph van der Pever, and Marco Bernardi from it. So 2 Italians rounding out 18th and 20th position, and they are moving forward. Martin Gaesken's tumble down the order continues. It's a real shame for Gaeskens starting on the inside of row number 2. And he kick-started things just over 6 minutes ago. So first and second making their way through. So Kai Hunter still leading Lewis Gilbert, but Gilbert is he's about 2.5 kart lengths behind as they come across the line. Complete lap number 7. Jaden Thien still holds on to the fastest lap of the race as Gilbert now trying to look for the opportunity. Look through on the inside through turn 2, turn 3, the door was shut. 4, Hunter was right on the racing line, which he's entitled to do. And now was there a little bit of a touch between the pair? Well, Lewis Gilbert, being the sporting person that he is, will give that place back, and that's exactly what he did. He went, right, I'm not going to go for that one. So a very, very astute, quick decision there from Lewis Gilbert. So 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the timer remains here in the opening Senior Rotax Heat. The first one out of 6. We've got Heat 2 coming up next after this one. But it's been a great duel between these two at the front of the field. Clean racing, clean overtakes, and racing respect given. Janis Diak now has got past Morgan Porter. So Porter drops to 5th place. Janis Diak up to 4th. So they are within each other. And now Lachlan Robinson, in the meantime, 3rd in last year's Euro Trophy, now is closing in on KR Sport teammate Brandon Carr. With well, pretty much just under a 4-year age difference between the two KR Sport drivers. Robinson doing a bit of driver coaching these days as well as racing. So helping to pass on some knowledge to the younger generation, especially junior Rotax drivers in the UAE. And just recently was at the second round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge at Al Ain Raceway, run by Guy Sheffield. And now Robinson pulls the pin on the grenade and gets through to take that position. Now up to 6th goes Robinson. Right, we've had a we have had a yellow flag, which I didn't quite notice, but 2 drivers have been pinged for overtaking under yellow flag conditions. And that is we've got the 323 and the 827. Adam Balster undertaking over yellows. 3-second time penalty. And then also the 323, which is Jot van Wijk, who rounds out the top 10. Representing the Netherlands. 60 seconds on the timer remains, and Robinson is absolutely flying. He's left Brandon Carr in his wake and is going for those in front. And the next driver in front of him is Morgan Porter. So Robinson starting on the inside of row number 5 in 9th place, now looking for his first top 5 finish of the weekend. 30 seconds plus an additional lap on the time of Vic Stevens out. Curtis Latimer drops down to the last of the 27 drivers continuing to circulate here at this 12 corner, 1,360 metre circuit. It's going to be nip and tuck. I think we might get the last lap board out this time. 10 seconds to go. Yep, it looks like that is the case because that is being readied on the start-finish line. Timer expires now as they come out of the final corner. So on to the last lap. Kai Hunter leads by 0.2 of a second ahead of Lewis Gilbert, and Gilbert sends it. Gilbert waited, and now they're side by side going into turn 3. Gilbert shuts the door in front of Hunter, and now he squeezes up the inside, goes onto the curbing. Gilbert runs wide but hangs on. That was a great save from Lewis Gilbert. It was going to get a bit close for comfort, and that is exactly why these two were waiting. Gilbert sent it, started the chain reaction, and it was considered abruptly closed by the 395 of Kai Hunter. He launched it over the curbs, going through into turn number 4. Now through into turn number 11 for the final time, as we are about to come to the checkered flag after the best part of just 11 minutes of racing. Out of the final corner, it's Kai Hunter that takes the opening heat. Lewis Gilbert in 2nd. 3rd, it's Jaden Thien. Janis Diak in 4th. Morgan Porter, Lachlan Robinson, Brandon Carr, Oscar Christensen, Oscar Hall, and Jot van Wijk. It will be Aditya Kulkarni that will inherit that 10th place because of the overtaking under yellows. The 5-second time penalty, but Kai Hunter really gave as good as Lewis Gilbert got in that race when Gilbert decided, right, he thought, if I'm within 1.5 and 0.2 of the driver in front of me, I can go for that place. I can go for that race lead, and that's exactly what happened. So the drivers making their way into scrutineering and Parc Fermé here at Karting Genk. And there is your race winner provisionally and the 2nd place man. So Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert. Half a second separated them at the checker. Jaden Thien, a great bit of run of work from the youngster from the Netherlands. Up to 3rd, ahead of Janis Diak, Morgan Porter. Lachlan Robinson making it from 9th to 6th. Ran out of time to catch up with the 21-year-old from SP Motorsports. Then it was Brandon Carr, Oscar Christensen, Oscar Hall, and Aditya Kulkarni rounding out the top 10 positions for Argenti Motorsport. Jens van der Heyden, Mitch Haynert, Miska Kaskinen, Jort van Wijk, and Jan Bouvier complete the top 15. Montego Masson in 16th, head of Ralph van der Pevert, Elia Papasena, Martin Geiskens, Mats Johan Overhoff completing the top 20, with Liam Hezemans, Marco Bernardi, Matthias Kroon, Daniel Mualem, Adam Valster, Yanni Niemi, and Curtis Latimer, rounding out the 27-strong field that finished all the respective laps of the race itself. Vic Stevens, unfortunately, retiring early as well. So I'm going to take a brief look back at what was an action-packed and explosive opening senior Rotax heat. So the drivers came into the tram lines. We got a really good start, and it was Lewis Gilbert that got the advantage early doors, as he knows this track well. He loves it here at Karting Genk, does the 18-year-old from Scotland. But then the battle emerged between him and Sunderland's Kai Hunter, 19 years of age. And there was the little touch there through turn 6, which saw a very, very noble sporting gesture. Gilbert knew that he'd made a mistake. And then Lachlan Robinson going into battle with his own teammate from the same morning, Brandon Carr. But then here was the move that started things off. Gilbert went up the inside on the final lap of the race to take the race lead. And then Hunter looked to the outside. Gilbert shut the door going through into turn 3, but you can just see how much Kai Hunter was wrestling with the kart. He saw a gap. He went onto the curbs. He nearly went sideways. A little bit of a sidewall touch. Gilbert runs wide. Tank slapper happens. He holds onto it. He had a little bit of a Stig Blomqvist moment there. And Kai Hunter takes the victory by half a second.
Directly to the final, or we have 60 drivers in that senior group, so 30 drivers.
So good to see some returning faces, one of which is in the centre of the shot at the moment on the screen. Emily de Hoys, who was racing in W Series this year with Syrian Racing. She's had a chat with her earlier on this weekend. She said it's so great to be back in a kart. It's been a year since happening there. There's Maz Rees. Back out of, he's dropped the tools, he's dusted off the race overalls, and he's actually already qualified for the grand finals through a one-off race in Denmark. So, our race director, Thomas Leiner. There's Matty Hingley in there. So quite a few drivers looking for their opportunity to qualify, well, to get a full season entry for next year's Rotax Euro Trophy. So, we're going to have the two drivers will be at the front of the field, and that will be Zsombor Kovac and Israel's Ariel Elkin. Zsombor Kovac, you can see the acknowledgement, the nodding. So the youngest drivers in this field, anywhere between 14, and the oldest driver in this field is the driver that's starting 8th, Paul Fokema, 30 years of age. So it just goes to show that you can bring a lot of experience to the party, but if you're a young upstart, you can throw a surprise or two, and we've seen quite a few of them this year. Sportsmanship between the two, Zsombor Kovac and Israel's Ariel Elkin. So two Israeli drivers have made their way to the home of champions. It's great to have 26 nations in total represented here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. And there is last year's Rotax Euro Golden Trophy winner, running his own team's colours and also wearing his Team UK race suit. Hello, Reese Hunter. Great battle between him, his brother Kai, and also Clayton Ravenscroft in the final last year. We also have in this field the current reigning, well, the now new 2022 Euro Trophy champion. He went to Callum Bradshaw last year, but Sean Butcher, just behind Ariel Elkin, picked up the title with one race remaining at the season finale in Wackersdorf in the mid part of September. So, 29 drivers set to get into action for Senior Rotax Heat 2, Groups C and D. Let's take you through the 29-strong starting grid. Pole position, it's Zsombor Kovács from Hungary with Ariel Elkin from Israel alongside. Reese Hunter and Sean Butcher making it all British. Row 2, Rafael Renhofer, new colours this weekend, switching to KR Sport, and he will have Farin Mega alongside. Good to see Wales, Trafalgar's very own Matthew Higgins now in new colours this season. At the tail end of it was Strawberry Racing, and he's against the oldest competitor on the field on the fourth row, Paul Fauquemin from France. Mads Ries and Bennett Arends ran out the top 10. Andrei Petrovic also sporting new colours, this time of GKS Lemons Power. He's joined by Matty Hingley on row 6. Gustav Jonsson and Emily de Hoys, row 7. Then we've got Jamie Perrelli and Jedi Kukalainen on row 8. Maximilian Schreier moving up to juniors. He will be, and this man's had more comebacks than Muhammad Ali. It's the one, the only, Mr. James Johnson. 6 weeks after going on his farewell race at Wackersdorf, he's back in a kart. You can't keep that guy away, even if you tried. Good to see we've got Patrick Scholhammer Rasmussen with William Helgstrand. That's a all Danish row 10. Teddy Clinton returns to Europe, and he will be joined by Sonja Grönlund from Finland. Henry Beaumont and Milo Kaskinen round out the top 12 rows with Samuel Ifrid, William Christensen. Then we've got Igor Chichin and Kazbos House and Mateo Richter from the Czech Republic, rounding out the 29-strong grid. Red lights on the starting gantry, 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action. And we're now, folks, at race number 6 out of 24. Got 2 more to go until the lunch break, which starts at around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you very much, Cara, Matty's mum. I know that I've got to catch up with David a little bit. I have got family in Wales, Cara. South Wales, Penarth more specifically. Right, so it's Zsombor Kovács and Ariel Elkin due to start on the front row. Now, where is Ariel Elkin? That's a bit of a surprise because that's going to give an open door for Sean Butcher. Right, lights are out, we're underway. So a drama there for Ariel Elkin. I'm not too sure what happened. He might have pulled into the pit lane, but Zsombor Kovács gets the run on everybody else. Reese Hunter staying in second. I think Elkin has made it through. It's getting so... I cannot believe how busy that is. There has been a tangle. I think on the inside was James Johnson. And someone got a little bit of a touch on the sidewall. They're going to go nearly 3 abreast coming out of turn 6. Oh, and someone darting out of the way there at the back end of the field as they make their way down the Europalan for the first time. But the lead is now coming through into turn 9 here. So early doors, and things are really, really starting to go up in terms of the anticipation. And not only that, the excitement. Andrei Petrovic has got Emily de Hoys right close for company, and she sends it up the inside of the youngster from Serbia. And now Sean Butcher looking to go toe-to-toe with Reese Hunter. And that reminds me of last season. Good to have Reese back in the race suit. And whenever I've spoken to him, I said, "You're always on your phone." He said, "It's a bit difficult being a team boss." I said, now you know what it's like for the likes of, say, Jan Dams and Dan Holland, for instance. There's a lot that goes on. Butcher now looks for the inside on the 865, and he gets through. Farin Mega from Germany, based out of Halton am See. Now looking for the move up the inside of Hunter. Oh, my goodness me. That was Paul Fauquemin out. He got the full force of his front bumper on the back bumper of Farin Mega, and Farin Mega runs wide. And who's that round the outside? Do not tell me that is Mads Ries. Mads Ries has absolutely mugged a lot of them, and they're all clashing behind him. Mads Ries, that was inspired. And, oh, right. Mads Ries's front bumper has got an indent that might be dragging on the floor. Might be a bit close for comfort there. Farin Mega is having a real dogfight out there. Is Farin Mega. Represented Team Germany back in 2018 as a Minimax driver at Conde Paraiba in Brazil. And it's not the first time the grand finals have been to South America. Farin Mega is just really having a tough time. Ariel Elkin is in the mix with this one. So is Andrej Petrovic. Now this is for round about 8th or 9th. This is probably for around about 9th position. Might even be... Now we've got a battle for the race lead because Sean Butcher has closed in and caught Zsombor Kovac. He's got to get the slingshot here. Now, is he going to use it? He waits and he uses it straight away. No hesitation there from the man that picks up 2 B&L Karting Series titles on the bounce in 2020 and 2021. He's already qualified for the grand finals. But Mads Rees, well, that was a brilliant start from him. Started 9th, he's now in 3rd. Now he's got clean air, so he can use this to his advantage and try and catch. If that was easy enough for Butcher to pass Zsombor Kovac, I'm going to keep an eye on the lap times of Mads Rees. So Sean Butcher, fastest of anybody, the only one I think so far that has gone into the 54s, and that Cosmic chassis is like a rocket ship right now. 54.743 was his previous lap time. And now 50, and he's just gone quicker, but Matthew Higgins, fastest lap of the race, 54.556. If anyone might remember when he was still racing with Dan Holland as a 14-year-old 3 years ago, and there's a bit of bumping and boring going into turn 2. Matty Higgins at 14 years of age, I think possibly became the youngest ever recorded B&L Karting Series Senior Rotax Kickoff champion. Emily de Hooy still battling away with Andrej Petrovic, and that's for 10th position. So now Matthew Higgins in 4th position and is catching Mads Rees. Now, there are some real battles happening here. A little bit further back, that's Teddy Clinton battling away with the likes of William Helgstrand and Jericho Kalainen. So we're nearly at the halfway point of this race. And I said to Matthew Higgins, when I saw him yesterday, I said, it's really weird seeing you in those colours. He said, I've still got the same crash helmet though. And I said, at least there's something that hasn't changed. So 5 minutes down, 5 to go. And Butcher now has a 4/10 of a second advantage over Zsombor Kovac in terms of the race lead. Now, Mads Rees was quicker than the pair of them. He's got the gap down to just over 1.2 seconds. But then, quicker than him were those behind. Matthew Higgins, 54.591. Paul Fokkema, 54.533. But the fastest lap of the race, the driver in 9th position, Fahin Mega, 54.454 as we go into the final 4.5 minutes. Butcher still leading, and the gap has now gone down from 4/10 to just under 3/10. Paul Fokkema is quicker than both Matthew Higgins in 4th and Mads Rees in 3rd. So Fokkema looking to try and close in. So Butcher is hanging on to the lead at the moment, but a little bit further back there is some squabbling. Maximilian Schreier battling away with the old steely veteran, Mr. James Johnson, and that is for, well, that's going to be for about 25th position. With Igor Kichin from Kyrgyzstan. But look at the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because Mads Rees has really got Matthew Higgins closing in on him, along with Paul Fokkema. Coming down to around about the final 190 seconds or so of this race. And all right, Teddy Clinton on his return to Europe after a lengthy spell away has retired the karts on lap 5. The time is counting down, 2 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. 3rd, 4th and 5th still as they were. Rees, Higgins and Fokkema, Renhofer and Matty Hingley working together, the two drivers from KR Sports, and they've got with them Farin Mega, who's just got in and set the fastest lap of this race. Again, 54.405. Now, Fokima has got past Higgins for 4th position. And also, there's not just one driver from Wales, there's another one here. It's Matty Hingley, who has got past Rafael Renhofer. And for those wondering, I've done a little bit of research, is the fact that Matty Hingley lives in the second smallest city in terms of population, 2,355. And Matty wearing his Ultimate R race suit. Rafael Renhofer's gone with the old traditional Team Germany number. So is Farin Mega. So KR Sport versus JJ Racing there. And quarter still to go on the clock, so good work by Matty Hingley to get through. That will be for 6th position. Renhofer now drops to 8th place as we're into the final 60 seconds. And now finally, Emily de Hoys has broken the deadlock between her and Andrej Petrovic. So Emily de Hoys now up into 9th place. Farin Mega sends up the inside of Rafael Renhofer, who instantly gets the undercut through the final turn. 45 seconds on the clock remains, and the top 5 covered by just under 2 seconds. Leaders now making their way through the exit of turn 4 as we speak. Right, what's going on between Farin Mega and Rafael Renhofer? Well, they've got someone catching them, and that is Emily de Hoys. De Hoys is with them, so is Andrej Petrovic from Serbia. So this is going to get a bit interesting, folks. And Emily de Hoys, whenever she has been in a kart, she definitely is very, very rapid when she's on her A game, and that proves to be the case here. There's the top 5 coming through turn number 12. As now the final lap board is out, and that is underway. Sean Butcher still leads by nearly half a second ahead of Zsombor Kovac, Mads Rees, Paul Fokema and Matty Higgins now rounding out the top 5 positions. Matty Hingley in 6th ahead of Farin Mega, Rafael Renhofer. And looks like Andrej Petrovic, has he got past Emily de Hoys? That is the case. Emily de Hoys in the 867 from the Netherlands, rounding out the top 10 positions as our leaders make their way through out of turn 8 into turn 9 for what will be the 12th and final lap. 28 drivers will make it to the end of this race. Teddy Clinton, unfortunately, 6 laps ago, would not go any further. But out of the final corner, it was Kai Hunter that took the opening heat. It's the Euro Trophy champion from this year, Sean Butcher, that takes heat number 2. Oh, and ahead of Zsombor Kovac by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. Mads Rees's front bumper is flapping up and down a little bit, so not too sure if he might have a front fairing penalty, but that will be seen when they go into scrutineering. But Sean Butcher takes the victory here in Heat 2 for Groups C and D, ahead of Zsombor Kovac. Mads Rees doing a great job, starting from 9th on the inside of row number 5 to finish in 3rd position. Whether he keeps that is another matter entirely as they come through. Let's have a look at the results. So Sean Butcher took the victory by 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Zsombor Kovac. Mads Rees ahead of Paul Fokema with Matthew Higgins in 5th. Matty Hingley in 6th ahead of Farin Mega and Rafael Renhofer, who complete the top 8. Andrej Petrovic and Emily de Hoys ran at the top 10. Gustav Jonsson finishing ahead of Reese Hunter with Ariel Elkin. Patrick Scholhammer Rasmussen and Jamie Perrelli rounding out the top 15. Bennett Ahrens, William Houdstrand, Samuel Ifrid, Henry Beaumont and William Christensen ran at the top 20, followed by Jerry Kokalainen, Kaz Boshaus, Milo Kaskinen, James Johnson, Maximilian Schreier, Mate Richter, Igor Kitchen, and then we've also got Sonja Grönlund, and rounding out the 28 that finished, and Teddy Clinton retiring on lap number 5. So, taking a look back at what happened in the race itself, all was calm until the lights went out. And it was a good start by a lot of the field. Ariel Elkin was due to start on the outside of the front row, but would end up being a bit further back. Reese Hunter managed to get through on the inside of keep inside of Sean Butcher on the opening skirmish. But Mads Reese was like a rat up a drain pipe. It's a little bit of a big touch between him and Paul Fokkemmer. Hunter and a few others were there. And then this was the move that secured what would be the race lead, but then eventually the race win for Sean Butcher. It all kicked off behind with the likes of Teddy Clinton, who would retire on lap 5. There was the move from Paul Fokkemmer on Matthew Higgins for what would eventually be P4. And then we had this little melee happening between Matty Hingley, who got away from both Rafael Renhofer and Fahin Mega, but out of the final corner by 3.5 tenths of a second. Sean Butcher takes his first win here at the Golden Trophy for 2022. So good to see quite a few familiar faces in the DD2 class, and also good to see a couple of drivers deciding to come back to Europe, one of which is Charlie Turner. Now, Charlie has been running in gearbox racing this year, funny enough, picking up the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships KZ2 title, which came down to the final race of the weekend, final race of the season at Kimbolton. And now he's decided to go into DD2. Good to see him and his dad with us here as well. But Mark Kimber, the Euro Trophy and the BNL Karting Series champion in his season as a debutant going to gearbox. He is also, I think if I remember correctly, one of 2 drivers here we have this weekend that have won the grand finals twice. What's more, that's in 2 different classes. Mark Kimber was the junior Rotax champion back in 2016, and then also took the senior Rotax crown last year in the Persian Gulf at Bahrain. Christoph Adams is also a multi-time champion, and he's racing a DD2 Masters this weekend. He's competed as a Max Masters driver and also a DD2 Masters driver. And Christoph Adams just has the prestigious honour of being the eldest driver here, 57 years of age, and from what he told me earlier on this weekend, soon to be 58. But you know what they say? I mean, we've had drivers such as Patrick Sorail from Lebanon, 66 years of age, which I think soon or has already elapsed that it will be 67. And there is Mark Kimber, based out of Solihull, not too far from Birmingham. And also, just behind him, Chris Harnan, fresh from his Formula 4 antics in Navarra in Spain. Also, Matis Malinovskis ahead of Mick Knowlton. Mick Knowlton, whenever he said to me, I'm not too sure about next year, he always comes back. He's a glutton for punishment, he is. He puts his dad Noel through the ringer at times, and I need to catch up with Noel tonight anyway. It's been a long time since I've seen them, but we got 29 drivers here this weekend. So race 7 out of 24. It's the first of 3 heats for DD2. Let's take you through the 29 strong grid. So Mark Kimber put it on pole position by nearly 2/10 yesterday evening in time qualifying and picked up the pole position award. He will be joined by Latvia's Matis Malinovskis in the 4:14. Chris Harnon and Mick Knowlton make it an all-Dutch row number 2. And then row 3, it's Denmark and Germany. Lasse Andreasen and Fabian Bock. Fabian Bock already qualified for the Grand Finals this year. Zander Schriblak makes a welcome return. He's been running in the Belcar Sprint Cup this season. Actually had the opportunity of watching him in action behind the wheel of the BMW M3 at Zolder 3 weeks ago. So good to see him back, and fingers crossed, let's see what he can do this weekend. Jules Cousin joining him on row number 4. Ronnie Guttler and Martin van Leeuwen rounding at the top 10. 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion Axel Sarniala now joins us for this weekend as a tester for the Grand Finals. He'll be joined by Denmark's Mathias Jette Jacobsen. Maxime Didix, this year's Belgian Max Challenge vice champion, will have Carl Borgaard alongside. Charlie Turner will complete the top 15 and will be joined by Denmark's Christopher Saxe on row number 8. Florian Breitenbach and Kilian Gerhardt, that's row 9, with Matic Kolmanic and Hannes Border running at the top 20. Nikita Ilyanov and then Axel Bengtsson on row number 11. Tom Braken in his early forays into DD2, just 15 years old. He's got Nicolas Guillaume alongside. Lawrence Eifried, Jamie Smith, Hugo Schwarzer, Martin Konopka and Bendit Sabo round out the 29 strong grid. So here we go, into turn number 12, go 29 DD2 drivers. One of them that has not yet qualified will get the ticket for the Grand Finals come tomorrow afternoon. Into the tram lines we go, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The lights go out first time. We are underway and racing, and a good start from Kimber. Chris Harden in second, getting past Matis Malinovskis. For P2, as the field makes its way through turns 3, 4 and 5, there's a little bit of a drama. That could be either the likes of Hugo Schwarzer, maybe. It was a Nies racing cart, the Maranello chassis. Oh! Big incident, and that was over. That's Lawrence Eifried. Lawrence Eifried, and one of the Birolart chassis went over the top. That might, I'm not too sure who that was. That could have been Jamie Smith. There's more dramas, and it's the 418 that's been involved. Tom Braken, and there's a front fairing on the start fin on that part of the circuit, and there is one cart that is missing its front bumper. Drama within the first 60 seconds of DD2. The accordion effect happened, and it's the 488 I just clocked. Hugo Schwarzer that has lost his front fairing. And Tom Braken out of the race, I'm afraid. And I hope Lawrence Eifried is okay after that incident off of turn number 6. And we've got more dramas a little bit further behind. That's a Dams racing cart that is, that's Christopher Saxe. He was actually beached between the grass, and that is actually, he's just trying to do some 11s. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 3. Christopher Saxe's midpoint of the cart was beached, part on the grass, part on the tarmac, and he was lighting up stationary 11s, but he's got the cart going as the Dane. Meanwhile, in the race lead, it's no longer Mark Kimber, it's Chris Harnon. He leads the way. Kimber in second. Malinovskis rounds out the top 3. Zander Schriblak hunting them down in the 406. Fifth, it's Lasse Andreasen, Jules Cousin, Martin van Leeuwen, Mick Knowlton, Ronnie Guttler, and Fabian Bock completes the top 10. Looks like Lawrence Eifried has got the cart going again, but the Nassau panel is askew to the left-hand side after that hard hit. 7 minutes and 35 seconds plus an additional lap of this race remains, and there's been a little bit of attrition already. Hugo Schwarzer out after contact with Tom Bracken. But Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands getting on with business at hand. He is closing in on the pair of Jules Cousin and Lasse Andresen and Zana Schriblak. Back to he's done a lot of training coming into this event with Zana Schriblak. He's represented Team Belgium back at Sarno, and he has a bit of a moment. He really clobbered the curbs going through into turn number 5, did the Belgian. And now he's going to look up the inside of Mark Kimber, and he gets through. This is the old Zana Schriblak. I'm so glad he's decided to come back. And he said, I'm looking at alternatives for what I'm doing next year, but you know what? Let's give it one more push at the grand final, shall we? And that's why he's come here. This is what it means to these drivers that have yet to qualify for the grand finals, to be part of the biggest and most colourful events across the world of karting. And now he's gunning for Chris Hahn, and Maxime Dirix has started to pick up the pace. So out, Christopher Zaxa out of the race, and we've got a time penalty. It's going to Jamie Smith from South Africa. He's the one that went over the front Nassau panel of one Lawrence Seyfried. Gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing. So Zana Schriblak now closing in on Chris Hahnen, but things are closing in. Gaps are being truncated. And now Schriblak, I think, is teeing up Hahnen. You can see it on how close he is. He's about 3/4 of a kart length behind. Out of turn 12. Schriblak will now have the toe. He gets his head down. He's going to launch it very quickly. You're going to see it unfold, and there it is. Beautiful move there from Schriblak to get through on Hahnen, and Hahnen did not want to give that up. But Kimber is coming along for the ride, not on the traditional OTK chassis that he runs on, is Mark Kimber, because Birel ART are the chassis providers for the DD2 class. So now Zana Schriblak leading by just over, he was actually a 10th behind Hahnen. So if you're within 2 to 2.5 tenths of the kart in front of you coming out of turn 12, you have an opportunity for the biggest possible slipstream. And it's pretty comparable going down the Europolan through turn 6 and turn 7. On to lap number 7 we go. It might be lucky for some, it could be unlucky for others. As Zana Schriblak now extends the lead. It was a 1/10 of a second disadvantage, and he's just clawed back the best part of nearly 4/10 of a second by getting the lead off of Chris Hahnen. A little bit further back, there's Maxime Dirix. He's ahead of Weik Motorsport's Fabian Bock. They've got, I think that might be Ronnie Göttler, I believe. Ronnie Göttler normally runs on the Mach 1 chassis. I think his car might be a different colour, and it might be a different iteration altogether. It's the battle for P8 on the road. There is Ronnie Göttler. It is the Mach 1 chassis. There's Maxime Dirix. No, there's the move from Martin van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen up the inside of Kimber. That's for P3. Nice switchback from the driver based out of Zolder. So, youngest driver in this field, 15. That's Tom Bracken and Fabian Bock. I never thought I'd be saying this. He's the eldest driver. Well, no, it's not him. It's Martin Konopka from Slovakia for KMS Europe that's the eldest driver, 32 years of age. Van Leeuwen, 24 years of age from Zolder. Zana Schriblak, 5 years his junior, 19. He's locally here to the circuit. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Alexander Schriblak has pulled out a lead over what was Chris Harnen, but there's another Kart Republic chassis from Shepherd's Racing, and that is Martin van Leeuwen up the inside for second place in the 412. Again, Chris Harnen trying to resist that attack and trying to instantly counter, and he had no answer on that one. He nearly had a moment there with regards to the brakes and also his front bumper. He was very, very careful to that. Chris Harnen, one of the younger drivers in this field, 16 years of age. Same for Matis Malinowskis. In 5th position, he's got Jules Cousin. Cousin, 28 years of age, based in Paris. Goes the final minute and 3/4. Malinowskis and Cousin were just a 1/10.5 of a second apart over the line, and there they are. Going through turn 5 and into turn 6. Cousin a little bit braver on the brakes from the number 475. It's over his right-hand shoulder to see that there is Lasse Andreasen. Maxime Dirix in the meantime. Now, where did he start on this grid? 13th, now up into 8th place. So a gain of 5 positions. He's vice champion in the Belgian Max Challenge this year. Having to miss one of the races due to school commitments. Into the final 60 seconds we go. Alexander Schriblak is pulling away. 0.8 of a second ahead of Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Chris Harden still looking a bit feisty. Looking to have a bit of a scrap out onto the circuit. Clean and fair one, I might add. He was only exactly 0.2 of a second behind. So just under 20 seconds to go. Tight on time. There is our race leader. Now coming out of turn number 11, Schriblak. This could be close to the wire, but I know for a fact that our flag marshal on the start-finish line is now going to show the last lap board. There it is. Timer hit 0. Last lap board is out. Schriblak has a lead of just over 7.5 of a second ahead of Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Chris Harnen, Mark Kimber and Jules Cousin rounding out the top 5. So 4 different nationalities represented. You have had a couple of penalties given. Before 18 has been hit with the 5-second time penalty. And that is for pushing. That would have been Tom Bracken, but then also the 456 of Jamie Smith from South Africa. That was an earlier penalty for causing a collision. The 5-second time penalty isn't really going to affect Tom Bracken's race because it was already over on the opening lap. Right, here we go. First heats of DD2. It's back to winning ways. Belgium's Alexander Schriblak out of the final corner. The 406 takes the opening heat of the day. Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands and Chris Harnen also representing the Netherlands, rounding out the top 3 places. Mark Kimber running on the Birolart chassis for this weekend. As I said, preparing for 2 weeks' time, because at this point, 2 weeks' time, those drivers that have qualified for the grand finals will be at the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao. And then on the 20th, the iconic kart and engine raffle draw happens. And that will take place on the start-finish straight. So, there are your top 3. Line astern coming through into turn 10. So, head into scrutineering for the post-race technical checks. And there is your race winner, Alexander Schriblak from Belgium. And it's 2 Flying Dutchmen behind, Martin van Leeuwen and Chris Harnen. Mark Kimber for Great Britain and Jules Cousin from France ran out the top 5. Matis Malinowskis, Lasse Andreasen, Maxime Dirix, Ronnie Göttler, and Finland's Axel Sarniala ran out the top 10. Matthias Jere Jakobsen, Fabian Bock, Mick Knowlton, Charlie Turner, and Axel Bengtsson ran out the top 15. Florian Breitenbach, Kilian Gerhardt, Karl Borgard, Hannes Border, Bendit Sabo, Nicolas Guillaume, Martin Konopka, Lawrence Seyfried, Matic Kolmanish, then we've got Nikita Ilyanov and Jamie Smith being the last of the classified finishers, with Christopher Zaxa, Hugo Schwarz and Tom Bracken unfortunately retiring. So just to recap the race today, there was Chris Harnan getting himself steeled and ready for battle. And it duly commenced as everyone got through. It was 2 Birel ARTs on the front row with Kimber and Malinovskis. The race got underway pretty cleanly. Kimber got the jump on everybody. Harnan got through on Malinovskis to take P2. Mick Knowlton was fancying a move around the outside through into the opening 2 corners. And Fabian Bock got left a little bit in the wilderness. But then we had this massive incident between Jamie Smith and Lawrence Seyfried, and Seyfried's front axle went left-hand side. Wheels went over him. Discomfort for the 20-year-old from Salzgitter with an Nassau panel. Christopher Zaxa lighting up the rear tyres, but then Sana Shriblak just decided, right, let's get to the front of the field and stay there. His move up the inside of Chris Harnan was exemplary. Then Martin van Leeuwen decided to throw his 2 cents into the ring by getting through past Mark Kimber out of the final corner. Then he got past Chris Harnan, but at that point, there was enough of a gap for Zana Shriblak to just comfortably pull away and win by just over 0.7 of a second after that race. And there you see the drivers making their way into scrutineering. Ah, there we go. The man, the myth, the legend, the eldest driver in the field, Mr. Christoph Adams. Unfortunately, Christoph won't be with us in Portimao, but he's still, as ever, the character in this field. And one of the nice things about the Rotax family, you have so many different characters in this field. There is Timo Haug, one of the many German representatives in this in the entirety of the 181-strong driver field. There is Martin Stankiewicz, who likes going sideways on slicks in the wet like he did in Wackersdorf back in the middle part of September. But Christoph Adams has represented 3 different nationalities at the grand finals. And and I think he had a Samsung Galaxy Fold, and he just opened it up. He said, I just want to show you something. 15 different sets of race overalls representing Team Belgium, the Red Devils, Team France, and last year he represented Team Netherlands. And he was very, very happy when he posted on Facebook last night about the fact that he's qualified P4. He has said, well, the first few laps seem to go well, and then it just goes a little bit downhill, but that's part and parcel of racing. But let's see if he can do that. So I still remember when he was part of Team Belgium at the welcome party at Sarno, and I was actually doing some work for Team Belgium, thanks to Dave Ritson on that front. And so all of us went up, and Christoph, is being the character that he is, went in the box of fries, and he was shouting out, "Come on, Belgium, come on, Belgium." And someone had sneaked a bottle of champagne and just sprayed it all over everyone that was cheering the mad March Hatter of the Rotax racing family. Forget Alice in Wonderland. That bloke hasn't got anything on Christoph Adams. But we have 10 drivers that will be competing. The winner of this event will get a full season entry to all 4 rounds that are from mid-April to close to mid-September next year. The Euro Trophy. Second place will get a full season entry to next year's B&L Karting Series calendar for 2023, which I'm I understand is due to be unveiled in the not-too-distant future. And there is Tanya Yildiz. Let's have a look at the final race before the lunch break. Race 8 of the meeting. Heat 1 for DD2 Masters. So Martinis Tankevicius took pole position and was the last driver to claim a pole position award, and he made the ceremony with his carburettor in hand, having it just being checked by the team in scrutineering. His lap was a 1 minute 9.865. Christophe Capitain from France lines up alongside on the front row. Timo Haug and Christophe Adams will be on row number 2. Carl Klebor, multi-time BNL Karting Series champion, starts on the inside of row number 3 and is joined by Nicolas Mazinas. Michael Becker will be joined by fellow countryman Sebastian Humpelhardt on row number 4, with Dominic Hummels and Tanya Yildiz rounding out the top 10. And that completes the grid as the drivers now will make their way onto their official formation lap. And it looks like we've got a bit more blue sky up ahead, folks. The sun is definitely shining down on us today here on Saturday. And for those Brits here, I'm going to say one thing. Remember, the 5th of November. Yes, of course, in the UK, it's bonfire night. I think we've had some fireworks already, folks, so we might steer clear from any kind of fire of some description. So the drivers now making their way through into the 12th and final corner at this 1,360 metre circuit. Tankevicius on pole, Capitain alongside. Now we head into the tram lines, red lights on the starting gantry. Rev start to rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are at first time. It's a good start from Tankevicius. Oh, there was a bit of a touch there on the left-hand side of Michael Becker. Possibly might have been contact between him and Christophe Adams. And they're still side-by-side coming out of turn 3. Becker pinging it round to the outside and gets through on Christophe Adams. That was for 5th place. So there was a bit of a touch on the start. I think it caught Michael Becker unawares and punted him to the right-hand side of the start-finish straight and nearly made him put 2 wheels on the grass. The drivers making their way through. There has been a change for 2nd and 3rd because Christophe Capitain is now in 4th place because we've got Timo Haug and Carl Klebor. And at the top 3 now as they come through into turns 11 and 12. Klebor up the inside of Haug through turn 12 on the entry. Capitain was looking for the door to open on the exit, but there was no room in the inn there for the driver from France. Timo Haug on the Paralin chassis looks up the inside through turn 2. Klebor had the presence of mind just to keep it pinned round to the outside, and the 5.06 keeps his 2nd place. Klebor, 51 years of age. As Christophe Adams gets passed by Sebastian Humpelhardt. Who's over 15 years, Christophe Adams is junior. But great to see that the oldest class in terms of age, because if anyone asked me what class would I be in if I was in the Rotax racing family, this one. And they all have the same love and passion for this sport. As we are now through with 2 laps completed, now on to lap 3. Top 4 completed by 0.9 of a second. And this is a battle between Dominic Hummels, who's now got ahead of Christoph Adams, Sebastian Rumpelhardt, and Nicolas Mazinas from Lithuania. Adams again not having a great time out there. Mazinas has got through. So Christoph Adams trying to do his level best. Right, 5.85. Nicolas Mazinas has just been given a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels being out of the tram lines on the start. So the Lithuanian is going to drop behind, and there is a problem. That is for Timo Haug. Timo Haug was slow coming out of turn 9. So Timo Haug was running. He was battling for the race lead, and now it's Lithuania versus Belgium because Karl Klebor gives... That was a great move there from the 5.06. Makes it through on Martinas Stankiewicz. Now, there is nearly a 20-year age gap between these two drivers, but they are both incredibly quick. And the biggest thing is, Karl Klebor has the home field advantage. But you try telling that to Martinas Stankiewicz. And whenever I see the 5.33 from Lithuania and I have a chat with him, I have the Richard Hammond complex. I always have to look up a little bit. 6.5 minutes to go, and Christophe Capitan is coming back into this. But keep your eyes on the comp kart chassis behind. Michael Becker, 48 years of age, based out of Hagen in Germany. Just around about an hour outside of Düsseldorf. Capitan was looking up the inside of Stankiewicz. Unfortunately, not able to get through, but the Frenchman, 41 years of age, based out of La Norville, trying to stick his nose up the inside of the 5.33 Birolart chassis. Stankiewicz is more focused on keeping pace with Karl Klebor. Christophe Capitan is the fastest driver out there. Last lap around 54.612. So 9 out of the 10 drivers still continuing to race. We have lost Timo Haug, the Parolin chassis on the 575. 41-year-old from Germany, unfortunately retiring on lap 2. Now Karl Klebor is starting to stretch a lead over Martinas Stankiewicz. He's now got Christophe Capitan behind. Michael Becker has got the ringside seat, number 526. He's quite a way ahead of Dominic Hummels to the tune of nearly 2.2 seconds. Dominic Hummels has just put in his fastest lap of this race so far, and the top 5 on the last lap all were in the 54.7 second bracket. Becker has really closed in on Christophe Capitan for 3rd position. 4.5 minutes remain, plus an additional lap on the counter as the field goes back through into turns 1 and 2. And Capitan is really trying to push the envelope, but if he does that too much, it could open the door for Michael Becker to take that 3rd place away. Can Becker get a bit of a slipstream coming down the Europa line going into turn number 7? Not on this occasion he won't, but if he can tee it up nicely coming out of the 12th and final corner, he's got an opportunity. Unless Capitan pushes too hard, goes past the limit of adhesion and runs wide. So this is a rather enticing battle when you've got 4 very experienced competitors in their own right. So a spread of 19 years separates the leader from the guy in 2nd position. And that actually covers the ages of the 2 drivers behind. And Michael Becker now starting to hustle Christophe Capitan. The German trying to get through. Not quite yet. And the Europa line once more. The ball last time over Stankiewicz had nearly a 0.3 of a second advantage. Becker on the last lap. Right, Nicolas Mazinas has decided to pull the cart into the pit lane, so the 5.85 Praga is out on lap 5. Michael Becker has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 54.580, so he's winding up the wick on the kart, proverbially. The pace seems to be there on the comp kart chassis underneath Michael Becker's backside. I think that Stankiewicz is going to be very strategic in how he approaches this event, because, folks, it is the winner-take-all situation. There is no points for two respective finals on Sunday. It's whoever is first across the line and is confirmed as the race winner in the finals tomorrow afternoon are the Golden Trophy champions. No ifs, no buts. Carl Clebor at the moment has been doing a fantastic job of just keeping things as they are at the moment. When will someone pull the trigger? We might find out within the next minute and a half. Because once we get to 30 seconds remaining, and then we get that final lap board, what will happen is that someone will blink. Now that first person to try and blink is Michael Becker, and he's gone sideways and he's on the grass. Michael Becker loses the back end through turn 2. It went horribly wrong. He was sizing up a move on Christophe Capitain, and it all went horribly south very, very quickly indeed. But as long as he doesn't make a mistake like that, if he's battling for the win in the final tomorrow afternoon, then that will be a completely different feeling altogether. And what that's done is that has put Michael Becker into the path of Dominic Hummels. There was a lot of time lost by Michael Becker. He lost the best part of 2 seconds through that moment in turn 2. We go on to the penultimate lap now. Carl Clebor now leads by nearly half a second ahead of Martynas Stankiewicz. Christophe Capitain has been with the Lithuanian pretty much the entire race. The minute that Carl Clebor got past, Christophe Capitain now looks for second. Stankiewicz gets the switchback. That was a nice little bit of an exchange between the pair. Capitain goes a little bit earlier on the brakes, keeps away from the rear bumper of Martynas Stankiewicz. He does not want to get a 5-second front fairing penalty, does the 41-year-old. So timer is about to run out as Carl Clebor makes his way towards the apex of turn 12. Timer has run out. Last lap board is being shown. And Carl Clebor's lead now stretches to nearly 8/10 as we head on to the 12th and final race lap in this opening heat for DD2 Masters. And it has had everything, especially with the battling at the front end of the field. Down the Europolan for one final time. And now Christophe Capitain was a bit cheeky there. He looked for the move up the inside of Martynas Stankiewicz, but had to back out of it right at the last moment. So the 599 from France looks over his right shoulder, sees that third is going to be a safe bet to kickstart the opening salvo, and he nearly had a look through turn 11. But Carl Clebor comes out of the final corner on home soil here at Karting Genk, and he wins the opening heat in DD2 Masters. Martynas Stankiewicz had nearly a couple of scares there because Christophe Capitain kept him thinking, especially on that last lap. And they round out the top 3 positions. Michael Becker still finishes in 4th, but it could have been so much higher had he not had that drama through turn 2 whilst looking for an overtaking opportunity. He went sideways into turn 2, went onto the grass, and that was it. He had to settle for 4th place. But Carl Clebor, great to see him being able to compete at this level, but I'm wondering what surprises could we see from the Lithuanian just behind him. So let's have a look at the results for the opening DD2 Masters Heat here at Karting Genk. Carl Clebor takes the victory by just over 1.2 seconds ahead of Martynas Stankiewicz from Lithuania. France's Christophe Capitain makes the top 3 completed by just over 1.6 seconds. Michael Becker could have been 3rd, ended up being 4th. In the 5.26 entry, Dominic Hummels, Christoph Adams, Sebastian Humpelhardt and Tanju Yildiz ran at the top 8 places. Mikolas Mazinis and Timo Haug, unfortunately, retiring from the race itself. So, DD2 Masters gets underway. And it was a good start from, but then there was the big bump I just saw there. That was between Christoph Adams and Michael Becker. And then Karl Klebor on home soil put it up the inside of Martinas Stankiewicz to take the race lead early on. And from that point onwards, De Backer could not be beaten. Funny enough, Karl Klebor running with Jordi Collins' race suit, and Jordi's been doing some DD2 racing at some point. There's the moment. He just touches the back right of Christoph Capitan as Michael Becker, and he was sideways going into the corner. He was sideways when he left it, courtesy of the wet grass. Here's the nice switchback between both Martinas Stankiewicz and Christoph Capitan. And those two were doing a cat and mouse game right up until the end, even on the last lap. But Karl Klebor, the home hero here at Karting Genk in the DD2 Masters class, took the victory by over 1.2 seconds. Right, well, that concludes the racing for the morning here at Karting Genk this home here on Saturday, the 5th of November 2022. So we're going to go onto the lunch break until just before 10 to 2 this afternoon, and at 13:50 local time we get underway with Heat 3, A versus C for Minimax, and then we will go all the way through till around about 7 o'clock this evening. So get yourselves refreshed, replenished, hydrated, and get yourselves comfortable when we come back. And I'll be back on the microphone at 1:45 this afternoon as we build up to what is going to be a fast-paced, full-throttle adventure deep into the night here at Karting Genk, the home of champions for the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy. See you after the lunch break, folks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we now go back to racing 4. Quite a bit of time, around about until about 7 o'clock or 7:05 p.m. this evening, as we now have a big amount of races to get through. 16 heats in total, and we're about to get things underway with our third of the 6 Minimax heats. So Heat 3 A versus C will be up very shortly. So far, the confirmed race winners in the opening salvo of heats, 8 in total this morning. Henry Domain took Heat 1 in Minimax, and then it was Mats van Rooyen for the Netherlands in Heat 2 for Group C and D. Junior Rotax saw both Macaulay Bishop and Gustav Zusakovs take their respective victories in Heats 1 and 2. Senior Rotax Heat 1, it was a great battle between Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert that went right down to the wire on the final lap. The pair separated by half a second, with Hunter taking the victory. Sean Butcher, this year's Euro Trophy champion, won by 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Zsombor Kovac, with Matthew Higgins rounding out the top 3 following a multitude of penalties for front fairings, 8 in the second Senior Rotax Heat. And Zana Shriblak took the victory by nearly 8.5 tenths of a second ahead of Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Did have some front fairing penalties, and we have had an exclusion or 2, one in Junior Rotax and also one in DD2. Also, Karl Klebor took the victory in the DD2 Masters class ahead of Martina Stankiewicz, with Christophe Capitan rounding out the top 3. It could have been very different had Michael Becker not had his spill at turn 2 towards the end of the race. So a total of 3 heats will be contested out of the 6 for the Minimax drivers. And the sunset predicted at around about 5 o'clock this afternoon. So, Heat 9 of the race 9 of the meeting, Minimax Heat 3, Groups A and C. Let's have a look at the starting grid for this one. Maxime Becker will have Felipe Reyes alongside on the front row, with Denny Babacek and Nikita Zhubimov on row 2. Carlos Nees and Mats van Rooyen, row 3. Ryan Rivers and Gabriel Hoffman, row 4, with James Roberts and Nick Veselic rounding out the top 10. Johnny Levar, Boris Verhaag, Majus Mazinas, Christoph Killer, Daniel Minto, Oliver Warner, Prokor Sokolotsev, Ethan Seng, Gleb Solovov, Uros Bogdanic and Joachim Otterson rounding out the 21-strong grid. So again, for the Minimax drivers, it's a very, very short affair on the racetrack. 7 minutes plus an additional lap for each of the 6 heats. And so far, we've had 2 different winners from 2 different races. So, Great Britain have chalked up a win, and so have the Netherlands. Could we see possibly a 3rd and a 4th different nationality take the win in the Minimax class over the next 2 heats? Well, you'll have to stick with us, because we are going to find out on that front. So the drivers now making their way down towards the right-hand sweeper here at turn number 10. So the 21 Mini Max drivers about to go into the tram lines. Out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? It's going to be a full start to kickstart the weekend of the afternoon. And oh, moment there for the 185. Majus Mazinas going backwards, and spinning around just past the start-finish line. So at least this will give the Lithuanian due to start on the inside of row number 7 an opportunity to get himself back into position. So the red light's reignited as the amber flashing lights indicating the full stop. The second one so far today has now been extinguished. So under starters orders for the second time in Heat 3 for Minimax. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, are we ready, are we steady? Lights are out second time, we are underway, and a good start from Maxime Becker. Denny Babacek following behind. Carlos Nees looks to have gotten up into third position. Someone's gone very wide, that was Babacek. Carlos Nees now up into what will be second. But someone has managed to go ahead, because Maxime Becker has dropped out of the lead of the race. I think it might be Denny Babacek that's leading as the field makes its way through turn 6. It's 3 abreast coming out of turn 6 onto the Europolan. So through into the right-hand sweeper here at turn 8. It's getting a bit too close for comfort. One round the outside and one round the inside of Maxime Becker. And that was Mats van Drooyen who did a great move round the outside of the turn 8 sweeper on Maxime Becker, who really is coming under pressure from those behind. Leading the way, it is Denny Babacek in 1:40. He leads by just 1.1 seconds. Carlos Nees in second, Gabriel Hofman in third, Felipe Reyes representing the Netherlands in P4. Boris Verhaag in the 1:33, also representing the Netherlands, completes the top 5 positions. Mats van Drooyen now back into 6. Good move there from Gabriel Hofman to get up the inside of Carlos Nees, who then shuts the door, not allowing Felipe Reyes to get through out of turn 6. But Boris Verhaag has now caught them up. And there is a little bit of a squabble behind. That is being led by, I believe that is Mats van Drooyen. Nikita Zhubimov from Estonia. Nik Veselic also behind. A little bit of a run wide coming out of turn 10 from Maxime Becker. Loses a bit of time. Up the inside of Carlos Nees goes Felipe Reyes. And up the inside also goes Boris Verhaag. And Gabriel Hofman is a bit clear away from them. Across the line, a bit side by side, just a bit further back. And there are definitely some position changes, because Felipe Reyes repasses Boris Verhaag, who got up into third place. Carlos Nees, the 106 representing Germany, is sticking with them, but Mats van Drooyen is leading the cavalry behind and is closing. Denny Babacek in clear air is the fastest one out there, 1 minute, 0.198 seconds for the 140. As a little bit of a late move there from Felipe Reyes up the inside of Gabriel Hofman to take second position. Hofman tries to return the favour through turn 10. 195, unable to make that move through. And has got Boris Verhaag right on the rear bumper. Carlos Nees is staying with him. Verhaag up the inside of Hoffman through turn 12. Hoffman looking for the inside line, coming through the exit of the corner. Can't get through, so slots back in behind. Remains in fourth for the minute. Maxime Becker now starting to move back up the order. Gabriel Hoffman up the inside through turn 2 on Boris Verhaag to retake third position. And whilst they've all been battling, well, keep your eyes on the 103. Heat 2 winner, and that's Van Rooyen. Oh, bit of a close call there for Gabriel Hoffman and Felipe Reyes. Felipe Reyes 2 wheels on the grass off of the Europolon, and he loses multiple positions, and Van Rooyen looking to set it up the inside. Goes one way, then the other, and then there's Zhubimov just behind. So Van Rooyen through, Zhubimov through. Brisella also trying to get through. He's trying to hang it around the outside of turn 9. Can't get through past the 107. We've got Maxime Becker, who now goes up the inside. 184 through turn 10. And moves up back to 8th place. Here's the battle for P2, because Denny Babicek has already gotten away from the rest of the field. And his gap is going to be quite big here, 2.2 seconds. Boris Verhaag and Carlos Nees trying to get through. Verhaag gets through. A little bit of bumping and boring between the two, battling over second position. And Verhaag remains in front for the moment. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. Some very close quarter battling here in the Minimax division. Nees looks over his right shoulder. Sees that Mats Van Rooyen is not too far behind. He's really doing a great job behind the wheel of the Praga chassis. Not the one that the 103 would normally frequent. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. Denny Babicek making his way down into turn 12, and that is more than a comfortable margin. That is serenely comfortable for the youngster. We've got a 5-second time penalty shown on the Digi flag, and that is for the 184. It's the driver in 9th position, Brelic. Oh, it's really getting close here. Boris Verhaag gets muscled out of the way by Gabriel Hoffman. Carlos Nees has just dropped back behind. The driver that is now in 3rd place, that's Mats Van Rooyen. Nikita Zhubimov now up into 5th place. Maxime Becker has made some good moves. He's up into 7th position now. At the top 10, it's Felipe Reyes, Briselic and Juri Levar, but the driver in 9th place. Right, now I understand why. The 184 was actually a completely broke formation with all 4 wheels out of the tram lines and gets a 5-second penalty. Hoffman has some breathing space as Mats Van Rooyen signals to Boris Verhaag, come on, work with me. Verhaag has other ideas and goes up the inside through turn 12. Van Rooyen gets the cut back. Felipe Reyes, a look at the train behind. Carlos Nees, and there's Maxime Becker. And they're nearly making it 3 wide, coming into turns 1 and 2. And there's also some further penalties coming the way of other drivers. Mats Van Rooyen gets forced out, and he nearly comes back. He has no alternative but to use the runoff area. Having been forced wide a little bit, as there were 5 of them trying to squabble over the same bit of tarmac. Some further penalties coming through now. Boris Verhaag, 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. The same for the 141 of Krzysztof Killer from the Czech Republic, and also the 149 of Gleb Solovov from Kyrgyzstan. It's still very much battle lines being drawn, because Carlos Nees is having to fight quite significantly here. And Gabriel Hoffman has pulled away from Zhubimov and Verhaag. A bit of a mistake coming out of turn number 12 by one of the drivers. Last lap board is out. And that was Juri Levar that didn't manage to get through. Oh, Maxime Becker wide and 360. Off onto the grass. He's got to rejoin at the same part on the circuit, and those rear tyres are not getting any purchase on that very, very damp grass. So our race lead at the moment, Denny Babicek making his way through into turn 9 for what's going to be the final time. 3 more corners to go, including the next right-hander coming down here at turn 10. A bit further back, Nikita Zhubimov and Boris Verhaag squabbling over third place as Gabriel Hoffmann is free and clear from these two. Verhaag trying to pit it around the outside, and he has no chance to use but the runoff area as they nearly bang sidewalls coming through into turn number 12. Denny Babacek takes the race victory. Gabriel Hoffmann takes second, and Nikita Zhubimov is out-dragging Carlos Knees, who capitalise after the little bit of squabbling between Zhubimov and Verhaag in the latter stages of the race. But Denny Babacek winning by nearly 3.8 seconds, whilst everyone behind were squabbling over the scraps over the table. Denny Babacek becomes the third different winner in as many heats, and also third different nation. So that will make it Great Britain, the Netherlands and the Czech Republic to have each taken a race victory in the heats so far. Still 3 more to go in terms of the heats remaining. So the drivers making their way into the pit lane, and let's have a look at the results. Zdeněk Babacek from the Czech Republic takes the victory by nearly 3.8 seconds ahead of Germany's Gabriel Hoffmann. Nikita Zhubimov from Estonia in third. Carlos Knees, Felipe Reyes, Mats van Rooyen, Majus Mazinas, Juri Leva, Christoph Killer and Ryan Rivers running at the top 10. Daniel Minto, James Roberts, Prokor Sokolitsev 13th. Boris Verhaag and Gleb Solovov running at the top 15, with Eason Seng from Chinese Taipei. Nick Briselic being demoted down to 16th after the braking formation, which gave the 184 a 5-second time penalty. Gleb Solovov, Uros Bogdanic, Joachim Odderson, Oliver Warner and Maxime Becker through that spin, ending up 21st. So just to recap the race itself, it was all quiet on the Western Front, but we did have a full start, and then it was the 185 of Majus Mazinas from Lithuania that had an unwelcome spin, but we got underway with the second time of asking, and you can see there was a little bit of contact, but then quite clear to see that Briselic got the 5-second time penalty actually before the lights went out. Maxime Becker definitely having troubles with his Praga chassis underneath him, but then had this great battle between the likes of Felipe Reyes, Boris Verhaag, and also Gabriel Hoffmann. Carlos Knees even got his elbows out a little bit going through into turn 2. And it got very, very close indeed, with a little bit of a touch between front and rear bumper. Hoffmann then went through again, and then it was 3 wide when Carlos Knees tried to do something about it, but then Mats van Rooyen got through. And then as soon as Gabriel Hoffmann managed to pull away, Van Rooyen and Verhaag were battling. And then this was the moment when Maxime Becker went around. It was 360, slammed the steering wheel, but it was Denny Babacek that took the race victory with a commanding Saturday afternoon casual drive by 3.8 seconds. So there's Boris Maximov, just gone past Jacob Ashcroft and Jakub Gasparovic. There's good old Jensen Chalk and Jordan Baines, who forgot to bring his umbrella hat this weekend. Mike Van Vliet mechanicking for Henry Domain. There's 199 of Jakob Kubera and also Len Abbas. Leopold Joule from Switzerland. A handful of Swiss drivers have made their way over here, including a driver coach by the name of Jan Schwitter. There is Jacob Ashcroft, has already qualified for the Grand Finals through winning the Rotax Grand Festival, organised by Gabby and the team at Corner Karting, organisers of the Dutch Championship. Reference the Rotax Max Challenge. So, grid is being cleared. Noah Barham, winning this year in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Hopefully Marcel Azebo is going to have a better time. And there is Nikita Nikishov in the 120 there, representing, well, the sole Spanish representative here this weekend. Very much the ilk of what we saw at Wackersdorf for the Euro Trophy finale, where Philip Varver decided to return and came back for some fun and a tune-up for the GT4 European Open Series. So some great young talents. Hello, Jen Wade. I'm sure you're watching as well. Comrade in arms to Henry Baudet at the Grand Finals. Average age. Well, I don't know the average age. Well, it's between 9 and 12, so give or take 10 and a half years of age, let's say, Jen. Youngest is 9, eldest is 12. And some will more than likely be moving up into juniors at some point for next year. So youngest driver is 9, eldest driver is 57. Now time for Heat 4 for Minimax, and it's groups B versus D. Let's take you through the starting grid. So from pole position, Jakub Gasparovic will be joined by Nikita Nikishov on the front row. Jacob Ashcroft and Albie Friend make it an all-British row 2, with the Netherlands and Hungary row 3. Boris Maximov and Marcel Zibo. Jensen Chalk and Kenzo Craigie on row 4, with Henry Domain, the Heat 1 winner from earlier on today, joined by Denmark's Kasper Nissen. And we've got Jakub Kubera and Noah Barham on row 6. Len Abbas and Patrikas Georgios for Lithuania, row 7. Leopold Jouk and Dimitri Matrenin, row 8. Row 9, Christian Stefanov and Jenke Noonan. Erik Brandsborg, Jakob Assam and Jaroslav Matrenin, rounding out the 21-strong grid. And I have to echo Jen Wade's sentiments that she's just messaged me, saying it's so great to see so many talented young drivers out there, and we're going to see a lot of them in 2 weeks' time at Portimao for the Grand Finals. So the first time that Portugal held the Grand Finals was back in 2006. Other countries that have hosted it, well, Portugal has hosted it will be 5 times. Bahrain was last year. We've had Italy 4 times. We've also had Brazil, Spain, the United States of America, the United Arab Emirates back in 2011, and it wasn't the first time. That was also in 2007. Egypt in 2009, Malaysia in 2005. Spain's held it twice. When you look at 2004, you had Lanzarote stroke Spain. Egypt has also held it twice. South Africa, Malaysia's held it twice, but the opening Grand Finals was held in Puerto Rico. So we've been to North America, we've been to South America, We've been to the Emirates, we've been to Asia, and now we go back to Portimao for the 5th incursion. And now we get ready. The Heat 4 Minimax, B versus D. Out of the final corner. The revs will now start to build as they head into the tram lines. Red lights on the gantry. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We are underway, and it's a good even start from the front row. All a little bit of a touch between Gasparovic and Nikishov as Jacob Ashcroft was looking to try and go up the inside. Everyone has actually made it through thus far. Someone was running a little bit wide coming out of turn 4. That was Jensen Chalk in the 118. Albert Friend looking towards the outside of Jacob Ashcroft. Someone up the inside. Might not have been Marcel Zibo. Might have been Boris Maximov in the 130. As they hurtle their way down the Europolan for the first time through into turn 7 at the chicane. Into the right-hander here at turn number 8. Gasparovic trying to strike out an early lead. Well, Henry Domain from 9th is up to 3rd. 162 has had a drama. To be honest with you, that would be Jakob Assam from Austria. It's Jacob Ashcroft keeping with Henry Domain. They're currently running 3rd, 4th, and there's another fellow Brit, Albie Friend, in the 191, rounding out the top 5. Now Ashcroft goes for the move on Domain through turn 6. He parks it on the apex, not allowing Domain to counter-attack, but now he's the one that's going to be the hunted, and those behind are the hunters. Now Boris Maximov up the inside of Albert Friend through into turn number 9. Gets through for 5th place, but Gasparovic leads. 2nd, it's Nikishov. 3rd, it's Ashcroft. Then it's Domain, Maximov, and Friend. They round out the top 6 positions. Also just behind Kasper Nissen from Denmark. And a bit of a send here. Boris Maximov neatly up the inside of the 154 Cut Republic chassis of Henry Domain. Up to 4th place for the Dutch driver. Right, 143 has just had a 5-second penalty for breaking formation. That is Dimitri Matrenin, currently sitting in 15th position at the moment. Oh, that was a bit close there. Boris Maximov was looking towards the inside of Jacob Ashcroft and had to go hard on the anchors. Nearly put the 130 and the 122 from the Netherlands and Great Britain at risk of losing out on 3rd position. But this time through turn 12, Maximov makes the move on Jacob Ashcroft and gets up into 3rd place. Now we can start chasing down the front 2 as Nikishov trying to sweep wide through the kink at turn 1 and into the right-hander at turn 2. Gasparovic was ready and anticipated that nicely. Now Nikishov goes for the lead through turn 6 and gets through. Maximov and Ashcroft now with them. Keep your eyes on Domain and Friend just behind. So this is going to be a 6-kart scrap for the race lead. Nikishov getting probably having a little bit of pressure from behind, courtesy of Jakub Gasparovic. But on cue, Boris Maximov up the inside of the 197 for 2nd place and gets the job done through the apex and the exit of turn number 9. Now Maximov is going to start chasing. And at the moment, with 3 minutes to go, it's anyone's guess who is going to win this 4th heat. Jacob Ashcroft pulls out of the slipstream on Jakub Gasparovic. And oh, moment there for Ashcroft. Big moment there for the 122 based out of Western Supermare. And he's dropped all the way back, way behind. He looked for the move. It didn't quite pay off, and he got compromised significantly as Albie Friend makes his way past Henry Domain. Now Boris Maximov leads the way. The 134 of Noah Barham in 16th has just had a time penalty for pushing. 5 seconds will be added to the young Brits' race time. So Albert Friend makes his way up into 4th position. Hopefully he might be able to bring those drivers behind him, because now I've just spotted that Jacob Ashcroft is behind Kasper Nissen from Denmark. A bit further back. Oh, right, Jakob Cabrera managing to make a move. That would have been on Marcel Zebo, who now drops to 10th place. Top 5 covered by less than 9/10 of a second. I've got a feeling that over the next minute and 3/4, that is going to be reduced somewhat. As into turn 6, the top 7 go. And Kubera again is swapping positions with Marcel Zebo, representing Hungary in the 178 on the Esprit chassis. So, for those watching at home, pick a winner from this. I can't see who's going to win this one, but Boris Maximov is starting to pull away. But if Nikishov and Gasparovic, Friend and Domain, start working together, but Gasparovic has got other ideas. Sends it up the inside of the Spaniard through turn 12. Now gets through. Does not give Nikishov an opportunity to get past. As they head into turns 1 and 2 once again, hard on the brakes. So those drivers, Maximov did have a half-second lead. Now I'm going to keep an eye on the Sector 1 times. How much faster than Boris Maximov will Jakub Gasparovic be? Because the first timing beam is going to be coming across the Europolan very, very shortly. And Gasparovic was fractionally quicker than both Maximov and Nikishov. Nikishov is just trying to get through. Albert Friend is waiting, and now he looks to go up the inside of the Spaniard in the 120. Can't get the job done. This is going to allow Henry Domain an opportunity to get through, but Albert Friend switchback ahoy through turn number 10, and he opens the door nicely for Henry Domain. Now Jacob Ashcroft comes back into this and looks to the inside of turn 12. He goes through. Timer is about to be very, well, that was very close. 2 seconds to go, and Boris Maximov crosses the start-finish line, so we go on to the penultimate lap. Jakub Cabrera is having an absolute mare at the moment, battling away with Marcel Zebo once more. I think they've both changed paces again, but Boris Maximov is away and clear, and the gap back to Jakub Gasparovic is nearly 7/10 of a second. Fastest lap of the race on lap 5, Jacob Ashcroft, 59.150. He currently sits in 5th position because Henry Domain has gotten through. Drivers making their way down towards turn number 10. And what's going to be the penultimate time? We're on lap number 8 out of 9. So the last lap board is going to be seen first by the 130 from the Netherlands, Boris Maximov. Across the line he goes. 8.5 tenths is his advantage going on to the 9th and final lap, and Albert Friend just goes quicker than anybody and actually pips Jacob Ashcroft's best lap time by well, not by much, by 3/100ths of a second. Albert Friend now looking up the inside of Jakub Gasparovic as Gasparovic runs a little bit wide, just based on the attack vector. And Gasparovic is off! Gasparovic is off. Domain went up the inside, and the 197 from KF Racing Team drops out of the running. That was very, very close indeed. And oh my goodness me, Nikita Nikishov tries to get through on Jacob Ashcroft and gets the job done. But out of the final corner, it is going to be another win for the Netherlands. It's not Mats van Rooyen this time. It is Boris Maximov in the 130 who takes the win. Great job by Albert Friend to take P2 ahead of Henry Domain. Jacob Ashcroft manages to go back ahead of Nikita Nikishov in the dying stages to take 4th place ahead of the Spaniard in the 120. And a good work by Kasper Nissen. Started 10th, finished in 6th place. But there is your race winner, Boris Maximov, picking up the win. So we have a full course yellow situation, which means this is your cool down lap, Sure that Boris Maximov and his dad Serge will be happy about that one. So let's have a look at the results for this particular heat. It was Boris Maximov that took the race victory ahead of Albert Friend, who led a trio of Brits across the line. Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft rounded out the top four. Nikita Nikishov from Spain in fifth. Kasper Nissen, Jakub Gasparovic, Kenzo Craigie, Marcel Zibo and Jakub Kubera rounding out the top 10. Belgium's Jent Themunen was 11th, ahead of Patrikas Jokius. Then we got Leopold Joux, Eric Bransborg, Christian Stefanov, Jakub Assam, Yaroslav Matrenin, Jensen Chalk finishing in 18th, ahead of Dmitry Matrenin with Len Abbas and Noah Barham rounding out the finishing order for the 21 drivers. Scrutineering checks and right, Leopold Joux has just got a front fairing penalty, but let's just have a little bit of a recap over the race. There was Jakub Gasparovic starting from pole position. Oh, and there was the 5 second. That was the clear moment when the 1-4-3 broke formation as Gasparovic led the field. Jacob Ashcroft wrestling with the steering wheel. You can just see. Oh, now there was something I didn't see a little bit earlier on. Now that was the 1-6-2 that got a turnaround, and that was Jakub Assam from Austria. Here's Boris Maximov. He was definitely on point with his overtaking. Was the 1:30 from the Netherlands. He got past Jakub Gasparovic and went hunting after Spain's Nikita Nikishov. And this is the moment where he managed to get through. There was Jacob Ashcroft's attempt at trying to get past on Jakub Gasparovic, and it nearly put him out of contention. Gasparovic would then get through on Nikishov, but then all hell broke loose a little bit further behind because Friend, Domain, Ashcroft and Nikishov, and then there was the moment when Domain sent it up the inside through turn 7, and Jakub Gasparovic had to take the escape route, but it was Boris Maximov that took the victory by nearly 1.5 seconds after that race. So, Minimax will return for their final 2 heats at 4:30 p.m. and 4:50 p.m. this afternoon. Now we go back to Junior Rotax. So, for those wondering, what are the chassis partners for this year's Grand Finals? Well, we have Birol ART that will do Micro, Minimax and DD2. IPK Praga will be Minimax and DD2 Masters, and Sodicart, as you can see right front and centre of your screens, with Austin Lee using one of them. They're going to be providing the chassis for Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, along with Project T20 Senior that made its Grand Finals official race debut last year. And now we have Project E20 Junior joining that. And there were some people that did qualify through the Euro Trophy this year, but also other events, including a one-off e-kart event being held at Wackersdorf, I think not too long after the Euro Trophy concluded its season at the Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. So, 2 different winners so far. Macaulay Bishop took the opening heat, and Gustav Zusakovs, who lines up in this one as well, will... Well, I don't think Gustav Zusakovs... Well, Gustav Zusakovs is in this one. And Macaulay Bishop will be in the next one, which will be Groups B versus D. So the horn has sounded in the dummy grid, and the mechanics are asked to leave the grid. There's Borlouet, who will hope to have a bit more luck. He's got Casper Schormans from the Netherlands just behind. A whole host of other talents in this field. Now, time to get underway with the second barrage of Junior Rotax heats. Now, it's Heat 3, Groups A versus C. Here's your starting order. On the front row, it's going to be Boluet and Austin Lee with Kasper Schrommans and Gustav Zusakovs on row 2. Nemanja Jovanovic and Jack West, row 3. Knud Nielsen and Enzo Boll round out the top 4 rows with Felipe Falk and Martin Ernesto Varga from Hungary rounding out the top 10 positions. Jimmy Kokalainen is joined on row 6 by Gabriel Cullen with Thomas Ingram Hill and William Murtaugh on row 7. Armand Hamilton and Thijs van Wijk round out the top 8 rows, followed by Sebastian Bach, Ian Boshoff, Anja Leber, Kiran Bartenstein and Andrija Kostic. That's the 21 strong grid. So the drivers will now go on to their formation lap, having had their sighting lap. We did have some sunshine this morning. Looks like a little bit more cloud cover is overhead, but there seems to be a drama. Nemanja Jovanovic very, very slow indeed, and might not be taking the start, and right peels into the pit lane. So Jovanovic unfortunately won't take part. That's going to put a dampener on the 211's opportunity here in the heats. Based out of Belgrade, the 13-year-old from Serbia. Well, for Jovanovic, it might be a possible throttle connection because the throttle cable was being pulled. So that could mean that if that cart is repaired, then we might be able to go to Nemanja Jovanovic might be able to go to the end of the dummy grid and wait until the field gets through for the rolling start. Oh, right, there's another one pulling into the pit lane. That's a Sodi kart, Sebastian Bach, I think, from RS Competition. Right then, 19 drivers are about to go into the tram lines this time. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Heat 3 underway for Junior Rotax. Good start by Boluet and a good start by Kasper Schrommans. He goes around the outside of the Belgian, and is he going to get through? He's going to use the runoff area, and he's going to get the lead. Is Kasper Schrommans? No, he's not. Boluet keeps it pinned to the outside, but he's going to lose the lead. He's not going to just lose the lead. He's going to lose second and third. Down to fourth goes the Belgian, and he gets the tag from behind. Oh my goodness, Boluet, he was into the jaws of death right there. He managed to keep it still, and he's fourth place. I think it was a TB card. It might have been Felipe Falk that gave the, and yeah, Nemanja Jovanovic not going any further. Having to go across the track in order to get to Marshall Post 7 on the inside of turn number 12. But the leader's coming through. It is Kasper Schrommans from the Netherlands, leading Austin Lee, Gustav Zusakovs, and Boluet. 4 different nations in the top 4. And also, you got Enzo Boll, Knud Nielsen, Felipe Falk. Jack West was briefly in 6th position, now drops to 8th, ahead of Martin Ernesto Varga. Gabriel Cullen now up into 10th place, ahead of William Murtaugh with Armand Hamilton rounding out the top 12. But the top 4 has started to scarper away, but if I know Enzo Boll as Austin Lee up the inside of Kasper Schrommans through turn 7, and now takes the lead on lap number 2. Sarkovs might look to get an opportunity to get past, but it depends on what happens behind, because Boluet is looking to go up the inside of the 289 through into turn 10. Nice little bit of a Scandinavian flick from Boluet. He gets through on Gustav Zusakovs and now goes up into P3. But keep your eyes on Enzo Boll behind. Enzo Boll has cleared away from Felipe Falk and all the rest of them. So 2 minutes down, 5 to go. Kasper Schrommans goes tight into the curbs on turn 2 whilst wrestling with the steering wheel at the same time. Oh, it's getting a bit untidy a little bit further back. That was Gabriel Cullen in a 260 running wide, and I think someone else did too. That might have been Martin Ernesto Varga from Hungary. They round out at that point they were rounding out the top 10. Now Enzo Bol has closed. Enzo Bol has put in the fastest lap of the race, and what's more, he was nearly 7/10 quicker than Usakov's in 4th position. So hold on to your hats, folks. Here comes Enzo Bol. A little bit further back, nice switch move there from Armand Hamilton. That would have been for a position, and he's now up into, Armand Hamilton now up into 7th position. A good start for the Aussie. Up 8 places into 7th position. Based out, 13 years of age, based out of Thornlands. Here's Van Wyk having a little bit of his own dramas to deal with the likes of Thomas Ingram Hill, as there's a retake of the lead through turn 9. Kasper Schumann's on Austin Lee. Gustav Usakovs is now going to return the favour by getting past Boluet before they even hit the apex of turn 10. And there is Enzo Bol. Now we're underway with the 5-way scrap for the race lead. With 3¼ minutes on the clock remaining. A little bit further back, Marcel Zibo Jimmy Kokolainen is battling away with Vien Boshoff and Anya Levar. Now who's going to pull the trigger first here? Still got 3 minutes of this race, plus an additional lap to go. So there's anyone's guess thus far. Pick a driver, any driver, folks. And who are you going to put your bets on? Adjustment of the radiator flap by Gustav Usakovs there, down the Europolan. The top 5 after the previous lap, which is completion of lap 4, is soon to complete lap 5. It's just under 9/10 of a second, 0.885 to be more precise. And deciding to lunge up the inside of somebody else through turn number 12. As the top 5 come across the line, and now I've just spotted that Enzo Bol is closing in and has now passed Boluet through into turn 2. Usakov's on the back of Austin Lee in the battle for 2nd position. Kasper Schumann's attempting to break away, but nothing quite doing just yet. There's the move from Usakovs up the inside of Austin Lee. Through at turn 6 onto the Europolan. Very, very close between the pair. But Usakovs made it work. Enzo Bol, has got Boluet literally trying to swing from the fences over the rear bumper of the 204 from SP Motorsports. Whilst they've been battling away, Usakovs and Lee have both managed to pull away. So we're now heading into the final 75 seconds, plus an additional lap. So Usakovs now ahead of Austin Lee. And further back, there's some good battling happening. Has pulled a little bit of a gap over Gustav Usakovs, which is the best part of nearly half a second. And we'll go through turn 12 once again. So 2 more laps to go, including this one. Austin Lee pulls out of the slipstream and neatly gets past Gustav Usakovs, and then so Bol tries to get through and he makes it work. Nice work there by the 204 from the Netherlands. 14 years of age. There's Enzo Bol. Average age for the field would be, not taking into consideration how many years and days, it will be 13 is the average age of our Gini Rotax contingent. So, timer has expired. Next time around, it's going to be the last lap board being shown. So very shortly, we will have our third different winner from the third different nation in the 3 heats so far here in Junior Rotax. Last lap underway. Casper Schurmans has had his gap reduced because Austin Lee has just gone purple. 55.984 seconds from the 2.72, as Usakovs has now dropped behind not just Enzo Bol, but he's just been passed by Boluet for 4th place. And now, oh, great run coming out of turn 6 from Austin Lee, and now he's going to go up the inside down the Europalan. And that nearly offered the opportunity for Enzo Bol. But look at the top 5 now. Austin Lee drifts wide. He bumps over the curbs and Schurmans back into the race lead with 4 corners to go, including this one. The gap was 1.2 seconds between the top 5. It's not even that now. But Casper Schurmans makes his way into turn 12. Who's going to win the battle for second? Austin Lee had that to contend with in his first heat. It's nearly 4 abreast coming out of the final corner. Casper Schurmans wins it. Who's going to get second? It's Austin Lee. Boluet steals 3rd on the line, ahead of Enzo Bol and Gustav Usakovs, who ran out the top 5 positions. Well, as soon as Austin Lee drifted wide coming out of turn number 8, that was all she wrote, and Casper Schurmans went, right, there's my opportunity. He got through, he made it work, he kept out of trouble, and everyone squabbled behind him. So, Casper Schurmans makes it 3 different winners in 3 different heats, and also 3 different nations. So that now makes it Great Britain, Latvia, and the Netherlands. So let's take a look of the results. Casper Schurmans wins by nearly 1.25 seconds ahead of Austin Lee, who pipped Boluet to the line for second. Enzo Bol, Gustav Usakovs, Felipe Falk, William Murtaugh, Armand Hamilton, Thomas Ingram Hill and Gabriel Cullen complete the top 10. Martin Enesovarga from Hungary having a better time this time around, along with Kieran Bartenstein, Jack West, Vian Boshoff, Thijs van Wijk, Anja Levar, Krud Nielsen, Jimmy Kokalainen, and Dridja Kostic. And unfortunately, very early on in the race, we lost both Sebastian Bach and Nemanja Jovanovic. So, having a look back at the race, once again, the quietness was broken by the Rotax roar. And a little bit of a moment, a little bit further back, early doors. But we got things underway, and Boluet got a really, really good start. Austin Lee didn't get off the line so well, but it was Casper Schurmans who went round the outside of Boluet going into turns 1 and 2. And the Dutchman made it stick then. We had this great little exchange between Boluet, who was sideways through turn 9, but then it was Casper Schurmans going through on the inside of turn number 9 towards the end of the race, ahead of Austin Lee, and Boluet was trying to get through on the 272 from Germany. Then Enzo Bol entered the fray through his 2 cents of the ring and managed to edge out Usakovs for 3rd place coming out of turn 2 and into turn 3. Austin Lee then centred up the inside off of the Europalan through on Casper Schurmans, and then all of a sudden Enzo Bol just had to really go hard on the brakes. And then this was the look behind Casper Schurmans. You can see 2 wide behind each other, and Austin Lee managed to get second ahead of Boluet, and Enzo Bol edged out down to 4th. Time to get underway with the fourth junior Rotax heat. And it is groups B versus D. Oh, well, as I say that, we've had someone having a massive moment. That was a Birol ART chassis. Macaulay Bishop and Dion van Verven will start on the front row. Leon Zelenko and Lawrence Herabols, row 2. Mitchell van Dijk and Mateo Denkovic, row 3. Fredrik Zedis Christensen on 7th position will be joined by Max Cuthbert, Alexander Savinkov and Aaron Klepsik. Round out the top 10. Alice Mijalskis and Mika van der Pavert ran at the top 12 ahead of Maxim Sichorko and Puck Gubbles. Batuan Kumas and Vasil Apostolowski. That is row 8. Thomas Rudokas, Zach Turner, Patrice Lipkovics and then Noah Janssen running out the 20th strong grid. It might have been possibly either Maxim Sichorko or Thomas Rudokas that might have had that spin. I think it was in the colours of Birol ART. The formation lap now is underway. So who's the last to be drivers across the line. Ah, right, I have seen the number. It was Thomas Rudokas. The number, particular number, which was the 226 based of Vilnius, 13 years of age, so drivers between 12 and 14 in this class. We're going to actually have a replay now. And this is the moment where, oh! Luckily enough, Thomas Rudokas managed to lock up the brakes, but you could see the smoke coming off of the Mojo tyres as he went backwards and sideways. And now he'll get back into position. He'll be alongside Thomas. Zach Turner will be Thomas Rudokas. Van der Pavert needs to stop weaving so aggressively because he could immediately have caught himself out. But they come out of the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out for Heat 4 in Junior Rotax, and there's a good start from Macaulay Bishop, who leads the field into turn number 1. Leon Zelenko looking up the inside. There is a little bit of commotion at the back of the field, and there's 2 drivers off, one of which I think, and there's one backwards. That is the 268 of Alexander Savinkov. Also, I think I spotted Zach Turner off the track, along with another LN chassis, might have been Puck Gubbles. But the rest of the field making their way through into turn number 8 for the first time. Bishop currently leads. And, oh, that's Dion van Verven just behind on the CRG chassis, the 270. Then it's Zelenko, who's now pulling to the inside of turn 10. The Croatian sends it up the inside. And here comes the opportunistic Lawrence Herabols, but could lose out to Mateo Denkovic as they are nearly side by side. Oh, up the inside definitely was someone that was very, very close indeed. That was Mitchell van Dijk on the LN chassis. And Mitchell van Dijk gets past Mateo Denkovic. Radenkovic returns the favour through turn 2. Oh, bit of a bump over the runoff area ever so slightly there for Mitchell van Dijk, and he loses out to Mateo Denkovic, who manages to engage the switchback through turn 2 and gets it done by turn 4. Further back, 273. That's Max Cuthbert battling away with Hungary's Aaron Klepsik. And Mika van der Pavert in the 286, not too far behind. So Macaulay Bishop has started to stretch the legs of the Lando Norris kart. And with Dan Holland racing a little bit further back, there is a bit of a skirmish happening here. Someone's run very, very wide. And that was the 280. It might be the 2. Well, it was definitely a very, very brightly orange-coloured Esprit chassis, I think. A little bit further is, well, Noah Janssen has made some headway. Currently battling with Puck Gubbles and Thomas Rudokas, who had that nasty spin. We've had a moment here. One of them is an Argenti kart, the other one is going to be, more than likely, 288 of Puck Gubbles, I believe. And there was an Argenti motorsport kart involved. So, just has a guess that might possibly have been... Well, it could have been either Aras Mijalskis or possibly it might have been Alexander Savinkov on that occasion. Macaulay Bishop continuing to lead the way. 3 laps down. Nearly 3 minutes completed of this 4th heat for the junior Rotax contingent. Now Zelenko looks for the lead up the inside, switchback straight away by Macaulay Bishop. Zelenko runs wide and Dion van Werven gets through to take second. Closing on, and Mateo Radenkovic, who's now got himself up into 4th position. Radenkovic's first heat came to an abrupt end after contact with Lawrence Herboz in the first heat, which saw the youngster in the 299, Schilder, 13 years of age, won this event as a Minimax driver. Zelenko returns the favour to Dion van Werven, going through turn number 12. The Croatian. Koprivnica, 14 years of age, and has qualified multiple times for Team Croatia for the Grand Finals, and he did that through the International Trophy this year. Now Radenkovic going into the fray. Gets through on Van Werven, and run into turn 7 off of the Uniplan. Mitchell van Dijk holding on to 5th place a little bit further back. Looks like he's leading the train behind Lawrence Herboz, Fredrik Zebbes Christensen and Adam Klepsik running at the top 8. Now, what's going to happen here as they go into turn 2? Zelenko gets through, so does Radenkovic. Now Van Werven looking to get through too. But straight away on the counter-offensive goes Macaulay Bishop, loses out. And there is Mitchell van Dijk. Van Dijk could have possibly looked up the inside through into turn 6. Both Van Werven and Bishop run wide out of turn 6. They don't let Mitchell van Dijk through just yet. Well, Van Dijk is now up into 5th position, being hustled along by Lawrence Herboz. There goes Aaron Klepsik up the inside of the Belgian through into turn 10. And Fredrik Zebbes Christensen is with them. Now here goes Mateo Radenkovic on Leon Zelenko. More importantly, this is for the race lead. So Radenkovic held on to it for literally a second and a half, and then manages to retake that lead back going into turn 2. Bishop is trying to get past Dion van Werven. Mitchell van Dijk is holding on to the coattails, if you will, of the 269 based out of Hoddesdon. And now both a little bit of a touch from behind from Mitchell van Dijk on Macaulay Bishop, who lets the 269 take that place back, but then resends it up the inside through turn 7. Bishop goes defensive on Van Werven, and look behind, there's Aaron Klepsik, Fredrik Zebbes Christensen, Mika van der Pever, and also that is more than likely going to be Lawrence Herboz just behind. He goes side by side with the Dutchman in the 286. Instead of Veenendaal, 13 years of age is Mika van der Pever, brother of Ralph, who will be in action in the senior Rotax contingent. Mateo Radenkovic now has a 0.3 of a second advantage over Leon Zelenko as we head on to the penultimate lap, so lap 8 out of 9. And send and a half and then some from probably another country. Might have either been the Netherlands or Germany there for Hungary's Aaron Klepsik, who sent it from absolutely miles back on Dion van Werven. And Fredrik Zebbes Christensen has just been passed by Mika van der Pever. So more positional changes. Timer has now expired about 20 seconds ago, so we're going to go on to the last lap very shortly. So Matej Radenkovic will be the first one. And we'll see, this is a nice little sign as Dion van Werven gets passed by Nico van der Peijver. For position. That's for 6th place as we go on to the final lap. And, oh, that was a bit of a bump and run there from, oh, very, very close indeed for Nico van der Peijver. I'm not too sure if Dion van Werven might have outbraked himself, but oh, change for the lead on the final lap going through turn 6. Now, did Matej Radenkovic overcook it, I wonder? I'm not 100% sure. It looked like that might have been the case, judging by the outcome. So, into turn number 9 once again. Short run down to the final 3 corners at this 1,360-metre circuit. And out of turn 11, it's a 2.51. Leon Zelenko, the 14-year-old, out of the final corner comes the 2.51 from JJ Racing and takes the heat win by half a second ahead of Matej Radenkovic. Macaulay Bishop will have to settle for 3rd in that one ahead of Mitchell van Dijk, with Aaron Krepsik from Hungary rounding out the top 5 positions. Just got a few more of the carts to come across the line. There's Zach Turner and Adas Michalskis. Good to see Puck Gubbles come through, who has just crossed the line. So the entire field has made the full race distance. 9 laps of the 1.36 kilometre circuit here at the home of champions. There is your race winner, Leon Zelenko. So we'll then head into scrutineering. Let's have a look at the race results, shall we? Leon Zelenko winning by half a second ahead of Belgium's Matej Radenkovic. Macaulay Bishop at one point or another led the race, but ended up 3rd ahead of Mitchell van Dijk, Aaron Krepsik, Dion van Werven, Mika van der Peijver, Frederik Zebis Christensen, Lawrence Herboz and Maxim Sicherko. To complete the top 10, Noah Janssen, great work from the youngster from Germany, up from 20th to 11th place. Patrick Slipovics, Thomas Rudorkas, Vasilo Postolowski, Alexander Zavinkov running at the top 15 with Batuan Kumas, Max Cuthbert, Zach Turner, Adas Michalskis and Puck Gubbles bringing up the rear of the field. So, looking back at the 4th Junior Rotax Heat out of 6. Bit of a big old spin here, and maybe a change of underwear required for Thomas Rudorkas. But the start got underway. Bishop led the field, edging out Van Werven to the outside. Zelenko definitely looking very, very racy, as was Mitchell van Dijk. Lawrence Herboz also to the outside of the field, going through turn 2 at the first time, but then it all concertinaed a little bit further back. And, yeah, there was a bit of a coming together. Zach Turner was one of the drivers involved. Adas Michalskis was the other, and I think Puck Gubbles might have got caught up in that. And there was the JJ Racing kart going over the runoff area. Then there was this... this would start a chain reaction of events because Leon Zelenko managed to get through on the 269 of Macaulay Bishop, and that opened the floodgates for Matej Radenkovic to get through. So did Dion van Werven. This was the switchback from Leon Zelenko when Radenkovic sent it up through the final corner. And then through here, this is through into turn 6. And this was the moment where, so Radenkovic went to get through on the inside, and it just opened the door enough for Leon Zelenko to take the lead, not look back, and pick up the race win. So, Junior Rotax will go into action for the 19th race today. That will be Heats 5 and Heat 6. It'll be A versus D, then B versus C at 17:10 and 17:30 local time. That's Central European time here in Belgium. So, quite a few drivers there. Vic Stevens, one of the youngest on the grid in the senior Rotax division. Drivers here, Jaden Thien and Vic Stevens are the youngest 2 drivers respectively, and Paul Fokima is the eldest at 30 years of age, but still a very, very stern competitor and never one to count out. There's Jan Schwitter with Samuel Ifrid. Minichai deciding to also move up. There's Jamie Perrelli running with his, well, his overalls of Project One. Look at how casual Mads Rees is looking there. And I'm going to call out one of the photographers here, Rick Van Mulke. You have been warned. One of the guys from FM Images. FM standing for fast moving. There is Zombor Kovac, his mechanic there as well. So far in the opening 2 heats, 2 wins for Great Britain, as we have Kai Hunter and Sean Butcher having picked up the first and the second victories so far. But is someone else going to upset the apple cart? Because there's quite a few drivers that will be contesting for the top prize of a full season entry to next year's 2023 Rotax Max Euro Trophy Championship. The season will kick off early next year, from the 17th to the 19th of February at the annual Winter Cup at Karting Campilos. The 14th and the 16th of April will return here to Limburg and to Genk for the opening round. The 26th to the 28th of May, we return to Val d'Argenton for round 2. Marienborg and Karting d'Espagne will host round 3, the 7th and the 9th of July, with the United Kingdom hosting the final round of next year's Euro Trophy at Paul Fletcher International, the home of British karting, between the 8th and the 10th of September. Also, if one of these drivers gets to be on the final step of the rostrum, that will be 1 free entry to a round during that season. Also, for the runner-up this year in the Golden Trophy, a full season entry to the 2023 B&L Karting Series season. There's Morgan Porter, the 21-year-old. Well, knows this chassis well. Brand created by Dino Chiesa. And there is Zombor Kovac, limbering up, just focusing in on what he needs to do. But 30 drivers out of the 59 here competing for 3 fantastic prizes. But 30 of these drivers at the end of today will go through to the pre-final automatically, and then tomorrow morning the remaining 29 drivers will have to battle for the final 6 positions on the pre-final and the final. And it's the person that is confirmed as the race winner when all the sporting checks and the technical inspections have been carried out and the results have been confirmed and ratified, that we will have a 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy champion. So I'm gonna ask a question which will be answered. Is it going to be a case that we could have one driver in the same class doing a successive Golden Trophy victory? Could it be that Reese Hunter, having had a very, very busy spell as a team boss this year, could he do something quite special? Well, we'll find out. I'm not going to make any predictions on who is going to win the Golden Trophy in the 5 respective classes from 181 drivers and 26 different nations. I'm looking forward to seeing the journey. So let's get underway. It is Heat 3 senior Rotax groups A versus C. Let's take you through the 30 strong starting grid. Morgan Porter and Zsombor Kovac on the front row. Martin Geiskens and Reese Hunter, row 2. Oscar Hall and Rafael Renhofer, row 3. Oscar Christensen and Matthew Higgins, row 4. Lachlan Robinson and Mads Rees complete the top 10. Janis Stiak and Andrei Petrovic, row 6. Vic Stevens and Gustav Jonsson, row 7. Adam Valster and Jamie Perrelli, row 8. And we've got Miska Kaskinen and Maximilian Schreier, row 9, with Jod van Wijk and Patrick Scholhammer Rasmussen completing the top 20. Elia Papasen and Teddy Clinton, row 11. Mitch Haynard and Henry Beaumont, row 12. Montego Masson and Samuel Ifrid, row 13. Row 14, Frederick Demant and Igor Hitchin. And then we've got Marco Benardi and Matteo Richter rounding out the 30 strong competitors as they go on to the official formation lap. Drivers now start to close together ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of what is set to be another full throttle adventure into the unknown here in senior Rotax. Red lights on the starting gantry as the field makes its way through the 12th and final corner into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are underway. Morgan Porter leads the field as Reese Hunter tries to make his way up the inside of Zsombor Kovac, going through into turn 2. Kovac is going to get the lead through to turn 3 and muscles his way past Morgan Porter, and so does Reese Hunter through the very next corner. And now switch back here from Reese Hunter. I think he did now. Did he get the job done? He did. As we've had a little bit of a moment there. That is the 3-1-1. And that is Gustav Jonsson from Sweden. Started 14th on the grid and now to the back end of the field drops the Swede. Mads Rees now trying to get past Morgan Porter, and the Dane has got through. Great move there from Mads Rees. Now Matthew Higgins is right up the back bumper of Morgan Porter, and he goes through at turn 12. Then Rafael Renhofer is fast closing on in. Martin Geiskens is also there. Porter retakes his place back from Matthew Higgins as Higgins squeezes up the inside through turn 3 on Morgan Porter and Rafael Renhofer, Martin Geiskens, and is that Janis Stiak? That is. Stiak nearly got through, but Oscar Christensen tries to get up the inside of the 339 from Germany and can't get it done. A little bit further back there has been a change. I think that was Oscar Hall. And drama there for Andrei Petrovic in the 361. Lachlan Robinson has just got past him through turn 9 as the youngster from Serbia was slow. So coming up to just under 2 minutes completed. Reese Hunter now has started extending a lead in the opening couple of minutes. And now Morgan Porter is losing more places, this time to Janis Stiak and to Denmark's Oscar Christensen. Just behind them looks to be Oscar Hall. There's a little bit further back up the road. Well, Mads Rees has got past Zsombor Kovac for second position. So Mads Rees did a pretty good job in his opening heats, and now, well, like they say, it's a bit like riding a bike. You never forget. Mads Ries, I still remember when he did a number on Mike van Grucht in Austria back at the Euro Trophy in 2018. I'm sure that Mike will remember that one. Mads is also, he did race in Danish Formula 4, which also is part of the support package, paddock for Danish Super GT, where a certain Martin Henkel Mortensen competes, the inaugural DD2 champion for the Euro Trophy. Basically won it on the penultimate race of the weekend. Oh, nice little switch back here. Morgan Porter losing out. That's Vic Stevens that has just gotten through in the 861. It's coming through turn 6 onto the Europlan. That gap is closing. Mads Ries might not be 7/10 of a second behind Rhys Hunter. Well, he took a chunk of time out of the Brits, based out of Sunderland. It was close to nearly 3/10 of a second. Lost part of that coming back. It's now nearly been halved. And Matthew Higgins in 4th place has just put in the fastest lap of the race. And Andrej Petrovic from Serbia has just peeled into pit lane. The woes continue for the youngster. He's 16 years of age. Lachlan Robinson is now closing in on Morgan Porter, who has dropped down to 10th position. And could be very, very close, but look how close now Mads Ries is to Rhys Hunter. We've still got just over half of this race to go, and Mads Ries has wound up the wick to volume number 11. Rhys Hunter now will feel the pressure from behind. Mads Ries in the slipstream, a 10th behind, and now oh, that was textbook. Absolutely textbook overtake from Mads Ries. He was a 10th behind, right in the window. But the big thing is, Rhys Hunter knew he could not fight that, and he just let it happen. And sometimes that can be the best strategy call you make, because Mads Ries, as long as he doesn't get away, Rhys Hunter has a chance to return the favour. So the top three with just over 4.5 of a second apart. A 10th was separating Mads Ries. Now he's extended that lead. It's about 5 kart lengths between first and second position as they sweep their way through turn 12. So from just being a 10th behind, that's exactly a 4/10 swing in the favour of Mads Ries. And Zsombor Kovac fires it up the inside of Rhys Hunter. Another driver peeling into the pit lane. So Petrovic is out. That looks to be possibly, that is more than likely Jamie Perrelli, I believe. So Perrelli these days, based out of Billericay, 15 years of age. The way he probably would have wanted to finish this heat. Matthew Higgins has got, that is Rafael Renhofer behind. And also Martin Gaiskens has had a better run in this heat, currently running P6. And he's going quicker all the time. Vic Stevens, well, one of the youngest and probably one of the lightest drivers, despite the fact of having to add weight to the kart. And there goes Matthew Higgins up the inside to take P3 from Rhys Hunter. So Jamie Perrelli imminently will be confirmed as an official retirement. Ah, right. Teddy Clinton gets a slap on the wrist with the 5-second time penalty. As Rafael Renhofer went up the inside of Rhys Hunter through turn 6, and then Martin Gaiskens had a massive scare. I think there was a touch from side pod to wheel. Gaiskens went sideways, saved it, and managed to keep the thing pointing in the right direction. Well held. But that has allowed Vic Stevens to close. And with the 861 from Dams Racing, you've also got Vic Stevens has got Janis Diak closing. Now Matthew Higgins is looking to see if he can get past Zsombor Kovac. So going through into turn 6 now. Oh, right, we've had a pushing, so we've had 2 pushing penalties come through. So 876 has got one, Teddy Clinton. Now the 850 of Oscar Hall has just been hit with the 5-second time penalty for pushing. So 80% of the race is completed, 20% still to go, plus that all-important last lap. And Mads Ries has bolted. He's gotten away. He was 0.8 of a second ahead of Zsombor Kovac on the previous lap as Martin Gaiskens trying to fight back against Vic Stevens, who has got through for 6th position. Now, Rafael Renhofer is not just gunning, I think, for 3rd place. He's going to be gunning for 2nd. Reese Hunter is going to keep his arm well into this equation, 2 cents well into this equation. There's Lachlan Robinson, who is now into 10th place. And just behind him, he's got Oscar Christensen from Denmark in the 388. Morgan Porter has now managed to get his way back up into 9th place. As we're heading into the final 60 seconds of this race. There'll be 2 more heats a little bit later on today. 5:10 and 5:30 this afternoon. Well, they'll basically be round about sunset or sundown, if you will. Mads Ries now has a 2nd lead as Matthew Higgins on cue. Neatly done from the man from Trafalgar, 17 years of age, son of 10-time American rally champion David Higgins. There's a lot of pedigree in the Higgins family when it comes to racing, and David himself has also picked up multiple British karting championship titles in his own right. So 10 seconds remain. We're going to go on to our final lap this time around, as we're on lap 11 of 12. Timer hits 0 as Mads Ries now reaches the peak of the apex of turn 12. But look at the freight train behind. And it's being led by one Matthew Higgins. The gap between 1st and 2nd position, just over 1.25 seconds. Zsombor Kovac was looking up the inside through turn number 2 on Matthew Higgins. But I think he thought better of it, because that would have opened the floodgates. Reese Hunter around the outside of Rafael Renhofer. Oh, that's a perler, and he's got Kovac, and Vic Stevens has thrown his arm into the ring. Brilliant from Reese Hunter. Absolutely brilliant. Vic Stevens has now got through 2 and up into 4th place. That was, you know what? That's one of the best moves so far as well. Reese Hunter knows this track well, and it's all bunching up behind. Kovac has now got Janis Diak behind, but it's going to be Mads Ries from Denmark. Comes down to the final corner, and he takes the victory. The 19-year-old from Cruiser. And Matthew Higgins takes 2nd. Reese Hunter with the most brazen. He was high, wide, and handsome, was Reese Hunter coming through turn 6, and just got past everybody in front of him, including Zsombor Kovac. And Vic Stevens, like a rat up a drain pipe, went through on the inside coming out of turn 6 and onto the Europolan. I think it just shell-shocked Zsombor Kovac. But there is your race winner. Good to see this man at the sharp end once again. But when Mads Ries pulled away from the rest of the field, that just goes to show how quickly things can change. Let's have a look at the results for what has been a very exciting Senior Rotax 3rd heat. Mads Ries winning by just over 1.5 seconds ahead of Matthew Higgins. Reese Hunter with a fantastic dynamite around the outside overtake at turn 6, securing 3rd ahead of Vic Stevens. Rafael Renhofer, Janis Diak, Zsombor Kovac, Martin Gaiskens, Oscar Christensen, Patrick Scholhammer Rasmussen Running at the top 10, Miska Kaskinen, Lachlan Robinson, Adam Valster, Mitch Haynert, Morgan Porter. Running at the top 15, Montego Marson in 16th, head of Jort van Wijk, Teddy Clinton, Henry Beaumont, Marco Bernardi, Samuel Ifrid, Gustav Jonsson, Matteo Richter, Elia Papasena, Maximilian Schreier, Igor Kichin, and Frederick Demants running at the 27 strong. Andrei Petrovic, Jamie Perrelli, and Oscar Hall, unfortunately, retiring during the race itself. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a recap on this one, folks, because it was a beauty. Zsombor Kovac, all thumbs ups and smiles. That would certainly change over the course of the race direction, the race duration itself. It was a good start from Morgan Porter. And Reese Hunter straight away went on the offensive, managed to get past Martin Gaiskens. Lachlan Robinson in the mid-pack, struggling to try and get through. And then we had this drama here, which was the 8.53 that was involved. That was Jamie Perrelli, and that meant that he would end up retiring. This was the move from Mads Rees on Reese Hunter, with Zsombor Kovac not too far behind. So this would secure the 19-year-old, not just the race lead, but also the eventual victory. Zsombor Kovac would also fire it up the inside of the 21-year-old from Sunderland for P2. And Matthew Higgins was waiting in the wings. Raphael Renhofer got stuck in on the action. A little bit of a touch between side pods and side walls. And there's the save from Martin Gaiskens. And it made a set of sideways 11s. And I think he needs to check his race suit after that, because I think that would have given anyone a heart attack, let alone an underwear change. But this was the move. Look, right, just keep your eyes on Reese Hunter. He puts the pedal down now to the floor, and there's Vic Stevens, and Zsombor Kovac has gone, what on earth is going on here? And yeah, there you go. Mads Rees takes the win comfortably, and Matthew Higgins and Reese Hunter completing the top three. Right, well, I have to give a shout out. I mentioned this man once already. Big Van Molker's brought his son with him. Oh, bless. If you hear strange crying noises, so this is just for Victor and Max in the stream, our broadcast directors. If you hear strange crying noises, it's my son's first track day. That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. But Rick, one of the many people behind the scenes taking photographs. We've also got people doing videos for social media and also social media content creation. So let's get underway with the 4th heat out of 6 for senior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid for groups B versus D. So Lewis Gilbert and Ariel Elkin will be on the front row. Kai Hunter and Sean Butcher, both heat winners so far today. Well, one of them, if they do make it to the flag first, are they going to win the race and pick up 2 wins on the bounce? Brandon Carr and Farin Mega ran out row 3. Jaden Thien and Paul Fokema row 4. Jan Bouvier and Bennett Arends ran out the top 10. Jens van der Heyden and Matti Hinchley ran out row 6. Aditya Kulkarni and Emily De Hoy's row 7. Ralph van der Keven and Jenna Kokalainen row 8. Liam Hezemans and James Johnson row 9. Mats Johan Overhoff and William Houtstand ran out the top 20. Jani Niemi, Sonia Grönlund, Arnold Domingo, Milo Paskinen, Matthias Braun, William Christensen, Daniel Noallen, Kaz Boshaus and Curtis Lassemat round out the 29 strong. So race 14 of the meeting, heat 4 senior Rotax. Groups B and D about to get into readiness for a 10-minute plus an additional lap race. Out of the final corner, it's Gilbert and Elkin on the front row. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We get underway. And a good start from Lewis Gilbert, being followed by Kai Hunter. A little bit of a tussle with Ariel Elkin and Sean Butcher and Brandon Carr also try and make their way through. Every one of the 29 drivers made it through into turn 2. Have they made it through into the Europolan for the first time? About the next 5 or 6 seconds, we're going to find out. It's 3 wide at places. They've all got through so far. So Lewis Gilbert leading the way. Ariel Elkin looks to have dropped to 5th place. Sean Butcher now behind Kai Hunter. And now the race truly begins. Into turn 10. Brandon Carr is currently in 4th position. Both the 2 Israeli representatives here. And look, nearly fanning out 3 wide, a bit further behind. More than likely Bennett Arends. And now Sean Butcher trying to put the frighteners on Kai Hunter. The 395 from Sunderland won't take that line down at all. Brandon Carr has got Ariel Elkin behind him, then Paul Fokema, and here's Jaden Thien. Fokema trying to go up the inside of the driver from Israel and has got through. Nearly opened the door for Jaden Thien in the process, and Jaden Thien, I think, got a little bit of a tap from behind. That was Farin Mega. And Ariel Elkin fires it back up the inside of Paul Fokema to retake 5th position. But now the battle at the front of the field. Keep your eyes on Brandon Carr, 15 years of age. Here as a senior as opposed to a junior like he's been racing in Britain all season long. And now, Hunter with a switchback. Butcher clashes wheels and it's all kicking off at the front. Butcher's got the lead now. And Reese Hunt and Kai Hunter might lose out, not just the lead, not just 2nd. He might lose out 3rd if he's not very careful. But he keeps 3rd position. As the 19-year-old from Sunderland. Well, that was a bit close for comfort. And look at the trains behind. Nice little overtake there. That was from the, I think that was the 357. That was Liam Hesemans on Jere Kokalainen from Finland. So youngest drivers 14, eldest drivers 30. Lewis Gilbert has got Kai Hunter up his inside through turn 10. 329 doesn't really resist against that too much. And Sean Butcher has started pulling away. Byron Megger up the inside of Paul Fockema, who got a touch. Now, I'm not too sure who that was. He got a touch, and that might have been I'm not too sure whether it was Matty Hingley or somebody else. But Fockema is being bullied a little bit here at Karting Genk. Fockema is dropping. James Johnson now making his way. Oh, bit of a mistake there. That was from Brandon Carr through turn 7. Jaden Thien has got through. So is Farin Megger. And now Ariel Elkin finds himself up into 4th position. 6 minutes and 25 seconds of the clock, plus an additional lap still to go. Oh, there's a bit of wheel banging as well, a little bit further back. Emily de Hoys will have been battling alongside, that would be Paul Fockema. And so, she's trying to get through, funny enough. Paul Fockema and Emily de Hoys running under the Dams Racing Team awning this weekend. A good little send up the inside. That was on Jens van der Heyden from Bennett Arens from Germany. And van der Heyden making the switch to JJ Racing. Oh! Van der Heyden's round, and it's caused a little bit of chaos behind. Oh my goodness, of all the places you did not want to have a moment like that. Jens van der Heyden unfortunately found that and the touch paper was lit. He got away with that one, but I don't think other people. An 856 now pulls into the pits with a flapping rear bumper on the left-hand side. Yanni Niemi, unfortunately, the left rear of the left side of the back bumper was flapping around, and James Johnson is also out of the race. Now Sean Butcher has lost the lead. He's now lost 2nd. Kai Hunter now leads the race. Lewis Gilbert in 2nd position. Keep your eyes on Ariel Elkin just behind in 4th position. Just keeping an eye. I think there's also another kart on the part of the escape route out of turn 7. There is a kart I've just seen there. So, well, Jens van der Heyden, Jere Kokalainen, Yanni Niemi and James Johnson eliminated through that incident as Gilbert, oh, that was a bit messy going through turn 3, and Ariel Elkin just launches it up the inside of Sean Butcher going through into turn 4. The 868 from Israel doing a stellar job on the TB kart chassis. But now keep your eyes on those behind. If anyone had the Jaws music right now in their head, I pretty much would appreciate that, because it's running in mine now, because Farin Megger and Jaden Thien are now in the top 6. 7th, it's Brandon Carr. Jan Bouvier from France rounds out the top 8 positions. Then it's Paul Fockema. Matty Hingley has got past Emily de Hoys for 10th position. But Kai Hunter now has extended his lead to just over a 2nd. Nice move from Sean Butcher. Cleanly past Ariel Elkin through into turn 2. But the Israeli returns the favour through turn 3. And there's Farin Megger. Oh, Butcher's off. Butcher's off but saves it. And that means that Farin Megger and also Jaden Thien get through. It was a fair move from Butcher and Ariel Elkin. They both made a clean overtake, and then as soon as Sean Butcher found that Farin Megger was up his inside, who's now up the inside of Ariel Elkin, there comes Jaden Thien. Oh, tangle between Thien and Megger, And Mega's going to run a little bit wide coming out of turn 10. Jaden Thien keeps it pinned around the outside, and Sean Butcher's back in the mix. That's how quickly it can change in senior Rotax. Third place is really being hotly contested because look behind, here comes the cavalry, folks. Brandon Carr is there. So is Jan Bouvier. Keep your eyes peeled because you might see another 3 carts imminently. You could probably add to that, well, you're going to add another 2. Paul Fockima and Matty Hingley. Jaden Thien looking up the inside of Ariel Elkin, as is Sean Butcher through turn 6. Oh, that was very close between the 301 and the 868, but Sean Butcher gets through as Farin Mega gets muscled out, and that was by Brandon Carr. And Jan Bouvier, they both got through out of turn number 7. This is absolutely brilliant to watch. Right, here we go into turn number 12. Jaden Thien is ahead of Sean Butcher at the moment. And now Ariel Elkin looking up the inside of the youngster from the Netherlands. The 337 from RR Racing has to slot back in behind. Just keep your eyes on everyone behind this train. It's the Sean Butcher train right now because Jaden Thien is behind him in 4th. Ariel Elkin in 5th. Ariel Elkin looked up the inside as Jan Bouvier was looking up the inside of Brandon Carr. Carr goes defensive down the Europolan. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, oh my goodness me, Paul Fockima loses the back end of the cart going through turn 7 and manages to keep a hold of it. And Matty Hingley gets through on the most, in terms of age, the most senior driver here. Well done to Matty Hingley for putting doing a number on Paul Fockima. 45 seconds, folks. Roller coaster, here we go. It's like Nemesis at Alton Towers. Brandon Carr now looking up the inside of Jan Bouvier and gets through. And so does Matt. Well, this is brilliant stuff. Jan Bouvier keeps it pinned. Matty Hingley there. Paul Fockima. And now a little bit of a tussle between Sean Butcher and Jaden Thien. Ariel Elkin is with them and he's kept pace. Line astern through the chicane at turn number 7. Go Butcher, Thien and Elkin. And they have lost major time. Thien's just had Elkin up the inside, who gets through for 4th position through turn 9. But look at the train of colour behind. Hingley gets through back on Fockima. Bouvier's there. Mega's there. Hingley. Keep your eyes on the likes of William Helgstrand. Jaden Thien threading the eye of the needle through for 4th place. Past Ariel Elkin. Oh, Matty Hingley is doing a great job here. Farin Mega just has Bennett Ahrens up the inside, and the German takes the position away. That's P10. And now Emily de Hoys is not too far adrift either. There she is. Oh, she tags it to the back, and that's the Argenti cart going off the circuit. Aditya Kulkarni. It was a tag from behind, courtesy of Emily de Hoys on Farin Mega. Mega went sideways. Kulkarni had to avoid it. Well, that is one for the history books here, folks. As race 14 comes to a close, and 2 victories so far for Sunderland's Kai Hunter, who wins ahead of Lewis Gilbert. It's exactly a repeat of what we saw in the opening race for senior Rotax. And look at the train behind as they flood their way across the line. Oh, yeah, he had everything thrown at us from a viewer perspective right there. But there is your race winner. 2 for 2 for Kai Hunter. And also the interesting thing is, who's not to say it might be the Hunter brother that won it last year? Could it be the Hunter brother that didn't win it last year that wins this year? Now that'd be a little bit of history written in the Golden Trophy that's been around since 2017. So let's have a look at the race results for Heat 4 Senior Rotax. Kai Hunter winning ahead of Lewis Gilbert, a repeat of what we saw in the opening heat earlier on today by nearly 6/10 of a second. Sean Butcher was third, ahead of Jaden Thien, Elliot Elkin, Brandon Carr, Matty Hinchley, Paul Fokema, Jan Bouvier, Bennett Ahrens, and Emily de Hoy's running at the top 11. William Hoogstrand, Ralph van der Pevert, Mats Johan Overhoff having a good one. 14th place, ahead of Farin Mega, who ended up 15th after that moment. At turn 6, William Christensen, Aditya Kulkarni, 17th after that scare, ahead of Kaz Boshaus. Arnold Dominko, Milo Kaskinen, Daniel Mualem, Curtis Latimer, and Sonja Grönlund running at the 23 that finished. Retiring from the race, Matthias Kroon, Jens van der Heijden, Jere Kokalainen, Janne Niemi, James Johnson, and Liam Hesmans from the Netherlands. So we're going to take a look back at this, what was a fantastic heat. We had close quarter actions, we had great saves. So things got underway pretty good. Lewis Gilbert led the field as the red lights extinguished on the start-finish straight. And then everyone started to fan out a little bit. And it was very close indeed. Brandon Carr got compromised going into turn 2, nearly ending up into the back bumper, probably onto the back of the mounting points on the seat on his Lando Norris kart chassis. But this was the opening foray. So Sean Butcher did take the lead. Brandon Carr was trying to be a little bit forceful with Kai Hunter, but the 395 managed to get through. And this is where we see Jens van der Heijden going round, and a hefty impact. Everyone started to avoid. Jens van der Heijden out on the spot. I'm wondering if James Johnson actually had a technical problem. But then this was where the race would take another twist. Sean Butcher being passed by Kai Hunter. Sean Butcher would lose out to Lewis Gilbert for second position, but would retake it later on in the race. And then this happened, which was Lewis Gilbert up the inside, got a bit squirrely on the curbs, and then here comes Ariel Elkin, actually sending it probably from his home nation. Then there's Farin Mega. Sean Butcher goes off the track after a little bit of a sidewall touch between the pair, but Butcher recovers. There's Aditya Kulkarni being inadvertently barged out the way, but not through Farin Mega's fault, but Kai Hunter takes another victory here in Senior Rotax. The only driver to provisionally have won 2 so far, and the cart that is being brought back in, that is going to be 378 of Jere Kokalainen. Right, we now head into heat number 2 for DD2. Let's take you through the starting grid. Zana Shriblak took the opening heat victory earlier on today, but it's going to be, as it was previously, Mark Kimber, Mattis Malinovskis on the front row, Chris Harnan and Mick Knowlton row 2, Lasse Andresen and Fabian Bock row 3. Zana Shriblak and Jules Cousin running at the top 4 rows ahead of Ronnie Gudler and Martin van Looven from the Netherlands. Axel Samiala and Mathias Jakobsen running at the 6th row, row 7. Maxim Gidixon, Paul Volkov, row 8, Charlie Turner and Christopher Zaxer. Row 9 is Florian Breitenbach and Kilian Gerhardt. Matic Kormanic and Hannes Volker running at the top 20 positions. And Nikita Ilyanov, Axel Bengtsson, Von Braken, Nicolas Guillaume, Lawrence Seifried, Jamie Smith, Hugo Schwarzer, Martin Konopka and Bendit Sabo. So the drivers now go to their official formation lap. So the drivers now make their way through the final corner. Heat 2, DD2 about to get underway. Red lights on the gantry, 10 minutes plus an additional lap ahead of us. Revs rise, lights are out. We are underway. Good start here by Mark Kimber. Someone's very, very wide and sideways going 2 wheels on the grass. They're all punching their way up into turns 1 and 2 and into 3 for the first time. Charlie Turner taking the start, I'm afraid, so whether he's had a drama or he's been released now. He's going to start 15th. Taking a little bit wide, including the 488 of Hugo Schwarzer from Germany. Zana Shriblak trying to make up early ground. He's already up from 7th to 3rd place, so now he's going to hunt down both Chris Harnan and Mark Kimber. Turn number 10, including 484 Axel Bengtsson from Sweden, Sweden Racing. First lap completed. Mark Kimber only having a tenth of a second advantage over Chris Harnan, who decides not to pull the trigger. And slingshot past. He's going to wait and buy this time, try and keep Mark Kimber guessing. Through into turn number 5 and now into turn 6, and then this is when Harnan decides to make the move. Kimber has to avoid, and then all of a sudden his cat-like reflexes open the door for Zana Shriblak. Up into 2nd position. Lasse Andresen battling away for 4th place with Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands. Mattis Malinovskis. 414 from Latvia, running at the top 6. Fabian Bock now up into 7th. Jules Cousin and Mathias Jakobsen. Now Shriblak hits the front within the opening 2 laps. Stern top 3 covered by 0.373 of a second. So Shriblak leads after 2 laps with 8 minutes to go plus an additional lap remaining on the timer. So Charlie Turner did not take the start. And drivers making some inroads. Lawrence Seifried started 25th, now up into 17th. Tom Braken currently sitting in 16th position. youngster from Belgium, up 7 places already. Triblack trying to start to extend a little bit of a lead over Chris Harnan and Mark Kimber. Looking on lap times, Martin van Leeuwen is the fastest one out there, 54.832 seconds. He currently sits in 6th place behind Nick Moulton, it looks like. We've got 5th position. Hotskis is now occupying 6th place. Just over half a second separates the top 3. Martin van Leeuwen up the inside of Mick Knowlton. Textbook through turn number 2. He's a tenth of a second behind number 4.93. Vice champion for the Euro Trophy back in 2018 behind Hannes Moore in that particular year, 27-year-old from Stein. So 6 minutes and 35 seconds still to go. Van Leeuwen and Moulton are starting to close in. A bit further back. And over some headway. Brian Vandenbach now up into 18th. Tom Bracken after the first lap drama that took the youngster out of the race out of turn 7. Now has made his way up into 14th because he's just got past Carl Gustav Borgaard from Denmark. So 40% of the race just about completed, 60% still to go. Triblack holding a slender lead, about 3/10 of a second ahead of Chris Harnan. Couzard is now being passed by Maxime Didix in the 4.99 from Belgium. So, Maxime Didix, 18 years of age, has one of the more elaborate race helmet designs, very Art Deco. Triblack controlling proceedings thus far with 5.5 minutes still to go. And Van Leeuwen is closing in on Kimber for P3 in the slipstream. Goes to 4.12. When is he going to pull out and pull the trigger? It's going to be now. And up the inside neatly goes to 4.12. He's going to have to start chasing after Chris Harnan. Clap for Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Driver coming into equipment could be Kylian Gerhardt in the 4.94 from France. Triblack starting to extend that lead as Van Leeuwen up the inside of Chris Harnan. 4P2 through turn number 12. 4.5 minutes to go. Look at the trait. There's a big old trait there. That's Maxime Didix. That's from 7th backwards. So we've got Matis Malinovskis, Lasse Andreasen, Jules Couzard, Ronnie Kuttler, Axel Saniala, Tom Bracken. So that is from 7th. Now it's all going to start really rearing its ugly head if someone wants to get a bit feisty. Jules Couzard manages to get through. Lasse Andreasen, I believe. Too close for comfort, I think. 3 minutes and 45 seconds still to go on the clock. Oh! Launching it from absolutely nowhere. Carl Gustav Borgaard does a number, and I think that was on Fabian Bock in the 4.81. That was a perler of a move through turn 10. Right, time penalty coming through, and Lawrence Oaktree has just been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing. So the 20-year-old from Salzgitter, that's the BMWs. Not having a great run, an incident with Jamie Smith in the first race, and now this is adding a bit of insult to injury, unfortunately, for the 4.20. Coming down to the final 3 minutes plus an additional lap. Zona Triblack still leads. Martin van Leeuwen not quite catching him just yet, but he might get a little bit braver on the brakes just to close that gap down a little bit. Tom Bracken sending it up the inside of all people. Oh, Axel Sardiali, you just got served, my friend. That was brilliantly done. Tom Bracken just went, right, here we go. Bang, straight through. Thank you very much. Just behind they've got Ronnie Gedler, Fabian Bock, battling away with Carl Borgard in the 4-3-4. Carl Gustav Borgard, as we've seen in previous years. Then with it. Is where the 16-year-old for Irish competition resides currently. It's been just over a second between the top four. Black doing exactly what he's setting out to do. And again, another move up the inside. This time, it was Lasse Andreasen that came under the wrath of Tom Bracken's send up the inside through turn 10 and could be under pressure now from Axel Sarniala. That is going to be the case coming out of the final corner. And there's Matthias Jette Jakobsen, the 4-4-2. 16-year-old from Copenhagen getting through on the 27-year-old based from Stein. And there is Maxime Didix. Right, we've got a nice little race brewing up here, but then you look behind and Jules Cousin is leading the train. Tom Bracken again, he's now ninth. Tom Bracken is absolutely running away with overtakes so far in this race. Started down in 23rd position, and Tom Bracken is in a genuine, heartfelt 100% ninth position. 14 places gained. How many more can he make up as there is a change for the race lead? Martin van Leeuwen on Xander Schribblack for the race lead coming through turn 2 as we're now on to lap number 11. Schribblack's going to try and see if he can do something, but he does not want. He's got to make that all important 64,000 euro question be answered, and now he's going to wrestle his way through on Van Norway. And look at the run that Chris Harnen had on that one. Brilliant for the number 437 from the Netherlands. I hope his dad Paul is watching, because he's probably going stir crazy right now and just yelling at the TV with a few expletives to boot. But now this has brought Kimber back into it. Look how close the top four are. Last lap board is out. Top four covered by 0.376 of a second. Van Leeuwen was looking up the inside of Harnen through turn number 2. No room given by the SP Motorsport driver in second place. Through turn 5. Now into the hairpin at turn 6 as Kimber switches to the outside to get the under overdone on Martin van Leeuwen, and he goes wheel to wheel like Senna and Mansell back in 1991, and he has to back out of it. My goodness me, Mark Kimber had the run and he thought better of it. He's not here to win the, well, he definitely wants to try and win the event. He's using this like a few drivers are. We're on the Birol chassis to prepare for the grand finals in just 2 weeks' time. Xander Schribblack is going to make it 2 for 2, and Kimber went very, very wide there. Very, very wide. And that allowed Matthias Jette Jakobsen to get the 4th. Maxime Didix hits the top 5. Mark Kimber 6th, Mick Knowlton 7th, and from 23rd on the starting grid, the 15-year-old from Belgium, Tom Bracken, takes P8 with Jules Cousin and Matis Malinovskis from Latvia rounding out the top 10 positions. Have to hand it to him, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Xander's back, 2 for 2 for the 19-year-old based out of these very parts here at Genk. All that trading, definitely worth it. So let's have a look at the finishing order for Heat 2. It's 2 for 2 so far for Belgium's Xander Schribblack, finishing ahead of Chris Harnen with Martin van Leeuwen rounding out the top 3. Matthias Jette Jakobsen takes 4th ahead of Maxime Didix with Mark Kimber, Mick Knowlton, Tom Bracken, Jules Cousin and Matis Malinovskis rounding out the top 10. Lasse Andreasen, Axel Sarniala, Karl Borgard, Ronnie Göttler and Fabian Bock rounding out the top 15. Florian Breitenbach and Christopher Zaxa, Axel Bengtsson, Hugo Schwarzer and Hannes Border rounding out the top 20. Martin Konopka, Bendit Sabo, Matic Formanic, Nicola Guillaume, Nikita Ilyanov, Lawrence Seyfried and Jamie Smith being the last of the finishers in that race, with Kylian Gerhardt out on lap 4 and Charlie Turner unfortunately not making it to the start. So let's have a look back at the DD2 second heat. That's it, Andreasen there for those watching at home. So the red lights went out. It was a good start from Kimber, as everyone managed to get themselves into position. But one driver decided, well, I'm going to be edged out a little bit here. Chris Harnan managed to make his way up into second position, but it was Arne Schriblak. He managed to make his way up from 7th. And then here was the move where Chris Harnan took the lead from Mark Kimber. A bit of a touch from rear bumper to front fairing, and there was Schriblak. He was past Kimber quickly before you could say the word jump. A little bit of a sideways moment there. That was for the 484. That was one of the Tony karts. Axel Bengtsson with one of the Nies racing karts. And then Tom Bracken went on a binge of overtaking. And this was the move where Martin van Leeuwen briefly led the race ahead of Zana Schriblak going through turn 2. But then we saw all of this commotion, and this was the moment that I nearly equated to Mansell v Senna in 1991. Kimber was he was literally millimetres away. And, oh, that's why Mark Kimber went wide, because he went over the back bumper of Martin van Leeuwen, which dropped him down. He was lucky to get away with that one. He nearly could have ended up in the barriers, but Zander Schriblak taking his second win in the heats with one more to go. Right, we go to the penultimate heat for DD2 Masters. And it was Carl Clibord that took the opening win this weekend. But as it was in Heat 2, let's have a look at your starting grid. So Martinas Stankiewicz and Christoph Capitan on the front row. Timo Haug and Christoph Adams. Row 2 representing Germany and the Netherlands. Belgium on the inside of row 3, courtesy of Carl Clibord, with Lithuania represented by Nicolas Mazinas. It's an all-German row number 4 with Michael Becker on 7th and Sebastian Humpelhardt on 8th, with Dominic Hummels representing the Netherlands in the 517 and the 570 of Germany's Daniel Yildiz bringing up the rear of the field. So the red lights ignite on the starting gantry for the penultimate heat out of 3 for DD2 Masters. Stankiewicz on pole. He'll be on the right-hand side of your screens at home. Alongside him will be Christoph Capitan as they slowly make their way in towards the tram lines. The revs now start to rise as the accelerators are pressed down. It's going to be a clean start. Good start by Stankiewicz as he leads the field. Timo Haug retired in the first race, but keeping his arm in second position as Carl Clibord looking to get past Christoph Capitan early. Christoph Adams having to go defensive as around the outside of him goes Sebastian Humpelhardt. And that's in for 6th position. The entire field now making their way through turn number 6. Almost has dropped down to 9th position. As they make their way through in towards turn number 9. Oh, Christoph Adams gets caught a bit unawares there. It was from the 585 of Nicolas Mazinas. And he's now in front of Daniel Yildiz, so Christoph Adams drops to 9th. Side by side between Nicolas Mazinas and Dominic Hummels going into turns 1 and 2, and the SP Motorsport driver in the 517 gets past. At the front of the field, Martinas Stankiewicz being pressurised by Germany's Timo Haug, Christoph Capitan, Carl Clibord, Michael Becker and Sebastian Humpelhardt, and now the lead changes. Timo Haug up the inside of Stankiewicz from the end of the Europlan at turn 7 at the chicane. Christoph Capitan again looking to get through, nearly opened the door for Carl Clibord. Michael Becker is waiting the wings, and now through turn 10. Nice move up the inside from Carl Clibord and parks it where he needed to get the best run through turn number 11. Now Christoph Capitan goes sideways, and Michael Becker has nowhere to go and is bumped backwards 180 degrees, and the back axle is bent on that kart. He will not be taking any further participation. It was a hard hit for Michael Becker, and he's out on the spot. So just 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Oh, Nicolas Mazinas nearly has the drama coming out of turn 6 whilst battling away with Sebastian Humpelhardt, who has now dropped behind. Well, it's all changed because now Dominic Hummels finds himself in 4th position. Timo Haug has pulled away to the tune of nearly half a second ahead of Martina Stankiewicz. Karl Clebor is giving chase in 3rd. Sebastian Humpelhardt now in 5th place ahead of Nicolas Mazinas. Christoph Adams now in 7th. Tanju Yildiz. Now so Christoph Capitan, because of that sideways moment, finds himself in 9th place with Michael Becker eliminated due to the contact between him and Christoph Capitan going sideways and launching the comp car into the air so hard that it bent the back axle on the spot. And the amount of vibrations for Michael Becker was too much. It was not rolling true. And send there from Nicolas Mazinas up the inside of Sebastian Humpelhardt. Christoph Adams, like the steely veteran that he is just waiting to have his opportunity to get through. Humpelhardt again closing in to Mazinas, going through the exit of turn number 11. Yildiz, a few car lengths behind Christoph Adams. Christoph Capitan makes his way out of turn number 12. A bit of a disappointment. It's going to be more than likely for the Frenchman. Also been running in the BNL karting series at some points this year, and also the National Series de Karting. So, a well-known competitor in the French Rotax racing family. Sebastian Humpelhardt is trying to look to see if he can get past Nicolas Mazinas. At the moment, not quite happening, though, for the German driver. Now Timo Haug thought, well, I might be able to get away. A certain Martina Stankiewicz has said otherwise, and now is starting to push. Karl Clebor is keeping with them. Sideways going through turn 3 for Timo Haug at that point, whilst lighting up the rear tyres and putting the throttle down. Kept it pinned whilst keeping it sideways. So the race lead continues to be contested between Timo Haug, Martina Stankiewicz and Karl Clebor. So top 3 covered by just over 0.6 of a second. Sebastian Humpelhardt has set the fastest lap of the race, 54.759 for the German. Now Stankiewicz looking to start, anticipating where he can make the move, and he looks up the inside. Oh, that was a beautiful one there from Martina Stankiewicz through on Timo Haug. He'll take the race lead on lap number 7. Top 3 last time around were covered by just over 0.6. I think that's going to be a little bit less this time, because look at how close Karl Clebor is to Timo Haug. And out of the final corner, he's going to get the run on the 575. 3 and a bit tenths covered the top 3 as Karl Clebor swings wide to the outside going into turn 2. As his approach going to look for turn 6 here. It might be very, very close indeed. Karl Clebor bumps over the curves through turn 6. It unsettles the back end towards the right-hand side. It just kicked out the back end ever so slightly, but he managed to keep a hold of it. Now he's just going to have to wait for his next opportunity. So if he can get close to Timo Haug on this particular occasion, he might have a chance of getting through on the driver on the parallel chassis. this particular occasion, that won't transpire, because he was the best part of nearly 3/10 of a second behind. So things are a little bit closer. Oh, Mazinas has a little bit of a moment there coming out of turn 2. And Sebastian Humpelhardt now retakes 5th position. But now, the battle between Timo Haug and Karl Klebor has accelerated in terms of intensity, because Martinas Stankiewicz has pulled a considerable gap. It was nearly half a second. Looks to be a little bit further extended this time. Now, Lloyd Stankiewicz posts the fastest lap time. Is the first thing I'm going to ask here. Doesn't, but goes nearly a 10th quicker than Timo Haug. Karl Klebor this time was less than a quarter of a second adrift of the 5.75 from Germany. And still keeping Timo Haug incredibly honest right now. So just over a minute to go, plus an additional lap. Martinas Stankiewicz trying to become the second different winner here today. Timo Haug was hoping he was going to get the opportunity to do so, but Stankiewicz now has started to pull away. Klebor that time was looking a little bit closer. Particular occasion, 35 seconds on the timer still to go. Is Karl Klebor going to get past is the big question that we really need to have answered here, but only Karl can provide that answer. Go on to the final lap, but Karl Klebor was very, very late on the brakes and had full commitment in the Kart Republic chassis underneath him. Martinas Stankiewicz will now see the last lap board for this time. Karl Klebor within 2.5 of a second once again. As Sebastian Humpelhardt now has got past Dominic Hummels, and here comes Mikolas Mazinas also to try and see if he can get past the 5.17 from SP Motorsports. I'm just going to keep a quick eye on Karl Klebor and Timo Haug. Well, Timo Haug he had the waft a little bit there to assist him to pull away from Karl Klebor. So Humpelhardt has gotten through on Dominic Hummels. However, Mikolas Mazinas might not get through as our leaders make their way through into turn 10 for the final time. Karl Klebor is right there and then. Oh, touch between Hummels and Mazinas got away with that one very, very lightly indeed. Out of the final corner, Lithuania's Martinas Stankiewicz takes the victory. Timo Haug takes second. Karl Klebor takes third, with Sebastian Humpelhardt taking 4th position. Mikolas Mazinas after the touch with Dominic Hummels takes P5. Well, Christoph Capitan was able to get through and pass Daniel Yildiz. So 90% of the field finished the 12 laps of racing. So let's have a look at the results for Heat 2 for DD2 Masters. Lithuania's Martinas Stankiewicz winning by just over half a second from Germany's Timo Haug, who this time was able to get to the checkered flag. Karl Klebor in third, with Sebastian Humpelhardt in fourth. Mikolas Mazinas, Dominic Hummels, Christoph Adams and Christoph Capitan, who had that early tangle, in the race that saw Michael Becker eliminated on lap 2, with Daniel Yildiz coming in and finishing the full race distance. So going to have a look back over this race itself. Daniel Yildiz getting himself focused and ready to race. Nicolas Mazinas just waiting. And then the drivers would get themselves under starters' orders. It was a good start from Tankevicius in the 533 on the Birolart chassis. A little bit of side-by-side between Sebastian Rumpelhardt and Nicolas Mazinas going into turn 1. Christoph Adams trying to keep it pinned around the outside of Michael Becker, but would run a little bit wide. And then Mazinas catching Christoph Adams unaware, and then Dominic Hummels trying to go around the outside through into turn 11. And then this was the biggest one. So you can see the contact between the right rear wheel of Christophe Capitan and the right rear wheel. And there you see Michael Becker. That kart is going up and down. And that back axle severely bent. Becker having to retire the kart. This was the move that pretty much ensured that Martinas Tankevicius gets through. Sebastian Rumpelhardt and Nicolas Mazinas nearly coming to blows, and the Lithuanian having to get out of the way. Then this send here on Dominic Hummels, and skywards there for Nicolas Mazinas. He was lucky, as I said earlier, to get away with that one. But Martinas Tankevicius takes Heat 2 in DD2 Masters. So far in Minimax, we have had 4 different winners from 3 different nations so far. Heat 1 was won by Great Britain's Henry Domain, with Mats van Rooyen picking up the victory for the Netherlands in Heat number 2. Denny Babacek for the Czech Republic taking Heat 3. And Boris Maximov taking Heat number 4. We've got 2 more to go, which will then decide the ranking after the heats for the Minimax drivers. Some of them who have already qualified for the grand finals. There's Albie Friend, now running in the colours of Tony Kart with Strawberry Racing. Celebrated his 10th birthday 3 weeks ago on the week of the final round of the 2022 B&L Karting Series season, which celebrated its 15th anniversary, having been inaugurated back in 2008. So 4 different winners, 3 different nations. Who's going to be next? Is it going to be that youngster there, Albert Friend, the 191, who will start from 4th position? There's a whole heap of talent in this field. So this is the penultimate Minimax Heat. Race 17 out of 24 today here on Heats Day. It's time for Minimax Heat number 5 Groups A and D, here's your starting grid. So Maxim Becker will have Nikita Nikishov alongside. Denny Babacek will be joined by Albert Friend on row number 2. Carlos Nees and Marcel Zebo, row 3. Ryan Rivers and Kenzo Craigie, row 4, with James Roberts and Casper Nissen completing the top 10. Jure Leva, Noah Barham, Majas Mazinas, Patrikas Jokius, Daniel Minto, Dimitri Matrenin, Prokhor Sokultsev, Jens Themunen, Gleb Solovov, Jakob Assam and Joachim Otterson, rounding out the 21-strong grid. So we are 11 degrees air temperature. We apparently feels in single digits at the moment. Sunset due in 35 minutes time, which means the Minimax drivers will probably be the ones that will have the most light on the circuit, and will be at that crossover point for juniors. So the drivers have carried out their sighting lap. They are now onto their formation lap. And for these two groups, it is the last of their 3 heats for the day. So, the penultimate Minimax heats of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, now officially under starters' orders. Drivers make their way through the 12th and final turn at this circuit. Into the tram lines we go, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Minimax Heat 5 underway. Becker gets a good start. Babicek looking up the inside of Nikishov as they hurtle their way through into turn 2 for the opening time. And Denny Babicek keeping in second. Marcel Zebo gets a little assist from behind that allows Albie Friend to get through. And I think that is Kenzo Craigie looking around the outside of the 191 from Strawberry Racing, and that was through turn 6. And if Kenzo Craigie has pulled that move off, I don't think he has. No, he hasn't. He's dropped a little bit further back, but an absolute melee of Minimax drivers going through turn 7 into the chicane off of the Europalan. Marcel Zebo has got someone round to the outside. That was Nikita Nikishov, I believe. Maxim Becker has seen the biggest gap he's wanted to see all day long. Albert Friend is in second. Denny Babacek, Nikita Nikishov, Marcel Zebo, I believe, rounds out the top 5 as they come across the line to complete the opening lap. One driver bobbing up and down in their seats, and that was probably more than likely Casper Nissen. As all, bit of a touch between him and Kenzo Craigie. That nearly could have caused major dramas right there. But they both managed to keep a hold of their respective carts. And all more dramas going into turn 6. Could have been James Roberts, I think, was going up the inside. That was the case. Kenzo Craigie got a bit of a fright. This is not getting easy at all out there for these youngsters, because they know that this is the last opportunity to get through. And there's been a moment, and there's been a hard hit into the side of one of the Sodi carts. And that was James Roberts who got hit in the side pod. That was by one of the Praga chassis. We've also had a time penalty issued. 123 of Ryan Rivers. 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. Denny Babacek looking up the inside of Albie Friend. Nikita Nikishov not too far adrift. Oh, bumping over the curbs. That was Kasper Nissen. Hangs on to it. The skin of the race suit, so to speak. And oh, another move up the inside. Kasper Nissen is trying to do everything he can do to get past, and through goes Noah Barham from Great Britain in the 134. So Barham running on the Lando Norris kart chassis, Lando Norris chassis running under the Dan Holland Racing awning. Incredibly close between quite a few of these drivers, and it's not over yet. Oh my goodness, who was that? That was more than likely. That was someone on a Praga chassis, and if that was Kasper Nissen, that was a send and a half right there. Looks like Noah Barham's regained that place in the meantime. Denny Babacek waiting in the wings to see if Albie Friend opens the door. Not quite yet. It was Kasper Nissen who sent that from an absolute country kilometre back. So 3 minutes and 38 seconds still to go. Denny Babacek gets past by Nikita Nikishov, the 11-year-old from Artola Estepona. Now ahead Denny Babacek, 10 years of age, from Vrakov. A little bit further back, Epsom's very own Kenzo Craigie is battling away tooth and nail. That will be with more than likely Barham, I believe. But look at now the darkness. Well, the transition from daytime to nighttime is starting now, because the floodlights are being switched on. I've seen the one just outside of Marshall Post 7 off of turn 12, and now the infield. So progressively these floodlights will come on, and then that brings the dynamic of the Golden Trophy into full prominence. At the minute, I think, got past Dimitri Matrenin for a place. That would have been for 11th position. Still got just over 2 minutes and 20 to go. Second, third and fourth coming out of turn 9, a line astern. And Nikita Nikishov trying to put the pressure on Albert Friend going through turn 10. Kenzo Craigie battling away with Marcel Zibo from Hungary. But at the moment, Maxime Becker's lead is close to 3 seconds. Second, third and fourth cross the line. Gap now 3.1. Maxime Becker has also put in the fastest lap of the race, because the three behind are squabbling. Come on, guys, work together and catch up with Maxime Becker. You're letting him get away with that kind of gap. It's a 59.509 second lap time for Maxime Becker. Closest one to that is Denny Babacek with a 59.549. 90 seconds to go. Oh, bit of a drama there. That was for, more than likely, that was one of the Knees racing carts. That was Carlos Knees, who was fighting at the sharper end of the grid in his previous heats, but in Heat 3, it doesn't seem to be going that well for the youngster. 9-year-old based out of Alzenau. .65 seconds on the clock remains as the battle between second, third and fourth continues onward. Nikita Nikishov between a UK and a Czech Republic sandwich at the moment. Kenzo Craigie keeping a hold of that fifth place, and now Nikishov pulls the trigger. Up the inside goes the Spaniard on the Briton about the Albie Friend. Now Albie Friend trying to look up the inside. Does he get through on turn 5? No, he doesn't. Denny Babacek nearly could have lined that up for turn 6. It was a bit close there for Albert Friend to try and go through on that particular occasion, but he has to hold back and wait for his chance. So Maxime Becker will very shortly be coming out of turn number 11, which he does now with 12 seconds on the clock remaining. 12-second time penalty going to driver number 152 on this particular occasion. Chokius from Lithuania. As with about 2 seconds to go, Maxime Becker crosses the line. So we've got this and an additional lap. We're on to lap 8 out of 9. Nikita Nikishov. And it was the 152 of Patrick Kastrokius gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Timer has expired. We're now on to the penultimate lap. Lap 8 out of 9. And Albie Friend trying to look to see if he can get past Nikita Nikishov from Spain for that second position. But he's got to watch out because Denny Babacek could strike at a moment's notice. Albert Friend looked to the inside, then decided to go defensive on the 140. So this time, in a few seconds, as second, third and fourth make their way down to turn number 10. Maxime Becker very shortly will see the sign that he's wanted to see all day, bless him. It's going to be the last lap board. So Maxime Becker goes on to the 9th and final lap, but still second, third and fourth are battling away. Nikita Nikishov ahead of Albert Friend. Going on to the final lap, into turns 1 and 2 they go. Do the trio. A little bit further back, I think Kenzo Craigie has just lost out to Marcel Zebo through turn 2. And Kenzo Craigie might have just got back in front. He has. So these three make their way out of turn 6 for the final time. Albert Friend looking to see where Denny Babacek is, because he might have to settle for third place and not try and push and move up the inside unless Nikishov opens the door. Race leader now coming through turn number 10 as second, third and fourth. Oh, a bit snaky on the front. The front end snap to the left for Nikishov. But Maxime Becker, pole position award winner last night, is now finally going to take a race victory here on Heats Day. And he celebrates. Maxime Becker takes the win by a country mile ahead of, it's going to be Albert Friend. The winning margin, 5 seconds. Albert Friend takes second position by a margin of 74 thousandths of a second ahead of Nikita Nikishov, with Denny Babacek rounding out the top 4 positions after that race. So Kenzo Craigie managing to retake 5th position ahead of Marcel Zibor, but Maxime Becker now becomes the 5th different winner in as many heats. What's even more interesting, folks, Denny Babacek won heat number 3. In the next heat, we've got Henry Domain, Mats van Rooyen, and Boris Maximov. So there is going to be one driver that's going to take home 2 wins. But Maxime Becker wins by just over 5 seconds ahead of Albert Friend, who pipped Nikita Nikishov by 74 thousandths of a second after the end of that 9-lap adventure. Nikita Nikishov rounding out the top 3. Denny Babacek in 4th place ahead of Kenzo Craigie, Marcel Zibor, Kasper Nissen, Noah Barham, Majus Mazinas, and Daniel Minto, who now has been promoted to P10. Dmitry Matrenin, Prokor Sokolotsev, Yuri Leva, Jent Thimunen, James Roberts, Patrick Kastrokius, Gleb Solovov, Jakob Assam, and I've just seen that Carlos Nees is going to drop back another 5 seconds. So there are a couple of pushing penalties coming in. Ryan Rivers at the back end of the field. So looking back at the penultimate race for the Minimax on Heats Day, heat number 5. Things got underway at the start, and Maxime Becker led the field going in to turn number 1 and turn 2, despite having to wrestle with the steering wheel as all as Sandru were doing so. Denny Babacek managed to get through on Nikita Nikishov. And we had this little moment, and it was Carlos Nees that instigated the incident that turned around James Roberts, and then the 162 of Jakob Assam from Austria had nowhere to go. So James Roberts not having a great run there. Whilst Maxime Becker pulled away, the battle for second, third and fourth really was on. And there was a bit of a stranglehold on that for Nikita Nikishov initially, as Albert Friend managed to try and get through. The pair clashed. It nearly allowed Denny Babacek to get through turns 3 and 4. Then nice little move there from Albie Friend, but Maxime Becker celebrating with both hands off the wheel, the 155. our pole sitter from yesterday, takes the victory. Also, good to see that that is the new race helmet for Boris Maximov that got unveiled a little while ago. There's Western Supermare's very own young hotshot, Mr. Jacob Ashcroft. He's been racing across Europe quite recently. I still remember this young lad was in a class called Bambinos. That's probably quite alien to a lot of people that haven't heard of it's quite similar to Bambini racing over in Italy. But some of these drivers that I know in this field, such as Jacob Ashcroft, Henry Domain, who I first met back in 2018 when not only I was commentating in Europe, but I was also commentating in the UK. That just goes to show how much they've grown in terms of talent, let alone height as well. And now they can answer back at me, which is a bit worrying. Mechanics are asked to clear the track, so the dummy grid is being cleared. So just to update you all on some of the results that have now been confirmed. Austin Lee ended up being declared the winner of Heat 3 for Junior Rotax due to a front-fairing penalty for race winner Kasper Schormans. Leon Zelenko picked up the win in Heat 4. Mads Rees and Kai Hunter confirmed as your race winners for Senior Rotax for Heats 3 and 4. Martinas Stankovic has already been confirmed as the race winner for DD2 Masters. Just waiting for things to be confirmed for DD2, which should be soon. So I'll update you as soon as I know. It's now time for the sixth and final Mini Max Heat here at the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy Let's take you through the grid. One final time today for Minimax. On the front row, it's going to be Jakub Gasparovic and Felipe Reyes. Jacob Ashcroft joined by Nikita Zhubimov on row 2. Boris Maximov and Mats van Rooyen, row 3. Jensen Chalk joins Gabriel Hoffmann on row number 4 with Henry Domain and Nick Braselic on the completion of the top 10. 11th, it's Jakub Kubera with Boris Verhaag alongside for company on row 6. Row 7, Len Abbas and Christoph Gillard. Leopold Juch and Oliver Warner on row 8. Christian Stefanov and Eason Seng rounding out the top 18 positions for the top with the 21 strong grid, completed by Erik Bransborg, Uros Bogdanic and Jaroslav Matrenin. So the drivers now have completed their sighting lap. They now go on to the official formation lap ahead of the final 7 minutes plus an additional lap race. And what's more, the light is starting to fade from the skies up above as the floodlights at the home of champions are now on. So it's Jakub Gasparovic against the small diminutive figure of Felipe Reyes. They are on the front row. They come out of the final corner and now make their way to split into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out for the final Minimax race of the day. And a good start by Jakub Gasparovic, and Jacob Ashcroft fires it up the inside like a guided missile and takes the race lead, but he runs wide going through into turn 3. And Boris Maximov hits the front of the field. They battled each other 3 weeks ago at the final round of the B&L karting series, as it's getting a bit elbows out there, isn't it, going through into turn number 6. A bit further behind the top 4 drivers who look to have gotten away a little bit. And some getting caught out by the inside curbing through into the right-hand sweeper here at turn number 8. As the drivers make their way down into turn 10 for the opening time. So Maximov leads, Ashcroft, Gasparovic and Domain. That's your top 4. Domain looking up the inside of Gasparovic and makes the move through on turn 12 for P3. Felipe Reyes looks to be dropping down the order. I think Mats van Rooyen might have gotten past, which is the case. And Felipe Reyes having to avoid those trying to get through, and he's lost out 3 positions. One to Boris Verhaag, and also going through at that point was Gabriel Hoffmann from Germany. Hoffmann again. Oh, Hoffmann using a little bit of initiative to try and get up the inside of Mats van Rooyen to use the curbing, and oh, it's getting a bit too close for comfort. Oh, and Hoffmann's round. Hoffmann is round. There was a touch, and that was looked to be with Boris Verhaag there. Gabriel Hoffmann's work to get up the field a little bit there got compromised by that tangle. There was side pod and side wall rubbing. The youngster from Germany turned around, I'm afraid. 11-year-old from Heidersheim, going 180 degrees the other way. whilst going backwards. And also, we've got another driver that completely broke formation. Nick Braselic has been hit with a 5-second time penalty. Now, it's a repeat of the B&L karting series. I remember Jacob Ashcroft's dad Barry saying to me, well, Boas said to Jacob, oh, are you going to let me win next time? And that didn't quite happen when they were competing against each other. But top four, not that far away from each other, because Jakub Gaspardovich has kept pace with Henry Domain in third, Jacob Ashcroft in second, and Boaz Maximov rounding out, who's actually leading the way. Jensen Chalk is currently in sixth position. He's behind Jakub Kubera and has got Mats van Rooyen not too far behind. Mats van Rooyen normally runs on a Falcon chassis, but having qualified for the grand finals, using the opportunity to get used to the Praga. They'll be using a Praga IPK chassis ahead of the grand finals. A little bit of a tussle a bit further back. I think I spotted Leopold Joux battling away, possibly with Oliver Warner from Argenti. As Felipe Reyes gets past on Boris Verhaag, so 1:07 past 1:33. They got Zhubimov. And the top four last time around, after 3 laps, were covered by less than 0.6 of a second. That could give the opportunity to Jakub Kubera to start closing. But also Jensen Chalk has got past Mats van Rooyen. Here goes the move for the lead. Up the inside goes Ashcroft on Maximov. And then there goes Henry Domain. And there is Jakub Gaspardovich out of turn 12 and into turn 1 and 2. For the briefest of moments, Boaz Maximov dropped from the lead of the race to 4th, but managed to claw one back. So sometimes going through into the turn 1 right-hand kink, if you're on the outside, you can actually go to the inside and make the move. That's exactly what Boaz Maximov did. Oh, more dramas, and a little bit of a touch between Gabriel Hoffmann and the 153 of Denmark's Erik Brandsborg. And in the for MJ Motorsports from Varda, age just 9, one of the many drivers that are in the single-digit age brackets. As we head into the final 2 minutes, the darkness creeping in slowly but surely here at the home of champions. It's on in the Genka kart shop. And Jacob Ashcroft has gotten away. Ashcroft is away and fairly clear. As in last time around, it was nearly 4.5 of a second. Jakub Kubera. Now the cavalry is coming. It's being led by Jakub Kubera and Jensen Chalk, who were respectively 5th and 6th position. You could add possibly a few more drivers to that mix. Likes of Mats van Rooyen, Felipe Reyes, Boris Verhaag, and Nikita Zhubimov. Maybe even add, Braselic will be counted out of consideration based on the fact of having a 5-second time penalty for leaving with all 4 wheels out of the corridor. He's on the tram lines. So 60 seconds on the time it remains. Jacob Ashcroft now has extended the lead to just under 0.6 of a second. So through into the Europolan once again through turn 6. Right, top 11 drivers covered by 3.8 seconds. So 15 seconds to go in the race itself. It's the final opportunity. And with the way things are going, as the field makes its way through the 12th and final corner, on the buzzer, Jacob Ashcroft brings them onto the penultimate lap. lap 8 out of 9. There's now Jakub Gasparovic up the inside, as was Jakub Kubera on Henry Domain. So the 154 from Sybil Headingham loses 2 places at the very same corner. Now Kubera goes up the inside of Gasparovic. Domain was looking for the inside move too. Very close between the two Jakubs there, as Domain's going to get through on the 199 on the Sodi Kart chassis through turn 7. So neatly anticipated there by Henry Domain to get back into what is 4th position. So one more lap to go after this to conclude the Minimax competition for the Golden Trophy in terms of the heats. Boris Maximov has been closing in on Jacob Ashcroft, and last time around put in the fastest lap of the race, 59.2. Last lap board out. Last lap underway. Bit of a touch there. And that was between, looks to be Mats van Rooyen and Boris Verhaag coming across the start-finish line as well. And Van Rooyen's disgust at that was clear to see. Leaders now making their way down in towards the Europelan for what's going to be the final time. A bit further back at the tail end of the field, coming through turns 4 and 5. There's a bit of action happening there, but there is your race leader, Jacob Ashcroft, who will pick up a victory here today. So 6 different winners from 6 different heats, because now Jacob Ashcroft, the youngster from Western Supermare, comes out of the final corner and wins the final heat by nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. Jakub Gasparovic, absolutely jubilant. The youngster with the KF Racing team running on the Croc Promotion chassis, finishing ahead of Henry Domain. Disappointment cleared to see for Jakub Kubera, but you can't really sniff at P5. Jensen Chalk in 6th ahead of Felipe Reyes, with Mats van Rooyen, Boris Verhaag and Nikita Zhubimov rounding out the provisional top 10. So let's have a look at the results for the final Mini Max Heat, Heat 6. Groups B versus C. Jacob Ashcroft winning ahead of Boris Maximov, who took the 4th heat victory earlier on today by just under 4.5 tenths of a second. Jakub Gasparovic in 3rd ahead of Heat 1 winner Henry Domain, Jakub Kubera, Jensen Chalk, Felipe Reyes, Mats van Rooyen finishing in 8th ahead of Boris Verhaag, Nikita Zhubimov in 10th ahead of Oliver Warner in 11th, Christoph Killer, Len Abbas, Nick Briselic, Leopold Zhu, Eason Seng from Chinese Taipei finishing in 16th. Difficult race. I think it's going to be a bit of pill to swallow for Gabriel Hoffmann after what was such a great, promising start for the youngster. Uros Bogdanic, Erik Brandsborg, Jaroslav Matrenin, and Christian Stefanov rounding out the complete finishing order as they completed all 9 laps. Let's have a look back at the race itself. Looking up at the sky was Felipe Reyes before things got going. Smiles as the mechanics cleared the grid, and with a puff of the exhaust fumes from the Rotax Max Evo engines, you could see there the 184 of Nick Briselic clearly breaking formation as Jakub Gasparovic led the field into the opening couple of corners. But it was Jacob Ashcroft's launch here that got him into the lead, and Boris Maximov followed suit. Here was the drama for Gabriel Hoffmann, the 195 from Germany. A little bit of a touch sent him spinning. Maximov and Ashcroft went into battle. Sidewalls and side pods nearly coming into contact with each other. And this was the move on Jakub Kubera by Jakub Gasparovic, and it allowed Henry Domain from Great Britain in the 154 to get through. And then this little drama here for Mats van Rooyen and Boris Verhaag. And that was the sign for what on earth were you doing in layman's terms. But Jacob Ashcroft comes across the line and the youngster becomes the 6th different winner in as many heats here in Minimax, with Jakub Gasparovic jubilant in 3rd place behind Boris Maximov. So we turn our attention to the penultimate junior Rotax heat. It's race 20, race 19, heat 5, groups A versus D. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So Boluet will be joined on the front row by Dion van Verven from the Netherlands with, again, it's the reverse this time, Netherlands and Belgium on row 2, Casper Schormans and Lawrence Herbols. Then we've also got just behind them on row 3, Nemanja Jovanovic from Serbia and Mateo Denkovic from Belgium. Knud Nielsen from Denmark will be joined by Max Cuthbert on row 4 with Felipe Falk from the Netherlands and Adam Krevsik from Hungary completing the top 10. Jimmy Kokalainen from Finland will be joined by Mika van der Pevert on row 6. Thomas Ingram Hill and Puck Doubles from Great Britain and the Netherlands rounding out the top 7 rows. Armand Hamilton from Australia and Vasil Apostolowski from North Macedonia rounding out row 8. Sebastian Bach from Denmark and Zach Turner from from Great Britain rounding out the top 18 positions. Anja Levar, Noah Janssen and Andrea Kostic rounding out the 21 strong grid. So far, 4 different winners from 4 different nations. Macaulay Bishop took the opening heat ahead of, with Gustav Susakovs taking heat 2, Austin Lee heat 3, and Leon Zelenko heat number 4. And what's more, all 4 of those drivers will be in the next heat, and whoever gets 2 race wins plus the highest finish is going to be the top on the ranking after heats, and what's more, be on pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. So 7 minutes on the timer, floodlights ablaze into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? The 5th and penultimate junior Rotax heat is well and truly underway. Louette leads the field into turn number 1. There's a little bit of a bump for somebody, I think, around about 5th or 6th position, but Louette has scarpered. He got the jump he needed. 2nd place, it is actually Casper Schormans. 3rd is going to be Dion van Verven. It's getting a bit close for comfort coming out of turn number 6 towards the tail end of the 21 strong field as they make their way through turn number 7. Nemanja Jovanovic actually able to, well, the technical gremlins for the 211 have been put to pasture. And now we will see what the 211, the 13-year-old from Belgrade, is capable of. As now the darkness really starting to really bring the Golden Trophy's key, what is it? SOP, ISP. It's selling points. And it's a showpiece. So with just over 5.5 minutes remaining. Oh, someone's gotten a bit unhappy there, tapping the side of their race helmet. Might have been an X3 chassis, not 100% sure, but I did see Noah Janssen coming into shot at that point. Move up the inside through into turn number 10. That is going to be Mika van der Pevert from the Netherlands. He gets through, 2 minutes down. Oh, it's really getting a bit close for comfort here. A gaggle of about 6 or 7 carts. 228 is stuck in that. Sebastian Bach from RS Competition, representing Denmark. Oh, right, 230. Aaron Krepsik's just got a slap on the wrist. 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the rolling start. It's still getting a bit close for comfort here. 265 stuck in the middle of it. Knud Nielsen from Denmark. Probably having that. Aaron Krepsik, who will have a 3-second time penalty. All right. 275. Zach Turner broke formation with all 4 wheels out of the tram lines. So the youngster from Oldham, 12 years of age, first trip over to Europe for the youngster. His dad John got in touch with me and said, well, who do you think can help him out? So I gave my first suggestion, was about to throw another one, and ended up with Hunter Motorsports. Oh, getting close here. Kasper Schulman's now ahead of Bolowet, so this is going to be another winner on the cards, but who, more importantly, is it going to be? Because at the moment, 2 of the 4 race wins so far has been from a driver on a Sodi kart with JJ Racing. And that was over the last 2 races, Austin Lee and Leon Zelenko. Their way through in towards turn 11 and now turn 12. And then Jovanovic keeping close to Armand Hamilton from Australia in the 2-1-3. That is the battle for what is 8th position behind. Well, it's about 1.2 seconds behind Mika van der Pever from the Netherlands. Trying to close in on them is Aaron Krepsik, who's now got 3 seconds to try and find in terms of those who are behind him. Actually, remember that Aaron Krepsik actually won the Can-Am Riker at the International Trophy last year at Le Mans, and remember asking him how he felt. His mechanic went, well, he doesn't speak any English. Language barriers ahoy. But there we go. He did have a big smile on his face when he was sitting on the Can-Am Riker. But Kasper Schulmans now has a 3.5 tenths of a second advantage ahead of Bolowet. Dion van Verven holding station in 3rd place. Matej Radenkovic in 4th. Felipe Falk, Lawrence Herboz, Mika van der Pevert, Armand Hamilton, Emmanuel Jovanovic. And it's, well, the way things are going, it's going to be Thomas Ingram Hill that is going to get that position. Armand Hamilton. Oh, right, Aaron Krepsik, just keep yourself in a straight line, please. I don't think Nemanja Jovanovic wanted to immediately look to the right-hand side and see an Expree coming towards them. Just be careful out there. It's the last chance for anyone. And I know that Aaron Krepsik will have possibly seen the digi flag to indicate that he's got a 3-second time penalty. So he's trying to get a move on, but you've also got to take into consideration not just about your own safety, but the safety of your competitors as well. 1 minute and 10 seconds remain on the clock, plus an additional lap. Bolowet is not letting Kasper Schulmans get away, though. Jan van Verven being hustled by Matej Radenkovic, who fires it up the inside of the 276 CRG through turn 6 and going onto the Europlan once again. So next time we'll do the penultimate lap of this race. This is the final throw for these drivers. We'll have our 6th and final Junior Rotax Heat up next, which will be Heat 6, Groups B and C. Bolowet really trying to put the frighteners on, but keep your eyes on Matej Radenkovic. Oh, switch back there from Bolowet, and he gets up the inside of Schulmans, and there is Radenkovic up the inside of the 240. So within a couple of corners, Kasper Schulmans, and now Radenkovic goes for the lead. Switchback coming through from Kasper Schaumanns, and they nearly clash wheels. Oh, a little bit of a sidewall touch. And Schaumanns was nearly 2 wheels on the grass on the right-hand side going into the braking zone of the Europolan. At turn 7, Kasper Schaumanns definitely would have had a bit of a fright. And Matej Nedeljkovic, he might not be the tallest junior Rotax driver, but what he makes up for lack of size, definitely skill is there, and it's being showcased. Bolowet swings to the outside of the final corner, looks to get the undercut on Kasper Schaumanns. He tries to squeeze him, and they are still side by side in this contact. And Loet off and sideways and around and back onto the racing line, but he has the presence of mind as Bolowet to hold on to the brakes, hold on for his life, and hope that no one collects him, and he got out of the way quickly. Felipe Falk has now come into this, so has Laurens Herboz. This is absolutely crazy because these drivers, they need to get through this race unscathed. And the checkered flag this time will come out because Matej Nedeljkovic will become a different winner in this. It will be 5 different winners from 5 different nationalities. As well, Laurens Herboz round the outside of Dion van Verven, but out of the final corner, Matej Nedeljkovic is going to take the win. Who's going to take second? Felipe Falk. It's a run to the line for third. Who's going to get it? It's Laurens Herboz by 23 thousandths of a second, pipping Kasper Schaumanns. Well, it was actually Kasper Schaumanns. It got adjusted quickly. I thought it was Laurens Herboz, and then the timing quickly changed. Kasper Schaumanns by 23 thousandths takes third place. And it was all thanks to this young man here. Matej Nedeljkovic upsets the proverbial apple cart that was very steady between Kasper Schaumanns and also Bolowet. So the drivers now making their way into scrutineering. So let's see if we can get through to go and get the results for the penultimate heat for junior Rotax. There's Bolowet coming through. Matej Nedeljkovic takes the win in heat 5 for junior Rotax by 2 points, nearly 2.6 seconds. Kasper Schaumanns pipping Laurens Herboz to P3 by 23 thousandths. Mika van der Pavert finishing in 5th. Dion van Verven, Armand Hamilton, Nemanja Jovanovic, Bolowet, despite that scare and that very, very intense start-finish straight battle with Kasper Schaumanns, ended up in 9th ahead of Thomas Ingram Hill, who completes the top 10. Max Cuthbert, Sebastian Bach, Noe Janssen, starting from 20th, finishes in 13th. Anja Levar, Aaron Krepsik, Vasil Apostolowski, Jimmy Kokalainen, Andrea Kostic, Puck Cubbles, Knut Nielsen and Zach Turner complete the finishing order. So looking back at this penultimate heat, it had a lot of drama as the sunlight faded into obscurity at the home of champions. The drivers were ready for an intense battle, and that's precisely what we got right here. The drivers ready and steeled for battle for their final heat out of 3. With Bolowet and Dion van Verven on the front row. Things got under starters' orders. The lights went out and the field made their way through. Aaron Krepsik clearly in violation of 2 wheels out of the side of the tram line. Sideways again from Loet as he led the field in. Kasper Schaumanns was trying to muscle his way through. And I've just been confirmed, as I say that, there has been a time penalty given to Kasper Schormans for pushing 5 seconds for the 2.40. Mika van der Pavert was on good form. So was Lawrence Herboz. And then this launch up the inside, that was Kasper Schormans taking the lead from Boluet. Dion van Werven was staying behind, but Matej Radenkovic was clearly on the move throughout this race. And then into turn number 6. This was the send from Radenkovic on Van Werven through turn 6, under the floodlights, onto the Europalan. Schormans looking to his right, and Boluet just timed this one perfectly. There was enough room for him to get through. And once that happened, the door was open for Matej Radenkovic. And then here is the moment where it all came to blows. And then Boluet held on for dear life, hard on the brakes, back end steps out to the left. He's turning it into the skid. But Matej Radenkovic takes the win. So we now take you through the grid for our 6th and final Junior Rotax Heat. It's Groups A versus D. Let's take you through the starting order. So on pole position, it's going to be Macaulay Bishop, Heat 1 winner from earlier today. Alongside him will be Heat 3 winner Austin Lee. How's this for karma, isn't it? Leon Zelenko, Heat 4 winner, lines up alongside Heat 2 winner Gustav Zusakovs, and they complete the top 2 rows. Mitchell van Dijk and Jack West ran out row 3 with Fredrik Zebis Christensen and Enzo Boll on row 4. Alexander Savinkov and Martin Ernesto Varga complete the top 10. Aras Majalskis, Gabriel Cullen, Maxim Sicherko, William Murtaugh and Batuan Kumas ran at the top 15 and completing the 20-strong grid. Thies van Wijk, Thomas Rudokas, Björn Boschoff, Patrick Slipovics and Kieran Battenstein. So, the red lights are ignited once again on the starting gantry ahead of the final 7 minutes plus an additional lap. This is race 20. We've got 4 more excitement-filled races in prospect. But what's more, the dynamic of the Golden Trophy. Underneath the floodlights. Very much reminded me of the first ever time we held races at the Grand Finals in Bahrain last year. And it was a very, very halcyon moment for the Grand Finals history, but I'd already had a taste for that through the Golden Trophy here at the home of champions. So Bishop and Lee on the front row of the grid as they come towards the exit of the 12th and final corner. They split and head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're off and racing. Good start from Macaulay Bishop. Gustav Zusakovs positions himself up the inside of Austin Lee as they hurtle their way through into turn 2 for the first time. Austin Lee has to use the runoff, manages to get through on turn 3 for second place past Gustav Zusakovs. Leon Zelenko, though, is down to 5th place. He's behind Mitchell van Dijk, Enzo Boll. Someone that was the 2.63 Björn Boschoff from South Africa using the curbing on the inside of turn 8 to try and keep himself out of harm's way. But someone has gone off, and that driver was Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop was off the circuit. So now he's dropped out of the top 5. A little bit of snaking under braking for the 2.63 from South Africa as Austin Lee now leads the field. He's got Gustav Zusakovs, Mitchell van Dijk, and I think also Leon Zelenko rounding at the top 4. Enzo Boll in 5th position, Jack West in 6th. Macaulay Bishop has dropped all the way down to 12th position. We're only 60 seconds into the 7-minute race plus an additional lap, so there is still time. But is it going to be a tall order for Macaulay Bishop to get that through? Good send there from Leon Zelenko and Mitchell van Dijk. Manages to get the move completed without the driver behind, but then Mitchell van Dijk retaliates and outbrakes himself going into turn 7. He nearly opens the door for 2 drivers as Enzo Boll nearly got through 2 along with Leon Zelenko. Van Dijk, I think, just outbraked himself, went a bit too hot into turn 7, had to really belt on the anchors, hit the brakes hard and stop himself from going any further forward and having to use the escape road. So just over 5 minutes to go in this race, and Austin Lee leads the field and leads by nearly 0.6 of a second ahead of Gustav Zusakovs. A little bit further back, the 2.71 of Jack West, running with KR Sports. Has just been passed by Martin Ernesto Varga from Hungary. A few drivers bumping over the curbs, a little bit of a send. That is going to be the 2.58. Of Will Murtaugh from Dan Holland Racing. Making a nice little position there through turn 6. Will Murtaugh, 13 years of age, based out of Basildon in Essex, in the east of England. Macaulay Bishop has started to move forward. He's got past Gabriel Cullen from Argenti Motorsport in the 260 for 11th position. How much further can the 269 from Hoddesdon get up the order, as Enzo Boll is now ahead of Mitchell van Dijk for 4th place. Macaulay Bishop now up into 10th position. And moving forward, he might have already got past Will Murtaugh, or he's just behind Will Murtaugh. As Mitchell van Dijk still trying to put the pressure onto Enzo Boll for that 4th place. Maxim Sechurko down in 13th position, as some drivers saw that was a couple of drivers bumping over the curbs. I think Gabriel Cullen was one of them. Maxim Sechurko looks to be the other. And Cullen has to relinquish the position. There's Macaulay Bishop now starting to move forward at a very quick pace. Next up will be Jack West, and no hesitation there from Macaulay Bishop to get through on the 271. Now Leon Zelenko trying to close in on Gustav Zusakovs. Jack West, 13 years of age, based out of Newport Pagnell. And Mitchell van Dijk still putting the pressure on Enzo Boll for that 4th position. Zusakovs 1.1 seconds behind Austin Lee, who is trying to keep ahead. He's gained nearly a 10th on Gustav Zusakovs. Well, it was about 77 thousandths of a second through the opening sector. Austin Lee was again quicker, so he looks to be a 10th up. And Gustav Zusakovs, who has a bit of a moment. Oh, he clattered into the curves with the right front tyre, and that's given the opportunity for Leon Zelenko to close on in through turn 12, and Zelenko pounces for 2nd position, past the Latvian. Zusakovs, 14 years of age, actually based in the UK in Larkfield. As Mitchell van Dijk still putting a lot of pressure on Enzo Boll for that 4th place, but they seem to have been working together a little bit. They wanted to catch up with the 2 in front. So whilst Zelenko and Zusakovs have been battling, it's now come to this point. Now, this is a position that Austin Lee was in for a couple of races earlier on, but Austin Lee is now clear and leading. His lead last time was nearly 1.6 seconds. That looks to extend further still. As Maxim Sechurko has got past Gabriel Cullen for 12th place. And the gap now between 1st and 2nd stretches to 1.8 between Austin Lee. Macaulay Bishop has put in the fastest lap of the race. He's now recovered up to 6th position, and he's less than 2 seconds away from Mitchell van Dijk. I've just seen him in the back of the shot there. So Mitchell van Dijk has lost a little bit of ground to Enzo Boll. They were 0.6 of a second apart. It's a lot to try and catch up in the next 45 seconds plus an additional lap. Zelenko still holding on. 14-year-old based out of Koprivnica, doing a very, very good job indeed. Now the gap stretches to nearly 2 seconds. Enzo Boll looks up the inside of Gustav Zusakovs. Zusakovs has to keep out of the way. Mitchell van Dijk was there to pounce as well. The 277 from the Netherlands nearly got through, but the 289 from Latvia kept the position. Timer has now expired. Last lap board will be out next time. And Mitchell van Dijk sends it up the inside of Gustav Zusakovs through into turn 7. That was a lot better than the attempt that he had a little bit earlier on when he outbraked himself. 14-year-old from Harderwijk making a good positional move up into 4th position. But now this time the last lap board will be shown to Austin Lee. Based on his current run of form, he'll be the only one with 2 wins and also running in the top 3 in one of his earlier heats. I think it's Heat 1, if I remember correctly. Austin Lee will provisionally be the leader from the ranking after the heats. And the gap between him and Leon Zelenko, his teammate at JJ Racing, nearly 2.2 seconds as they now make their way down the Europalant for the final time. Macaulay Bishop actually isn't that far away. He's managed to pour a massive amount of time. Gustav Yusakos' last lap was a 57.3, close to a 57.4. Macaulay Bishop, 55.941. That is nearly the best part of a second and a half he's taken out of 5th place, whilst Yusakos was battling away with Mitchell van Dijk. But the checkered flag is being prepared, and it's going to be 2 wins for Germany's Austin Lee in the 272. Mitchell van Dijk with a last lunge up the inside of Enzo Bol for 3rd position. Lee takes the win. Zelenko 2nd. Van Dijk by 7/100ths of a second pips Enzo Bol to 3rd place. So that just goes to show that if you get your head down, you get away, and you can build a comfortable advantage. That's exactly the game plan that Austin Lee had in mind, and he takes the victory. So let's have a look at the results provisionally for Heat 6 for Junior Rotax. Austin Lee taking the victory. It was a JJ Racing 2 courtesy of Croatia's Leon Zelenko. The pair was split by just under 2.15 seconds after 9 intense and exciting laps of racing. Mitchell van Dijk pipping Enzo Bol by a drag race out of turn 12 to take 3rd. Gustav Yusakos 5th, ahead of the recovering Macaulay Bishop, who lost the lead early doors in the race, but managed to recover back to P6. Will Murtaugh, Fredrik Zevis Christensen, Martin Ernesto Varga, and Maxim Sechurko ran at the top 10. Alexander Zaminkov, Gabriel Cullen, Thijs van Wijk, Wien Boshoff, and Jack West ran at the top 15, with Kinnan Bartelstein, Lithuanian Zaras Mjalskis, Patrick Slipovics, Thomas Rudokas and Batuan Kumas from Belgium rounding out the 20-strong field that all made it to the checkered flag. So looking back at the race, the floodlights in the nighttime sky, the green light flashing at the end of the dummy grid to release the drivers onto the circuit, the red lights extinguished, and things got underway. Macaulay Bishop led the field into turns 1 and 2. Yusakov's looking up the inside very early doors and managing to get past Austin Lee. And Mitchell van Dijk got stuck in early. There was the moment that Macaulay Bishop had to use the escape road off of turn number 7 off of the Europalant, as Leon Zelenko managed to get his way past Mitchell van Dijk with Enzo Bol in close proximity. Then this is just one of the clean and dynamic overtakes from Macaulay Bishop. Then Leon Zelenko managed to get past Gustav Yusakos from Latvia for 2nd place, whilst Enzo Bol was ahead of Mitchell van Dijk. Enzo Bol would then try and look up the inside of the 289, using the curves for a bit of assistance and getting past the Latvian, with Mitchell van Dijk trying to also get through, but Usakov's covered that off rather nicely. But Austin Lee would take the win after just 9 laps. So just to confirm that the top 5 in the Minimax ranking after heats will be that Jacob Ashcroft from Great Britain takes the top step of the virtual rostrum, so to speak, with a total of 5 points. Nikita Nikishov and Boris Maximov both on 9 apiece, but based on the results, Nikishov will line up second in the pre-final tomorrow. Mats van Rooyen and Jakub Gasparovic, P4 and P5. Felipe Reyes just edged out on previous results that Gasparovic had a 3rd place finish, 2 6th place finishes, and Felipe Reyes a 3rd, a 5th, and a 7th. And the bottom 12 will be going into the second chance heat tomorrow morning. And Minimax's second chance heat. There's Lachlan Robinson, based out of Dubai, also doing some coaching with Danny Brandt over in the UAE. Smiles from the guys from Craft Motorsport. Get smiles and waves at the camera. You get someone trying to not look into the lens. But now we're going to have the 3-minute board shown and the horn sounding for the pre-grid to be cleared. So out of the 59 drivers that have come here to the home of champions, 30 will go through automatically to the pre-final that takes place at 12:20 tomorrow afternoon local time here at the home of champions. And then 29 drivers tomorrow will have to battle for those final 6 places on the grid. There's William Helgstrand from Denmark. Starting on the outside of the 10th row in 20th position. There's the man that's had more comebacks than the late, great Muhammad Ali, James Johnson. Couldn't keep away, could he? There's Emily de Hoys running with Jan Dams and his team. So 2 wins so far for Great Britain's Kai Hunter. Sean Butcher has picked up a win. So has Mads Rees. Now the thing is, out of those drivers that have won heats, Sean Butcher is in this one. So we'll have Mads Rees and Kai Hunter in the next one. And what's more, Kai goes up against his elder brother Rees. That's a mouth-watering prospect, if I'm honest with you. That is Morgan Porter. A lot of glitter on part of the design there on the race helmet. So, race number 21 of Heat Stay. With 3 more to go after this, it's time to go through the starting grid. The senior Rotax Heat 5, groups A and D. It's going to be Morgan Porter and Ariel Elkin on the front row. Martin Gaiskens being joined by Sean Butcher on row 2. Oscar Hall and Farin Mega, row 3. Oscar Christiansen and Paul Fokema, row 4. Lachlan Robinson and Bennett Ahrens round out the top 10. Janis Diak and Matti Hingley on row 6, with Vic Stevens and Emily De Hoys, row 7. Adam Valster and Jere Kokalainen, row 8. Row 9, Miska Kaskinen and James Johnson. Jort van Wijk and William Helgstrand round out the top 20, followed by Elia Papasena, Sonia Grönlund, Mitch Hainert, Milo Kaskinen, Montego Marson, William Christensen, Frederick Demant, Kaz Boshaus, and last but by certainly no means least from Italy, Marco Bernardi. So the drivers now going on to their official formation lap. The drivers have completed that, so the red lights will very shortly be ignited on the starting gantry, which happens now. So after this, for those wondering, we'll have senior Rotax Heat 6, groups B and C, and then the third and final heats respectively for DD2 and DD2 Masters. So a total combined bit of racing action for around about 45 minutes, including this heat here, as Morgan Porter and Ariel Elkin line up alongside each other. Kart Republic and TB Kart being represented on the front row of the grid, behind them Xpree and Cosmic. So the drivers now make their way slowly at a crawl and start to gather pace out of the 12th and final corner. They split. They head into the tram lines. We are given the signal to go racing this time. And Morgan Porter has quite a significant lead there, but it's getting a bit 3-4 abreast. Behind, Martin Gaiskens got himself up into second position. Great start from the 872 from GKS, but that looks to be Sean Butcher getting through. Oh, bit of a touch there, including Oscar Christiansen and Ariel Elkin coming out of turn number 6. So the drivers making their way through turn number 9. So Morgan Porter leading the way, Sean Butcher in second, and Lachlan Robinson now up into 4th place. Great start from the number 303 from the inside of row 5. Qualifying was a difficult one for the 303 from Dubai. There's a little bit of tussling going on behind them, round about at the bottom part of the top 10, fanning out into nearly 3 abreast. And in that mix looks to be Janis Diak. Drivers got to be very, very careful of the runoff area at turn 2. Also got to be careful of the runoff area coming out of turn number 10. Oh, very, very close indeed. There was a touch going into turn 6 once again. As soon as everyone closes up, the thing is someone's going to get caught out without, and they'll notice it within the last fraction of a second. And by then, sometimes it can be way too late. So now Martin Gaiskens looking up the inside of Lachlan Robinson and Ariel Elkin up the inside of the 303. Now they're all battling. Paul Fokkeman's in the mix there too. Who's going to pull the pin? Well, Robinson and Fokkema, they get past Gaiskens going into turn 2. And there's the move for the lead. Neatly done there by Sean Butcher, ahead of Morgan Porter. And now it's 2 Brits line astern. It's Israel represented in P3, the United Arab Emirates in 4th. So Ariel Elkin and Lachlan Robinson ran out the top 4 positions. But that was a beautiful move from Sean Butcher. Timed it right, pretty much to perfection. And he got through on Morgan Porter. Morgan hasn't had the best run of results in his respective 2 previous heats. But hopefully he can make amends, depending on what the drivers behind do. Paul Fokema now up into 5th place. Farin Mega up to 6th. Yannick Stiak trying to go up the inside of the 376 through into turn 2. And the 339 gets past. Now Paul Fokema. Oh, sideways from Fokema. Opens the door for the counter-attack for Lachlan Robinson. And Fokema covers off the attacking opportunity for Robinson going into turn 7. And now that has brought in the 3 drivers behind. Janusz Diak, Farin Mega and Martin Gaiskens. Now Janusz Diak lining up a move up the inside of Lachlan Robinson through turn 12. Swings wide. Robinson up the inside using the curbing very, very nicely indeed to try and get the undercut. I don't think it's quite worked out for him. Oh, it has. That was a brilliant move there. Robinson, inch perfect. Janusz Diak has to fall back in line, but whilst that has happened, Paul Fokema has pulled away from Lachlan Robinson. So this is the battle for P5. Robinson goes defensive. Stiak sends it up the inside through turn 7. Farin Mega thought there might have been a window of opportunity. He got slammed shut. And Martin Gaiskens is just hanging on to the coattails of Farin Mega right now as they run down in towards the right-hand sweeper here at turn 10. Sean Butcher has now started extending a comfortable lead as Morgan Porter loses second to Israel's Ariel Elkin. Paul Fokema is also on the hunt. Matty Hingley in 11th position as now Farin Mega's got past Lachlan Robinson. So has Janusz Diak. But now Morgan Porter still trying to keep in touch with Ariel Elkin, but Paul Fokema was quicker than the pair of them. Fokema, 54.993 seconds. Elkin, 55.173. Morgan Porter, the slowest of the trio, 55.229. We've got just under 4.5 minutes to go. And up the inside of Martin Gaiskens. That was Matty Hingley, so good move there. St. Asper, the second smallest inhabited town or city in the United Kingdom, just over 3,300 inhabitants. So William Hellstone trying to move up the order, started P20, now currently 24th. Trying to close in on Casbo's House, but the gap is 1.8 seconds between them. 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock remaining. Fokema has caught Morgan Porter. There could be a change of, well, I was just about to say there could be a change. There is now a change for 3rd position. Thank you, Paul Fokema, for trying to inadvertently and unknowingly stealing my thunder up here, but never mind. 3 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap. Janusz Diak is catching, so is Farin Mega, so is Lachlan Robinson. Top 7 after what was 7 laps of racing, covered by just under 5 seconds. And at the moment, the entire field, all the way down to Montego Mawson, who has dropped down to 29th and stone dead last, they are within 17.89 seconds from the leader to 29th. Good move there. Well, Janis Diak tried to get through on Morgan Porter. The 21-year-old from Great Britain managed to get back past and holds on to what is now 4th position because Paul Fokima is on a charge. Stiak sends it up the inside of Porter through turn 7. Millimetre perfect from Janis Diak, the 15-year-old from Wunstorf. Sean Butcher, last time around, was ahead by 2.5 seconds. There's 2nd position, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, top 10. Make that the top, probably at least the best part of the top 20 coming into shots. Right, Martin Gaiskens has just lost out to Bennett Ahrens going through into shots, so the 8.23 from RS competition. Based out of Nibel, the 24-year-old. Nice little move there, but Gaiskens is still keeping with. They've got Emily de Hoys with them in the number 867 entry from BAMS Racing. Just under a minute and a quarter to go, plus an additional lap. Now Janis Diak senses an opportunity of maybe getting 3rd position. Because Ariel Elkin will try and keep a hold of that place for what will be the next 3 laps. 2 laps including this one because Sean Butcher broke the timing being with 48 seconds to go. Janis Diak now pulling out from to the right-hand side of Ariel Elkin, and now Elkin is trying to fight back. Stiak keeps a hold of the place for the moment. And Ariel Elkin will want to get a move through on the 15-year-old from Germany. Karin Mega now is ahead of Morgan Porter, who is quickly giving chase back. Lachlan Robinson in 7th, 9/10 of a second ahead of Chaos Sport teammate Matty Hingley. Then we've got Vic Stevens and Miska Kaskinen completing the top 10. Timer has hit 0, so this time around Sean Butcher will see the last lap board. Butcher's lead is now 3.1 seconds and climbing. Fokima now having to battle away because Janis Diak is closing on him for that 2nd position. 15 years separate these two in terms of their respective ages. Fokima, the eldest on the field in this group, or in this class. Stiak, one of the youngest. But to still see Paul Fokima at this time in his career still being able to fight with the very best, the experience right down to the young chargers, the young stars of the future. And Sean Butcher takes his 2nd win. And wins by 3.4 seconds at the end of that one. So Sean Butcher puts himself in a very, very good position indeed. Based out of London, 19 years of age, and has secured 3 titles over the last 3 seasons in a row here in continental Europe. So Butcher comes in having taken the victory by nearly 3.5 seconds ahead of Francis Paul Fokima. Janis Diak rounds out the top 3, despite the best efforts of one. Ariel Elkin from Israel, with Bahrain Mega rounding out 5th of the top 5. Morgan Porter ending up 6th ahead of Lachlan Robinson, Matty Hingley. Then we've got Vic Stevens and Miska Kaskinen leading the top 10. James Johnson, good inroads for the number 346. 27, also based out of Western Supermare, so not residing too far away from Jacob Ashcroft. Adam Valster, Oscar Hall, Emily de Hoys and Bennett Ahrens round out the top 15 with Oscar Christensen. Martin Geiskens finished 17th after that race, with Marco Bernardi finishing in 18th. Mitch Haynert, Elia Papacena, William Christensen, William Helgstrand, Kaz Boshaus, Jod van Wijk, Jericho Kalainen, Milo Kaskinen, Montego Massen, Frederick Demant and Sonja Gronlund, rounding out the 29 drivers that finished all 12 laps of racing. So taking a look back, it was Porter and Elkin on the front row as they crawled their way towards turn number 12 to get the start underway. It was given the signal to go racing as the lights extinguished, and Morgan Porter had a bit of a lead over the rest of the field. Butcher was looking around the outside of Ariel Elkin, whilst Martin Geiskens was trying to keep hold of second position as they came through into turn 2. A little bit further back, some of the action here with Emily de Hoy's front and centre. And then a move by Paul Fokkemat. He drifted a little bit wide, went a bit sideways, gave the opportunity to Lachlan Robinson, the 303 from the United Arab Emirates, to try and get through. As Ariel Elkin following behind Sean Butcher to get past Morgan Porter. And then it was Paul Fokkeman's turn to get through. And he also dispatched the 369 from Great Britain through turn 2. But then it was Fokkeman's turn to deal with some overtaking prowess here, getting past Ariel Elkin. Morgan Porter went over the back bumper of Ariel Elkin. Sparks flying from the back axle of the kart. Yanni Stiak also got past Ariel Elkin in the same vein that Paul Fokkeman did. But Sean Butcher picks up his second win. But could this be the moment where Sean Butcher becomes the leader for the ranking after heats? So we now head towards, in just a couple of minutes' time, our 22nd race of the day. Race 22, Senior Rotax Heat 6, Groups B and C. So there we have the 30 drivers who will take part in this last Senior Rotax Heat of the 2022 Golden Trophy. It has been a long day for everyone concerned. And a big thank you to everyone that has joined us on the dedicated live stream. And still at just coming up to 10 past 6 local time here in Belgium. A big thank you to the some just north of 420 people watching. A big thank you for everyone that has tuned in all the way through the day. I know certain people have been. I have to say a big wave to Switzerland, to Karel Stout and his mum and dad, someone who's now competing in the UAE. Yes, and Jen Wade's still watching. Everyone's been... right. I have mentioned, for anyone watching, I have already mentioned Dave Ritson's birthday today. 21 plus 1 years young, apparently. I don't believe that for a second. So, let's take you through the 6th and final Senior Rotax Heat. Groups B versus C. Let's take you through the starting grid, folks. It's going to be a cracker. Lewis Gilbert and Zsombor Kovac on the front row. And it's the two Hunter brothers on row 2. Oh, here we go. It's Kai on the inside of row 2 and brother Reese on the outside. Brandon Carr and Raphael Renhofer line up on row 3. Jaden Thien and Matthew Higgins, row 4. Jan Bouvier and Mads Rees rounding out the top 10. Jens van der Heijden, André Petrovic, Aditya Kulkarni, Gustav Jonsson, Ralph van der Pavert, Jamie Perrelli, Ian Hesmans, Maximilian Schreier, Mats-Johan Overhoff, Patrick Scholhammer Rasmussen, and that's a very long Danish name to conclude the top 20. Janne Niemi, Teddy Clinton, Arnold Domingo, Henry Beaumont, Matthias Krohn, Samuel Ifrid, Daniel Mualem, Igor Kichin, and then we've also got Curtis Latimer and Matteo Richter rounding out the 30-strong grid. So, Sean Butcher at the moment provisionally has 2 wins and a 3rd place. Kai Hunter, can he do 3 for 3? But when you look at some of the drivers we have on here, Lewis Gilbert has been consistently in the top 2, finishing behind one Kai Hunter. Mads Rees could throw a spanner in the works, but he starts from 10th position. But that's never stopped him before, has it? 10 minutes on the timer, plus 1 additional lap for race 22 out of 24. The driver's now slowing to a crawl as we get set to cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war here at the home of champions. Out of the final corner into the tram lines, the final senior Rotax heat is lights out and we are racing. Good start by Lewis Gilbert. Kai Hunter making his way up into 2nd position early doors. And Zsombor Kovac has a massive moment, and up the inside, that was Jaden Thien. Kovac went onto the runoff area, went sideways, and had to really hit the brakes. And we've had a massive moment backwards into the barriers. That was a Birrell ART. That was a big hit there. And that might have been the 860. I'm not 100% sure, but that was a big hit. Marshalling team is on the scene. Good thing is, driver is up out of the car, unassisted and walking away. I'm so glad to see that, but everything is starting to concertina. Looks like the 847 might have been involved. That was Samuel Ifrid on the Sodi kart chassis. And all I'm going to say is, try and keep up, because that's what we've all got to do right now, because leading the way, it is the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, leading Kai Hunter. If Kai Hunter finishes where he is right now, he will be, and he's gone for the lead. It's side by side, run wide from Hunter. Sparks fly from the back end of the Lando Norris chassis, and he keeps it pinned in 2nd. But hang on to your hats, folks, because here comes one of the youngest drivers, if not the youngest driver in the field, Jaden Thien from the Netherlands. The 337, and now Hunter goes for the lead through turn 10 on Gilbert, gets it. And now, keep your eyes on Thien. He's going to wait and see what happens. Brandon Carr now up into 4th position. Jaden Thien looking around the outside of Lewis Gilbert, going into turns 1 and 2, trying to get the undercut, can't get through. In the 337, this is going to allow Brandon Carr to try and close on in. And if Carr can get through into the high 55s, he's got a very, very good chance. And now Jaden Thien and Lewis Gilbert go side by side. Gilbert doesn't really resist that. He knows he's got to make it through. He doesn't want to have any dramas any extensive repairs tonight, because that could really unsettle his preparation for tomorrow. Mads Rees at the moment, already up into 8th place and climbing the field. But one thing I know about the spirits and the resolve of one Lewis Gilbert, he will not give up. Now he's going to look up the inside through into turn 6. The switchback happens. And Jaden Thien. Matthew Higgins has just been hit with the 5-second time penalty for pushing. As Lewis Gilbert, there was a little bit of communication I just spotted there between Jaden Thien and Lewis Gilbert. And I think Jaden Thien does not want to go into battle yet as in against Gilbert, because he knows that that's going to be one of his chief rivals. But I think what he's trying to do is say to Lewis Gilbert, right, you go, drag me along for the ride, and let's go after the race leader. But now with Lewis Gilbert being nearly 9/10 of a second behind, with nearly 40% of the timer completed, never count people out like Lewis Gilbert. Jaden Thien, Brandon Carr impressing in this race. He's now currently in 4th position. 5th, it is Reese Hunter, the elder sibling of the race leader by just 2 years. So Kai Hunter, 19 years of age. Reese Hunter, 21 years of age. But behind Matthew Higgins is Mads Rees. This could be a very interesting dynamic, because the fireworks haven't really happened yet, folks. Nearly halfway through of this final senior Rotax heat here at Karting Genk. Nice move there by Mads Rees to get past Matthew Higgins. And that is 4th position. That's for 6th place on the road. With 4.5 minutes to go. As long as Kai Hunter finishes in the top 2, he'll be on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow morning. And tomorrow, early afternoon at 12:20. Mads Rees now looks for the move up the inside of Reese Hunter. He gets through for position. So that is 5th place for Mads Rees. Well, some of you might know about a very famous Danish driver, normally in sports cars, Nicky T. Well, we've got our own version, only he hasn't got long blonde hair, but he's pretty rapid when he's on his A game. That is Mads Rees, and he's now up into 5th position. There's still time for him to get through past the other drivers in front. But even if, well, all I'm going to say is, I did say nothing's over, because Matthew Higgins up the inside of Reese Hunter. Lewis Gilbert, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of the race, and he's got that gap down to 0.4 of a second. You know what this will mean? If anyone might remember the Euro Trophy round 3 this year, where we had the closest ranking after the heats, could we be in for the same thing here today at the Golden Trophy? Now that would be a mouth-watering appetite, wouldn't it? So looking at the qualifying side of things, look at it this way. If Kai Hunter finishes 3rd in this race, he will have been 2 places ahead of Sean Butcher in the overall qualification. Now Brandon Carr has got Mads Rees closing in, and Mads Rees is just putting the fastest lap of the race, 54.859, beating Lewis Gilbert's fastest lap by nearly a tenth and a half. And now he goes for the move, gets up the inside of Brandon Carr. So Mads Rees looking very, very racy right now as we head into the dying stages of this 6th and final senior Rotax heat. "90 seconds on the timer remains. And it's still getting very, very close indeed. I mean, Mads Rees at the moment was quicker than the 3 in front, but not enough to make a significant indent onto that 1 second gap between himself and Jaden Thiem in 3rd position. So 50 seconds to go. It's going to be 2 more laps to go after this one. Lewis Gilbert did close the gap by nearly half earlier on, but he's been at a stalemate. He'll be finishing 2nd place in all 3 of his heats so far today, which will put him at the sharper end of the ranking after heats as the timer counts down. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timer hits 0. Final lap board out this time. And Kai Hunter on the cusp of a clean sweep in the heats. There's a little bit of action a bit further behind. That was Andrej Petrovic getting past, I think, Rhys Hunter, and that was the case as the last lap is underway. Rhys Hunter trying to put one over on Andrej Petrovic, who has had his dramas. Oh, nearly a touch of sidewalls there. And Petrovic looks to his right-hand side. Oh, there's a big touch. Big touch between the two. That was a 540 for Andrej Petrovic right there, because he immediately looked to his right and saw Rhys Hunter and did not expect it. But it's going to be one driver that's going to be at the top of the pile. It's going to be Kai Hunter. 3 for 3 for the 19-year-old from Sunderland. And he goes provisionally into the ranking after the heats. Top of the pops, if you will. A great job by him. Lewis Gilbert will be at the sharp end. Mark my words, with 3 second-place finishes. And also, so will Sean Butcher with 2 wins and a 3rd. So, 29 out of the 30 drivers making it to the checkered flag. So the drivers making their way into the pits, into scrutineering post-session checks. Kai Hunter takes his 3rd successive victory and provisionally will be at the sharp end on pole position for the pre-final at 12:20 tomorrow afternoon. Lewis Gilbert keeps himself in contention for the Golden Trophy crown this year in 2nd, ahead of Jaden Thiem. Mads Rees managing to finish 4th in that one, ahead of Matthew Higgins, who will have a 5-second penalty for pushing added to his race time. Brandon Carr ahead of Rhys Hunter, who had a clash with Andrej Petrovic, who ended up 17th. Zsombor Kovac, Jan Bouvier, Rafael Renhofer, Jens van der Heijden, Gustav Jonsson, Teddy Clinton, Aditya Kulkarni, Liam Hezemans, Jamie Perrelli, Andrej Petrovic, Jani Niemi, Mats Johan Overhold, Samuel Ifrid running at the top 20. Henry Beaumont, Daniel Moalem, Maximilian Schreier, Arnold Dominko, Patrick Scholhammer Rasmussen, Matteo Richter, Matthias Krohn, Ralf van der Pevert, Curtis Latimer, and Igor Kitchen, unfortunately retiring on the opening lap. So we're going to have a look back at the highlights, the replay of this race. So it's Lewis Gilbert versus Zsombor Kovac on the front row. Kai Hunter eager to get on with things with brother Rhys alongside to his immediate left. And the drivers headed into the tram lines as the revs rised and the light went out to signal for everyone to go racing. Fanning out nearly as far as 4 wide, heading into turns 1 and 2, but it was Lewis Gilbert that led the field away. Zsombor Kovac would end up losing up second position, but then this was the first of 2 big incidents, which was Igor Kirchin in the 860. Backwards into the barriers off of turn 6, but walked away. Then Kai Hunter decided to stamp his authority on the race, but Lewis Gilbert said otherwise. And then it was sideways, sparks flying as he launched the back axle into the air to the 19-year-old from Sunderland. Jaden Thien also got into the action, getting second away from Lewis Gilbert, who then managed to keep in front. And then there was the sign from Jaden Thien saying, right, let's just see what we can do, and taps the left-hand side of his race helmet. Mads Rhys, once again, was on the move. The Dane train in full effect, getting past Matthew Higgins, who would incur the wrath of race control by having a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Brandon Carr would also lose out to Mads Rhys. And then Martin Gaiskens. Well, that was Andrej Petrovic. So the first little touch between him and Rhys Hunter. And then this moment was the biggest one of the night. Back axle up in the air for Rhys Hunter whilst clashing. Andrej Petrovic, pretty much unsighted, didn't see that Hunter was there, and he was backwards off of turn number 7. And hopefully his coccyx is okay after that. But 3 for 3 for Kai Hunter, puts him on provisional pole for the pre-final tomorrow. Race 23 out of 24 here on Heats Day, and we're still in the depths of night here in Belgium. It's time to go through the starting grid for DD2 Heat 3. Mark Kimber once again for the qualifying, having decided the starting grid for all 3 heats. Mark Kimber on pole with Matis Malinowskis from Latvia alongside Chris Harnan and Nick Knowlton from the Netherlands. Row 2, Lasse Andreasen and Fabien Bock from Denmark and Germany. Row 3, Zana Schriblak and Jules Cousin from Belgium and France ran out the top 4 rows, completing the top 10 representing Germany and the Netherlands. It's Ronnie Göttler and Martin van Leeuwen. Axel Sarniala from Finland is joined by Mathias Jette Jakobsen from Denmark. Maxime Didix and Carl Borgaard, row 7. Charlie Turner and Christopher Sachs at row 8. Florian Breitenbach and Kimi Gerhardt, row 9. Matic Kolmanic and Hannes Borda rounding out the top 20 with Nikita Ilyanov, Axel Bengtsson, and I think we've just had someone go straight on, and that rider is, I'm trying to make that out, well, I'm going to run through the grid quickly. We had Nikita Ilyanov, Axel Bengtsson, Tom Braken, Nicolas Guillaume, Lawrence Seifried, Jamie Smith, Igor Schwarzer, Martin Konopka and Benit Sabo. So someone has managed to end up with the cart, and that is the, oh, that's the 473, that's Charlie Turner. A non-start, or didn't even make it out onto the circuit. He's pushing the cart, and so that was a significant hit there for the 473, which is pressing on the brake pedal. Now, the thing is, and the frustration there, Charlie Turner will not take any part in this 3rd and final heat. A real shame for him. The Nassau panel completely loose. He's just managed to pull that out. Looks like a pelican baby pelican opening its mouth wanting food. But the drivers now make their way, 28 out of the 29 will head into the tram lines for the final time. Red lights on the gantry, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time, we're underway. Mark Kimber and Matis Malinowskis managed to get a good start, but so does Chris Harnan. Zana Schriblak already getting feisty, and he's looking for 3rd. He's currently 4th at the moment. He's trying to go around the outside through turn 3, 4 and 5. And it's getting a bit close for comfort. Some drivers running a little bit wide, going into turn 6. It's 4 wide going down the Europolon. I never thought I'd see that in DD2, and that was right at the back end of the field. And now going for the lead is going to be Chris Harnan. Up the inside, Zana Schriblak now gets through for 4th. So Kimber now trying to hustle along Chris Harnan. 3rd place is possibly going to be, could that be Jules Cousin? I really couldn't tell by the livery because it's a bit difficult to point out. It's Lasse Andreasen, Zana Schriblak now up into 4th, Matis Malinowskis, Fabien Bock, and Nicolas Guillaume and Nikita Ilyanov have unfortunately dropped down to 27th and 28th. As we're only 60 seconds in to this race. Now Chris Harnan has got a lead as Lasse Andreasen finds Zana Schriblak up his inside through turn 8. The Belgian trying to get through. He's picked up 2 heat wins. He wants the clean sweep. Oh! Malinowskis outbreaks himself and clatters into the side of Lasse Andreasen. Martin van Leeuwen's waiting to pick up the pieces. Oh my goodness. Matis Malinowskis a bit too eager to get up the inside. A little bit further back, there's side by side between one of the RS competition drivers. Looks to be, that's Axel Sarniala versus Mathias Jette Jakobsen, and the Dane has got through. Sarniala also drops down, I think, behind Ronnie Göttler. And there's more overtakes happening, but the person that's big time on the move, it's Lawrence Seifried, the 20-year-old based out of Salzgitter in Germany, now has made his way up to 16th position, and he's less than a quarter of a second behind Christopher Zaxa from Denmark. What's even more interesting is they're under the same awning as well. Van Neuven up the inside of Lasse Andresen. Malinovskis back to full racing speed after the clash with Lasse Andresen. And just behind him, here's Fabian Bock, the 481. I still remember when Fabian Bock was batting alongside the likes of Sweden's David Remy back in 2018. He picked up a title as well this year as Fabian. RMC Germany, which hosted its final round here. So, quite funny that we're hosting the Euro Golden Trophy here. We've had RMC Germany here, we've had the BMC, we've also had the B&L karting series, all within the last month and a bit. That Zander Schribblack is now primed, ready and poised to get past Chris Harnon. As they come across the line, it was less than 2.5 tenths. Schribblack sends it from another postcode. Brilliantly done, Zander Schribblack. Welcome back, buddy. I think a lot of us have missed this. I don't think his rivals have, though. But that was textbook Schribblack in a nutshell. Very, very close indeed. That was Mattis Malinovskis, Lasse Andresen and Mick Knowlton. And also behind them is another Dane, as here comes a potential overtake. It doesn't quite happen for Martin van Leeuwen on Mark Kimber. Now Mick Knowlton trying to look up the inside of Lasse Andresen, but he's got to wait. He can't give an opportunity to the 442 behind Matthias Jere Jakobsen. Nearly halfway through this race, and Schribblack, he was less than 0.3 of a second behind Chris Harnon, and he's turned that into a near 0.3 advantage. He was comfortably quicker by the best part of, get this, nearly half a second in the first sector. The minute he got past Chris Harnon, it was like, right, let's go. But Chris Harnon, credit where credit is due, is keeping pace. Because on that first sector, Schribblack was slightly slower by just over 1/10. And now, the established champion in terms of the B&L Karting Series, who also, funny enough, picked up the Euro Trophy title as well. So Zander Schribblack, between 2018 and 2020, won the B&L Karting Series in this class twice, and then won DD2 in the Euro Trophy in the curtailed season 2 years ago. Chris Harnon is keeping Zander Schribblack very, very honest indeed. 3 3/4 minutes still to go. So Tabo up to 20th, Killian Gerhard up to 18th, Lawrence Seyfried now 14th place for the number 420 from Germany. Seyfried started 25th, biggest mover up the order so far. We'll have Jules Cousin in the 475, about 4.5 tenths of a second ahead. I've just seen him coming to shot, I think, because he might have gotten past. Well, sparks flying from Mick Knowlton's bottom part of the chassis as he came out of turn 6 and went down onto the Europolan. It has been a pretty exciting evening and also day of racing here at the Home of Champions. There are your two leaders, Zander Schribblack and Chris Harnon. Tom Bracken also has made some headway. Oh, late send there. Now, that was Axel Sarniala on Lasse Andreasen and the 2019 Rotax Grand Finals Senior Rotax Champion. Does a number on the day. Maxim Didik's waiting in the wings. So is Ronnie Gertler. Then you got Mick Knowlton, Jules Cousin being very quickly closed in by Laurent Seyfried. And then Tom Bracken is about 8/10 away from the 4.20. Carl Borgard a further 3/10 adrift and rounds out the top 15. Maxim Didik's getting defensive ahead of Ronnie Gertler. First and second make their way through turn number 12. As we go on to another lap. Lap 9 completed, lap 10 underway. We're going to get another 3 laps of race. Well, we'll probably get the best part of, including this one, another 3 laps of racing because we're on lap number 10 out of 12. And Tom Bracken has put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 8, 54.463. But you don't take away a fastest lap from somebody like Sander Schriblach. The gap now has started to elongate between first and second position, so Schriblach is 0.335 seconds ahead. Move from Maxim Didix on Lasse Andreasen. Now Ronnie Gertler, Mick Knowlton, Jules Cousin. And also the fact of Laurent Seyfried being there. The minute that Ronnie Gertler, the minute Lasse Andreasen makes a mistake, the floodgates will open, courtesy. And there's sparks flying. Bump, oh, that's sparks flying big time from the left rear for Chris Harnen. Something is dragging. That is going to be a safety hazard. That is sparking, and that is not good. He's got to pull that cart off the circuit as quickly as possible. I've never seen that from a DD2 kart, let alone a kart. And are there still sparks flying? Yes, there are. Whatever is happening on the right, on the left rear of Chris Harnen, that could be the bumper. I'm not too sure if that is. I think that is the bumper. I think it might be the left rear that's hanging down on the ground and causing sparks to fly. It is on the left rear. It's from the left rear of Chris Harnen as we go on to the final lap. Drama for the 4.37 from the Netherlands. And Sander Schriblach, as a result of that, is going to get his 3rd straight victory in a row. And from my perspective, this is the Sander Schriblach I've missed for so long in terms of him being outright dominant like he is right now. Maxim Didik's getting into battle. Little bit of a touch between him and Matis Malinovskis. But how on earth? Now, where is Chris Harnen at the moment? I do see, however, it's 3 for 3. Sander Schriblach back to the very top of the pile as he comes across the line. The 4.06 does the clean sweep. He didn't qualify at the top part of it all, but he made it count where he needed to the most. 3 wins from 3. A great job by Sander Schriblach. Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands taking 2nd. Mark Kimber in 3rd. 4th, Matthias Jere Jacobsen. And despite sparks flying from the left rear of his kart, Chris Harnen brought it home in 5th position. But despite that, Sander Schriblach has trained, prepared, and all that hard work today has paid off for the 19-year-old from Belgium. Let's have a look at the results. It's 3 for 3 for Sander Schriblach from Belgium. The 4.06 dominating proceedings over the course of the day, ahead of Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Mark Kimber, Matthias Jere Jacobsen, and Chris Harnen ran at the top 5. Axel Sarniala in 6th ahead of Matis Malinovskis. Maxim Didix, Lasse Andreasen, and Ronnie Gertler running out the top 10. Jules Cousin, Laurent Seyfried. Seyfried making up 13 places in that race. Ran at the top 12 ahead of Mick Knowlton, Tom Bracken and Kilian Guerrin, Carl Borgard, Fabian Bock, Axel Bengtsson, Bendit Sabo, Hannes Border, Christopher Zaxa, Martin Konopka, Florian Breitenbach, Jamie Smith and Hugo Schwarzer running at the top 25. Nicolas Guillaume, Matic Kolmanic and Nikita Ilyanov completing the full race distance. And unfortunately, Charlie Turner hard into the barriers and out before the race got underway. Well, sparks were quite literally flying here in DD2, especially towards the tail end of the race as the drivers made their way. And that was the moment where Charlie Turner exits stage left underneath the foam barriers off of turn 12. It just went straight on, and Turner was powerless and could not take the start. The lights went out, and it was a good start from Mark Kimber, instantly looking over his right shoulder. Malinovskis got slightly swallowed up by the likes of Chris Harnan and Sander Schriblak, who was looking on the inside. Harnan then, through turn number 9, took the lead from Mark Kimber. And Schriblak made his way at the very same point past Matis Malinovskis. Again, great overtaking opportunities presented themselves for Sander Schriblak, but this clash here, Matis Malinovskis carrying too much speed and clashing sidewalls with Lasse Andreasen. But it was this moment here where Sander Schriblak took the lead and had Chris Harnan on his case for quite a significant timescale. Maxime Dirix brought out his dance moves and managed to get through by literally millimeter precision, but that is something you don't see. Scraping, metal sparks flying, but it was Sander Schriblak that was top of the pops here in DD2 today. 3 wins out of 3. Well, we've made it this far, so why not throw another race in? Race 24 of Heats Day as we bring Saturday the 5th of November here at the Rotax Max Euro Golden Trophy to a close in terms of the racing action. Let's take you through the grid one final time for Heat 3 for DD2 Masters. So far, it's been one win apiece for the man on pole position, Martinas Stankiewicz from Lithuania. He'll be joined once again by Krzysztof Kapitan on the front row. We've also got Timo Haug and Christoph Adams on row 2. Karl Klebor, who picked up the first heat win of the day, starts on P5 and has Mikolas Mazinas alongside. Michael Becker, bent back axle. Looks like the kart is running up to full speed again. He starts 7th ahead alongside Sebastian Rumpelhardt with Dominic Hummels and Henry Yildiz rounding out the 10-strong grid. They go onto their official formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So, one win apiece between Martinas Stankiewicz and Karl Klebor. Now, if Karl Klebor takes the victory, he goes to the top of the ranking after heats. However, Karl Klebor has a first and a third. Martinas Stankiewicz has a first and a second. So this race will be pivotal to decide who will be our ranking after the heats leader going into tomorrow. They might be the smallest grid in terms of numbers, but they do provide us just as much excitement, and we have seen that today here, especially in the first heat. So, red lights on the gantry for one final time for the 24th and final heat of the 2022 Euro Golden Trophy. The drivers now accelerate, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by Stankiewicz as Christoph Adams instantly switches to the inside of Christoph Kapitan, trying to get through in for third position. Kapitan stays in third, but Mikolas Mazinas looks to have gotten through into fourth place ahead of the 555 from the Netherlands. Sebastian Rumpelhardt ahead of Karl Klebor. And Daniel looks like, yep, Sebastian Rumpelhardt sends it up the inside past Christoph Adams through turn 7 off of the Europlan. Doing what he can to just pull away early, get clear, get the job done, and go into tomorrow's pre-final at 12:40 local time. Trying to get through on Christoph Adams, but he's got Michael Becker to his right-hand side, well, just about behind him. And Michael Becker will not want to have the dramas that he suffered in the second heat at the hands of the accidental sideways and then stop moment through turn 12. Christoph Kapitan, Mikolas Mazinas goes through on the inside of the Frenchman. So does Germany's Sebastian Rumpelhardt. Rumpelhardt trying to close on in on Mazinas for third place. Gets close in the braking zone. Now Humpelhart sends it up the inside, gets through. Wasn't enough room for Christophe Capitan to get through either. So threading the eye of the needle. There's Humpelhart. Becker now looking at the inside of Clevor through into turn 10, backs out of it. Clevor keeps pinned to the outside. And allowed Dominic Mills to get through. Dominic Mills tries to get the run coming out of turn 12 on Michael Becker. Adams still keeping out of Carl Clevor, who's yet to get away past his lengthy adversary. Sounds like a rivalry's emerging, but there always has been a rivalry between these two. They're both trying out, well, Christophe Adams tries to outdo everybody and convincingly does so with regards to his sense of humour, let's say. Eccentric is probably an understatement. And Carl's more the mild-mannered, quiet type that lets his racing on the track do the talking. Sebastian Humpelhart now going into battle with countryman Timo Haug with a 575 on the Paralin chassis. Now Humpelhart looking up the inside and even gets through before they hit the apex at turn 7 off of the Europlan. So good work there by Sebastian Humpelhart. And he was the quickest, he's been the quickest driver out there. And last time around it was a 53.037. 3.5 tenths quicker than the race leader, who now he's going to start to chase down. 5.5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Martina Stankovic still continues to lead the way. Carl Clevor has finally got past Christophe Adams and now will start giving chase. Oh, right, Sebastian Humpelhart, naughty, naughty, very naughty, has just got a 3-second time penalty handed to him due to 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the race start. So broke formation. Just continues to lead proceedings comfortably. Michael Becker puts in the fastest lap of the race, the first driver to dip under the 55-second barrier, 54.973, and he's got a good run on Christophe Adams coming out of turn 12. In the background, well, he's just got past him. That was a nice move by Becker, based out of Hagen in Germany, and an hour south of Düsseldorf. Also, the man who used to be on the spanners in this paddock, Marcel Schirmer, needs a little bit of a shout out as well. Now actually runs the Motortrom Hagen. Signed in place of one of the legend Terry Fullerton's greatest racing, well, his most challenging race, having interviewed Terry a long, long time ago. When Ellie DeAngelis was the Ayami factory driver. 3 minutes and 30 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Stankovic still has a 7/10 of a second lead. And as the way things stand, Sebastian Humpelhart will be dumped down to at least 6th position if they stay the way they are. It just depends on how quickly those behind start to try and close on in. Timo Haug seems to be dropping into the clutches of Nicolas Mazinas and Christophe Capitan. There's the number 575, still holding on to 3rd place at the moment as we head into the final 3 minutes, plus an additional lap of this race, and also of the heat state itself. different glittery flashes on that comp kart livery. And that's from the blue, not the fluorescent yellow. And that's our panel. 5:26. Tankovic still has a lead. It's just gone underneath 0.7 of a second as Sebastian Humpelhardt has now clawed a gap over Timo Haug to the tune of nearly 1.6 seconds. So even with that, good enough for around about 6th place, which is where Carl Chabot is at the moment. Mazinas lining up. Oh, a little bit of a touch behind. There's a little bit of a slight kiss between two bumpers, one front and one rear, between Nicolas Mazinas and Timo Haug. And now Carl Chabot has caught up, and caught up big time. Carl Chabot for the last 2 laps has gone into the 54.8s. Fastest lap of the race so far by the driver in 2nd position, Sebastian Humpelhardt, who on this particular occasion was nearly 2.5 of a second quicker than the race leader. Gap now under 4.5. So even if Sebastian Humpelhardt wins on the road, Martinas Tankevicius will end up as the race winner anyway, and that will put him on provisional pole for the pre-final at 1 p.m. CET. It's local time here in Belgium. So we go on to what's going to be our penultimate lap. Lap number 11 out of 12 underway, and there is a 4-kart train being led by Timo Haug, with Nicolas Mazinas, Christophe Capitain and Carl Chabot. So someone has yet to pull the trigger. It might happen on the last lap. Carl Chabot, quickest of everybody in the top 6, but Michael Becker goes slightly quicker, but he's a second adrift. Christophe Capitain. Carl Chabot sends it up the inside. That was on Nicolas Mazinas. So Mazinas now drops down a further position or 2. And there are the 2 leaders. Humpelhardt versus Tankevicius. Last lap is underway. Oh, Humpelhardt forces it up the inside through turn 3. On Martinas Tankevicius. But Tankevicius is going to, well, nearly return the favour through turn 6. Humpelhardt kept it tight to the apex. A bit of silence, and all of a sudden, here comes Sebastian Humpelhardt up the inside of Martinas Tankevicius. On the road, he'll think, well, yes, I am the winner, but then the penalty will decide otherwise. 2 more corners to go. Carl Chabot will more than likely finish in 5th place. But out of the final corner, he will win on the road. But due to the time penalty, it is going to be Martinas Tankevicius that will be promoted to the race victory, thereby putting him onto pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. Timo Haug rounds out the... Well, I'm going to say this. Sebastian Humpelhardt will not finish in 2nd. 3-second penalty drops him down to 4th. So it would be Martinas Tankevicius, Timo Haug and Christophe Capitain that would be your top 3. Ahead of Sebastian Humpelhardt, Michael Becker would complete the top 5. Carl Chabot in 6th. Ahead of Nicolas Mazinas, Christophe Adams, Dominic Hummels and Tanju Yildiz all making it. So for the first of the 3 heats, all 10 drivers have made it to the checkered. And Sebastian Humpelhardt comes through into shot, so does Martinas Tankevicius. Sebastian Humpelhardt, winner on the road, but will be demoted to 4th position. So effectively that makes Martinas Tankevicius the provisional de facto race winner, ahead of Timo Haug, Christophe Capitain, with Humpelhardt demoted to 4th. Michael Becker in 5th, Carl Chabot in 6th, ahead of Nicolas Mazinas, Christophe Adams, Dominic Hummels and Tanju Yildiz. All 10 drivers making it to the checkered. Final highlights reel here, this time for DD2 Masters. A nice little wave from Martinas Stankiewicz from Lithuania. And a nice wave as he exited out of the pre-grid from Tanu Yildiz, the nicest racer you could ever want to meet. The drivers would then make their way through in towards the start phase ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing around the 1,360 meter circuit. The lights went out, we got underway, and Christophe Capitan was trying to go toe-to-toe, side pod to side pod with Timo Haug, but then Christoph Adams tried the oldest trick of the book, looking to launch it up the inside. He would go tight on the apex, but then Christophe Capitan will pull alongside to the outside, and then Nicolas Mazinas getting sideways, giving Christophe Capitan a bit of a fright, and then Sebastian Rumpelhart took complete 100% advantage of that. Rumpelhart would then be pinged for a 3-second time penalty for leaving the tram lines with 2 wheels outside of them, but that was the move that took him into second position. As he went chasing after Martinas Stankiewicz, Christophe Capitan would be battling away with Nicolas Mazinas and Timo Haug for third place at that point, which would then later become second. Then Carl Clebot trying to make a resurgence through the field, but it wasn't going to be the way for the man known as De Backer. Sebastian Rumpelhart very cheekily sent it up the inside from absolutely nowhere on Stankiewicz through turn 3 to take the race lead. Despite his best efforts, he would come out of the final corner first on the road, but the timing says otherwise as Martinas Stankiewicz would take the win. So 24 heats completed here with 181 drivers from 26 different nationalities here at the home of champions. It has been a very long day. We started under sunshine. We finished under nightfall. Firstly, we have to say a few thank yous. A big thank you to the medical team here. A big thank you to Team MKG, our marshalling crew here at the circuit. Everyone behind the scenes, every team, every driver, every mechanic, every family member that has come in support of drivers that are here, and also those that have been watching all the way through the day from around about when we kick-started things off at 10:15 this morning. 24 races are in the books, 13 tomorrow. We start things off at 10:25 local time here in Belgium tomorrow morning with the first of 3 second chance heats for Minimax, Junior Rotax and Seniors. Then, after that has all been decided, we then have our top 36 drivers for those 3 classes, thereby starting the pre-final stage of the Golden Trophy. And that will start at 11:40 tomorrow morning. And then we go into the business end, where 3 classes will see some drivers, 3 lucky drivers, picking up a money cannot buy object in the form of a grand finals ticket for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals for Mini, Junior and DD2. The top prize in Senior and DD2 Masters is a full season entry for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. We'll also be giving away free season entries for the B&L Karting Series and a 1-round event entry to a choice of an event for a driver for the Euro Trophy next season. That's it from us tonight. We're going to get rested, replenished, rehydrated, and get ourselves ready to go tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you at 25 past 10 tomorrow morning as the real business end of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy occurs right here at the place they call the Home of Champions. Good night.